of easy bruising include liver problems, included by some heavy drinking.
So kids aren't drinking.
Yeah, kids aren't drinking. I mean, that's one of them.
Well, we can't use that because kids aren't drinking.
Oh, well, you can have liver problems without drinking.
But
Because it says including some caused by heavy drinking, so it's not all caused by heavy drinking. It was just specifying certain types of cancer, inherited bleeding disorder, certain medications, NSAIDs, aspirin, or other blood thinners, aging as the okay. So that's just talking about getting older. While some can, yeah. So I mean, you can bruise easily, and again, the amount in which they're going to be hit is this low. Right, compared to the other person. So again, in that standard, how do you account for that?
I just think it should be low in general. Like you should not be like when you. Another thing is, I think it's a lot easier to go about spanking your child. For me, I don't think I would spank my child, but to speak, I want to leave the option available for people that feel as though they can do it correctly. I feel a lot of times with these studies, these are parents that use spanking incorrectly, which led to abuse. I think a lot of the times when they are disciplining their child, they're doing it out of anger. You can't do anything out of anger and expect a positive result. Now, if you chose to spank your child in a place of, and I hate to say this, it's very cliche, and people will try to kind of use this and say this is manipulation. If you decide to discipline your child physically with spankings in a place of love, I hate saying it because it's really corny and it sounds really bad. If you choose to do that, then you're also empathizing in the sense that you wouldn't want to go overboard in your physical discipline. You wouldn't go overboard. And it is corny. I agree. It sounds crazy. But I do believe it can be done. It's probably not probable. It's not probable, but it is possible.
Okay, so you're saying that most leads to bad problems because there's anger and other stuff like that, but you're outside of the context of anger and in the context of love. So what does love mean in this context?
Love is you seeing your child going astray from the path you want them, and you're bringing them back to a better path. So you're going away from it by doing things that you don't deem as ethical.
So better path. So can you give me the circumstances where spanking leads them to a better path? Can you give me any reason to believe that could occur given the fact that they're spanked?
Anecdotal evidence is not sufficient. And I just don't take those studies to be absolute. But
yeah, sure. Well, I mean, like, no study is absolute, right? Yeah. But I mean, you could say the same thing about things about other types of abuse that you would still consider just abuse across the board, right? Even if it doesn't lead to these negative outcomes. Yeah,
and that's true. So you just acknowledge that no study is absolute. So you can't say spanking is
absolute in the sense that it doesn't apply 100% level of certainty. We're talking 95% confidence interval, 99% confidence interval, p-values of 0.0001%, like or one. Right, so, like the statistical significance of the variables that I'm talking about was extremely high. So like we're talking 99% plus at least.
So that 1% leaves that it is possible, correct?
So logically possible, sure, right? But like the likelihood that would be the case is not the case. We determine everything based on what's most probable. That's like you saying that like, oh, because there's a 0.00000001 chance that gravity could be false, right? That means that like gravity is false, or like we have credence to believe that like we should hold to other theories than gravity. Like what?
Yeah, no, I get that. But the thing is, because of that 1% chance or that 5% chance, it's why I will never believe spanking in itself is abuse, because there's a chance that it can be done correctly that doesn't affect your child.
Okay. So can you say the same thing about like bruising? Well, are there studies that say that bruising kids leads to these bad outcomes in every single scenario?
No.
Okay. So then based upon your own standard, it seems like you can't even just make a claim that bruising children is always abuse.
No, because absolute, yeah.
Oh, that's fucking crazy. So breaking kids' bones isn't always wrong?
Okay, I'm obviously joking. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, that would be a wild standard. So, like, what do you hold to?
I just think, and I do agree with you, but I will never agree that it's abuse inherently. I think most of the time, according to these statistics, that that most of the time it is abuse. But again, I can't give you a scenario that you are going to accept because the way I'm
No,
going
but
to
can you give me the relevant distinction between that and between bruising kids, like, and how you identify that's wrong to be able to say that like this is applicable in one scenario, to say that it's abuse in all scenarios but not in the other one?
Okay, so okay, I can probably better answer your question if you answer me this. Do you think that all types of physical discipline regarding regarding like some type of like I don't want to say aggression, I don't know what word to use so you don't get a point. All right, I'm gonna just say it. So is would you consider a pop abuse? Like if your child was going to put his hand on the stove.
Like, why do people always, I'm sorry, why do people
No,
always
no,
say a
because,
pop? You understand that? Okay, people say that actually to minimize it.
all
Like,
right.
I'm not
What do you
joking.
want me to say?
I know you're probably not intentfully doing that, but people do that like in the context of society to minimize the intensity of it,
Yeah. So
right?
yeah,
But yeah, I consider that, yeah, any type of, yeah, I consider that bad.
okay, damn. We will never be able to see eye to eye. Because to me, I would rather me pop my kid's hand, or what word would you rather?
You can stop them from it, but like hitting them would be unnecessary.
Yeah, I
Like
think.
my point is that you can do things that are like necessary. Like if my kid's running out, I can grab them and bring them back. Not a minute to hurt them, but I can grab them and bring them back so that they don't run out in front of a car.
Parker, why would you do that? What if they have a low iron deficiency and now they bruise? That's abuse.
No, my standard isn't bruising.
My standard isn't
That's
bruising.
what that was your standard.
My standard isn't bruising. I went with your standard. You said harm.
My standard is intentfully causing physical harm without good reason.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just gave a scenario in which it is the case that you could stop an event with good reason.
Yeah. So isn't harm? So what is harm? Injury. What is injury?
Is that harm? Is it harm to like make sure that your kid doesn't get hit by a car, right? Not by hitting them, right?
Yeah.
But by like making sure that they
Grabbing
can't get hit
them-
by the car.
Grabbing them causes
Not in a
injury.
harmful way.
Yeah, no, it does because they could bruise. That's injury.
Like
Bruising.
grabbing them? How hard are you grabbing them?
is
I'm
bruising-
not saying you can grab them hard.
I mean, if you are going to get
That
them
would
out of the
that would
way-
be unnecessary.
no. If you're going to get them out of the way of a car about to hit them, I think you would have to grab
Dude,
them.
I'm not saying you can do anything that's unnecessary.
Okay, but that doesn't matter when you're talking about harm. Harm is injury, and injury could be bruising. So if your child has a low iron deficiency, you could be harming them by grabbing them.
By just touching them.
Yes, if they have a low iron deficiency, they really.
So if I just go like this, that bruises them. That's harm.
So you would do that when you're grabbing them from.
You believe that's harm?
So if they were to bruise, yes, it would be injury.
Yeah. So in this sense, it would be necessary. By the way, but one second, like I wouldn't consider this abuse.
Yeah, but you said harm, and harm is injury.
Intentfully causing physical harm without good reason.
I don't think people that are participating in spanking are intentionally wanting to do something without good reason.
Well, good reason is built upon my notion.
Exactly. So if
It's what I consider to be good and bad, right?
Exactly.
Whereas like your standard for spanking would be based on what you consider to be good and bad. This is why I think that my definition can be applied. Almost anyone can use it, right? Because it's just going to be based on how what you consider to be good and bad. Well, then we're going to have a conversation. Okay, what extent do you think is bad? What extent do you think is not bad?
So let me ask you this: do you think it's possible for somebody to be spanked and come out fine, like have no? Oh, so you do think it's possible?
Yeah, I'm not saying that like you can't have any negative. You can in every single scenario there's going to be a negative impact from an individual long term, right?
Okay.
But there are negative impacts from the original spanking that every individual would experience. But you're talking like long term negative impacts in terms of someone's development. We're just talking something that makes you more likely. The same way that like everyone who wears a seatbelt, right, or everyone who doesn't wear a seatbelt doesn't get in a like harmful car accident. Right, but you're more likely to put yourself in danger or harm given the fact that you don't wear the seatbelt, right?
True.
It's kind of like that notion.
True. So knowing that, because you asked me earlier, well, do you think that spanking is what caused you to be a good child? Do you think not spanking caused the person to be a good child?
I would say that not spanking would just make it necessarily like equal out to everything else. So it would be better than spanking. Right, but like I don't know what you're trying to say there, because like not spanking in of itself doesn't necessarily constructively do anything otherwise. That would just be one of the things you have to do in the toolbox.
Yeah, but you can't prove it doesn't. That's my point.
That not spanking leads to a better impact.
No, I'm saying that spanking doesn't.
That spanking doesn't what?
That it doesn't lead to a good impact.
Yeah, I can. There's literally not a single study that indicates that to be true. So
It's
you
not a
can
single-
establish that point that it does lead to a good impact. And I can show you studies that indicate that it leads to bad impacts, like I've mentioned.
Yeah, but the studies aren't in detail, and I haven't seen the studies yet, so I don't agree.
Well, you can look in a second. So that's just you're just appealing to like the fact that we like an empirical claim that you have yet to look at.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying this is going to be hard to talk about because I don't believe any study is going to be in enough detail.
Dude, if you've looked at any studies as it relates to spanking, you would have seen this. Come on,
No, I
bro.
haven't looked
I'm
at
actually serious. Like literally, like if you've looked at like it's overwhelming.
No, I've actually seen them. I've read the abstracts, and they're not in detail.
Well, what are you talking about? Like I don't know what ones you're looking at.
I've looked at the CDC's. I've looked at the Child's World Health Organization. I've looked at one by it was by Harvard. It wasn't a Harvard like study, but Harvard.
Oh, is that that's like the one you just like look? Okay, so yeah, I mean, this is why you should probably read through my bibliography.
Okay, I mean, I'm gonna go to it right now so I can just have it.
Yeah. Like honestly, maybe you just want to have this conversation at a future day, and you can go look at that because I don't know. We can still talk about this, we like establish where we see it, but like ultimately, you probably are going to rely on it. I guess I'm just going to try and reinvoke the question of what would be the relevant difference between like how you determine the bruising to be bad and the normal spanking to not be bad. That would mean that you can consider it to be wrong in one scenario but not the other.
Yeah,
Yeah, like what's the difference?
is the magnitude and the frequency.
Magnitude and the frequency. If someone just hits once in both scenarios, one leads to a bruise, the other one does not. There's no difference in frequency. There's just a difference in magnitude, right?
And also the verbal condition. Are they speaking to this person in a negative way, a negative manner? Because if you don't spank somebody, if you practice verbal abuse, that can also cause trauma. So all these things together can cause.
Yeah. I'm against verbal abuse as well.
Yeah. So
that also other forms of verbal abuse are also linked in this thing that have the same detrimental outcomes as spanking. So like I'm for you on that as well.
Okay.
Yeah, verbal abuse is not
I
good.
think verbal abuse is bad.
Yeah. A lot of people don't talk about that either.
I just don't believe spanking in itself is physical abuse. I think physical abuse is bad.
Wait. Verbal abuse you can say is abuse, right? You can say that those things are abuse in all scenarios.
That's definitely absolute. How can you call your child?
That's absolute. Oh, okay. Wait, how do you say that that's absolute, but this isn't?
Wait, give me a way you can speak in a negative light.
Wait, I believe it's absolute, right? But I would say the same thing is true for it relates to spanking,
No,
right?
but
In terms of saying that spanking is abuse here, right? At least we're making like a general rule.
So, yeah, I would have to see that study because I don't believe that it's in detail. I really don't believe that. There's just no way.
Studies. I have an entire bibliography.
Okay, yeah, there's no way in those studies that they were able to control the environment. You can't do that. That would be unethical. And none of the studies are like this. You can't put kids in an environment where they're being hit. If there was a study that was like that, or a study that was like that, yes, I would wholeheartedly agree with it. But there has been no study that puts children in an environment, a controlled environment, where they're being physically disciplined, and another environment where they're not being physically disciplined, and then
They still have control groups.
yeah, but it's not controlled for real. It's all relying on
No, it's still controlled. They still control for variables.
So they're not giving self-report.
What do you mean self-report? There's a concept of them engaging with them, but there's still ways that you can figure out. It's still the same sort of data.
I mean, but would you say that the data would be a lot more concrete if they actually like hit the people?
I don't see why that would be statistically significant in terms of the distinction.
Because in that setting where you're actually controlling the variables, I don't believe
You're still controlling variables under the context of these.
I mean, you're not, because I don't believe everything in the studies, and I haven't seen the studies yet, so I can't really say that. But I don't believe everything in the studies.
Okay, so then how do you consider that spanking leads to bruise? How do you consider that abuse?
When it's done excessively, in high magnitudes.
But that's just like your own personal standard. That's not based on any study.
I guess.
So that's just like totally arbitrary. Why don't you just apply an arbitrary standard that says that it's wrong to hit them before the bruise?
But you said harm, so that you are also entailing bruises. So any type of bruise that your child gets is going to be abuse to you.
Again, the idea here is like relating to harm, right? Like, what do you mean by like there could be certain scenarios? Are you saying that like someone literally just you touch them like that and there's a bruise? Because obviously not. Because like that's the same thing as someone saying like, oh, red marks would necessarily indicate a bruise. Because I have dermographia, right? So literally, if you just like touch my skin, right, it will leave a red mark. And I don't think that if you touch my skin, that's going to be abuse.
Yeah, but the thing
right,
is,
that's just literally like when I have dermographia, when it goes off, or I have it all the time, but when it goes off, right, you can just do that. So that clearly wouldn't be.
yeah, no, which I get, but I'm using your definition. You brought up intentionally, or yeah, intentionally, for no reason, inducing harm, and harm is injury, and injury would consist of a bruise and other things. So if you gave your child a bruise, within your definition,
Wait, no. Not necessarily if it is the case that you just touch someone, because that doesn't necessarily cause harm, but there could just be a bruise there. The same way that like you could say red marks oftentimes entail like pain or bad things that happen, right? Injury, right? But when you see a red mark on my body, that didn't in that scenario because I have dermographia. Does that make sense?
So it's unique to you.
Well, because I have dermographia, yeah.
Exactly. So it's unique to everybody. It's like you brought up the point with bruising.
No. So that would just mean in the scenario that again, our standard is about like the level of force, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the level of force, but we have studies to indicate the level of force being bad, like spanking. So we can actually substantiate that given evidence. You're not relating to that with your bruising, though. You're just relating back to your own personal standard, which does not relate back to the evidence. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Guys, I don't agree with spanking your children. Like I'm really playing devil's advocate.
You were doing a live yesterday. You
No,
literally were doing a live yesterday that said spanking is not abuse.
Yeah, I don't believe. No, I don't believe in it's abuse in itself. But I don't think it's actually. I don't think you should do it. That's why I would never actually spank my kids because I think doing other forms of physical discipline can work. But I don't want to say that spanking in itself is abuse. But then again, I would never spank my kids because I think
So this is just all semantical, right? But
Yeah,
like,
it is,
yeah.
it is.
Okay, so because
That's why.
essentially what I'm saying is that you should never spank your kid.
Yeah.
Right? Like, is that a
No,
legitimate
you
stance?
should never spank your kid because there's definitely other options. But you're saying spanking is abuse, and I don't agree with that.
Okay. Well, I mean, sure, right? I mean, I think that when you're saying that you should never spank your kid, right? Are you saying that in some sort of legal connotation as well?
I mean, the law backs up spanking in some states.
No. What about you? How do you think the law should be?
I think because I'm a person that loves to give people the choice to do certain things, they should give a distinct parameter, give them distinct parameters to be able to do it in a way that you're able to see if this person is being abused or not.
Okay, but if under what we also classify as maltreatment or abuse, currently under law, right, we would say that this is also abuse.
You read the definition of abuse.
There is where you got to look back at the study, and then we can move back on that. But what's
The
up?
definition is by law what physical abuse is.
No, I'm just saying, but what they already consider, right? This is just the conclusion of the study. Again, you heard me read it, right?
No.
I can read it again. It says, overall, the results of the study may be interpreted to suggest the association of physical punishment with child outcomes are statistically indistinguishable from the association of forms of maltreatment that are legally prohibited in the U.S. Context with the same child outcomes.
That's fair. I can't disagree with that.
Yeah, that's why when I heard this, I was like, yeah, this is like the point that I think is most clear in kind of demonstrating it, because then we're rolling back the standards. This is kind of like what I was saying earlier, but
Yeah. I mean, I'll concede. I don't think anybody should spank their kids. I think there's other forms of physical discipline that you can do to then change your child's way of living. But yeah, I'll give the dub.
I don't know if I should like change my thing to like you should not spank your kids. You should never
you
spank your
have
kids,
to.
because like I think that it is more palatable and it would get people that would disagree with me more. But I still do agree with the stance like that spanking is abuse. Like I still do. I think that honestly, like the notion in which you should never spank your kids kind of entails the idea, right?
No,
in
that
a
doesn't,
sense
because you can
that
say
I wouldn't say entail. I would say kind of makes me expect the idea that we would consider it abuse. I'll say that in a probabilistic sense.
Okay, then yes, that just gave you a little shield.
Well, no, entailed just means like always, right? Because it's like
Yeah,
logically
exactly.
entailed. So
Yeah. So I can say like, oh, well, you should never drink soda. This is drinking soda a bad thing?
well,
It's
I don't think you should never drink soda.
yeah, but people can say that. But what they would be talking about is how much you drink soda, how often you drink soda, and how much
Yeah,
soda.
yeah, but like we have studies to indicate that longer, like the extended use of it is going to lead to like it being bad. Just drinking one once is not going to necessarily do that.
Just when you're a kid once, given the magnitude, isn't going
We
to
no,
be.
we actually we have studies to indicate that it actually even that does like lead to it being bad. So I have reason to believe that even just once is bad.
Yeah,
So
I'm definitely gonna look at it, and I'll definitely come back another time. I appreciate you having me, boss.
all right, appreciate it, man.
Love you guys. Y'all be safe.
All right, peace out, bro. All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you do disagree. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's go into the next individual quick. Only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. What's up, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 45.
Yeah, do you think that spanking is abuse?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Why
I don't.
not?
Do you have kids?
No, I do not.
Exactly. Okay, so I have two kids.
Exactly. You
I have
understand there are people that agree with me that do have kids?
I do.
Lots of people.
I have a 13-year-old son and a 14-year-old daughter. My son has ADHD, right? He is one of the baddest kids I've ever come across, right? I mean, he's I love him. He's my son, but he's a bully, and he does bad shit all the time. So yeah, I spank him every once in a while. Once in a great while.
How long have you been spanking him?
I've spanked him. Well, he's 13 now. I spanked him 6 times. Overall.
Okay, where do you think that he learned this behavior?
I really don't know. I'm not sure if it's school. I mean, he's in private school, in a Christian private school right now. So I don't know where he's learning this stuff. I'm not sure if it's friends or I'm not sure, but he is very hyperactive. And we fight. Me and him fight all the time. But I
You
don't
and him
think,
fight?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So then why don't you, if it's not school, he goes to a good school. It seems like he's got a good environment.
But he does bad shit.
Do,
What?
do you kind of get what I'm trying to say here?
No, say it.
Yeah, so maybe it's you.
It could be, but still, I don't think spanking is bad. I think spanking when I was a kid, I got spanked all the time, belts, buckles, paddles.
Yeah, and do you think that's abuse?
Yeah, I do. I actually do. Yeah.
Okay. So why do we think that spanking is an abuse?
Because if I do it with my hand, I can feel how hard I'm hitting. You know what I'm saying? And I think some kids need to be spanked.
Why do they need to be spanked? Isn't that
Because
the
there's no
same
other way-
justification that your parents would have used?
I'm sorry?
Isn't that the same justification that your parents would have used?
No.
They think that you would have needed it?
I did need it, yeah. But
No, you didn't need it. You didn't need it. No,
Not
you did
as bad
not
as I got
need.
it,
You
but
did
I
not need to be hit by a belt. You did not. No kid deserves or needs
right.
to be hit.
You're right, but I needed to be spanked. Absolutely.
You need to be what?
I needed to be spanked. Absolutely.
No, why?
Because that's the only way it gets across some kids.
Okay, how do you know that to be true?
That's how it got across to me.
Okay, so just because you associate those two events to happen, like you decided or determined this to be the case after you got spanked, doesn't mean that you being spanked caused that to occur. Could you give me any reason to believe that to be true?
That I got spanked and became what?
That there's a meaningful association between the two variables, you getting spanked and you doing better. Because I can show you a meaningful association between people getting spanked and then it leading to them being at a greater likelihood for there to be like negative impacts in terms of the child development as it relates to the increased rate of aggression, increased rate of I can't speak right now, PTSD, anxiety, depression, right? Antisocial personality disorder studies, right? My bibliography, link tree, my bio. Linktree in my bio, go to the bibliography. There's an entire subsection that says spanking. You can click on it. You can look through like the whole list of different studies. They're titled, right? They tell you which one refers to what. You can look into it. If they have a paywall, you can go to the PDF that is listed in the next folder.
Were you spanked?
No, I was not.
At all?
No.
How old are you?
21.
So you don't have. So when you have kids, then I'll talk to you, and you decide. I mean, if you're not a spanker, then that's great. Whatever. But
they're never gonna get hit.
Some kids will. Some kids will need it. My son.
You can't give me any reason to believe that.
Okay, well then I guess we're done. Thank you.
But like you have to you should give me an argument that says that it's okay for you to hit kids.
Well, I don't know an argument for that. I don't have an argument for that. I just think that my son needs. Well, sometimes, if
Amanda, thank you so much for that. Thank you. I appreciate it, Amanda. We'll say that again. All right. Okay, we'll just go to the next person. Yeah, everyone. Honestly, we could change the background to "You should never spank kids," but yeah, I still agree with this background chat. How old are you?
22.
For sure. Do you think that spanking is abuse?
So spanking and abuse, there are two different words. Because I was spanked, and let me tell you, when I was spanked, I didn't repeatedly do the stuff that I did because, that's a lesson learned. Like, for example, if I'm going to go steal something from the store, I got spanked, right? If I'm going to reach for something I shouldn't.
Maybe we should identify the reason why they're trying to steal from the store and try to address it as it relates to their own values so that they don't do it in the future rather than spanking them.
Addressing is one thing. Taking action is another. Because, so my mother's going to tell me not to do it again. Okay. Well, next time I go do it, she's going to do the same thing. She's not going to do it.
No, it's not just telling not to do it, right? There's a process you go through of why you shouldn't engage in these things. You should be engaging in literal thought experiments with your children, right? To understand why they believe different things so that they understand why you believe something.
But kids understand differently. You can talk to a kid. That doesn't mean it's going to.
Yeah, sure. Right. That's why you have different forms of communication.
It's not abuse, dude. I was whooped.
What is abuse?
Abuse is, okay. So I actually heard of parents actually whooping their kids, let's say 20 times. And that is abuse. You just need like a good pop or two or three.
So 19 isn't?
What?
19 isn't?
No, it is. That's still way too much.
18?
Yes.
17?
Yes.
16?
Yes.
15?
Yes.
14?
I'm going to stop you at 5.
Okay, so 5. Why 5? 4 is okay?
Yes.
Why?
Well, 1 is not enough because I'm going to get 1 slap on the wrist. That's it.
That's enough. That's bad. Okay, so if I slap you across the face once, is that not bad?
We're not talking about smacking across the face. We're talking about spanking.
Okay, so if I spank you once, is that not bad?
No.
Dude, you're so... You know what we would call that? We'd call that essay. We'd unironically say that's essay.
What?
If I just went up to you and I spanked you, right, non-consensually, that's literally essay.
Okay, how old non-consensually?
The same age as we are right now. If I just went up to you and I spanked you, right?
Okay, number 1, I'm 22. Number 2, you're not my parent.
Yeah.
Number 3, I'm not a minor. So yeah.
Yeah. So why is it okay to hit a minor in that way? But why is it okay to hit a minor in that way? You're saying it's okay to do something sexual to minors? Things that we would consider sexual assault?
Spanking is not sexual.
Yeah. Okay. No, but the point I'm saying is that we would consider it to be sexual assault, and that's I do take that back. I wouldn't consider it sexual, but the idea necessarily in this context. But I think that it is the case that if we consider it sexual assault in one scenario, why would we not refer to it in the other scenario to be at least related to that context?
What do you mean?
Yeah. Why do you think it's okay to do it to a minor? If you consider it SA in the other scenario.
That's their child. They're the parent.
What?
They're the parent, and they can whoop their kids when they feel like they deserve to be whooped. Otherwise, the kid is not going to learn not to do what they did in the first place. Because let's say a parent can, like, instead of spanking, a parent can go ground a kid and take their stuff away. All right, so my stuff's taken away. So what? But like, let's say, like, for me, I got the belt. I deserve the belt. The stuff I did.
You did not deserve the belt.
Yes, I did.
No, you did not deserve the belt.
It kept me from repeatedly doing the same thing that I got the belt in the first place.
You could have stopped engaging that behavior without the belt in the first place. No kid deserves a fucking belt.
I deserve the belt.
No kid deserves a belt. No, you did not.
Yes, I did.
No, you did not. Why?
Why?
Why do you deserve a belt?
Why did I deserve the belt? Because I did stuff that I shouldn't.
Just because you did stuff that you shouldn't doesn't mean you deserve to get hit with a belt. That's crazy.
So what? I was going to get my phone and electronics taken away, and that was going to be it? That was going to solve the problem? No, I need to get ass whooping.
No, there are other things you can do. You should communicate. You should identify why they're engaging this behavior in the first place. Identify the root cause instead of just responding to it.
But like I said, you discussing what someone not to do something when you have like an innocent mind that if they're at that stage, they have a lot of stuff going through their head. They're not.
You have to change their value system, okay? The only way that's going to actually get someone to do the right thing in all scenarios, even when you're not there, is if you change the way that they view it, the way they value things, okay? That's exactly what you need to do as a parent. You need to get them to emulate your behavior. You need to get them to look up to you in terms of engaging in the good behavior, and you need to show them how to identify this good behavior.
Is the way that it is, because people that think that people don't take action to their kids today. That's why there's so much increase in criminal, not just criminal activity, just like vandalism and stuff like that, is because parents aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing to their kids.
Can you give me evidence of that proportionally?
Huh? There's I'm not going to waste my time. There's tons of evidence of you. You can go look.
Yeah, we just went over violent crime rates have gone down since the 90s.
Since the 90s? No, since the 90s it was good because people did what they're supposed to be doing.
What? The 90s had a higher rate of violent crime than now by far.
People were disciplining their kids back in the day like they were supposed to. Now they're not doing it. Now they're taking their time.
You understand? And people were literally, again, more likely to experience violent crime in the 90s than they were now. Look.
What is that off of?
This is Statista.
What is Statista?
It's a very reputable source.
It says report violent crimes rates in the United States from violent crimes from what age? That isn't.
That's just all population.
Well, we're not talking about adults. We're talking about kids. We're talking about.
This is all population.
Minors. Well, you can't. We're not talking about adults again. We're talking about minors. We're talking about kids being disciplined. Kids' behaviors.
Why would we relate to the violent crime rate of kids? Kids become adults.
Because they aren't disciplined properly.
Wait, the kids. Wait, so these kids who were disciplined in like the 70s were committing crimes at this rate, versus the kids that were disciplined later on when we spanked less were engaging in less crime.
It doesn't matter. All I know is that spanking is not abuse. It is a self.
What is abuse? Can you define it for me, please?
What?
My definition of abuse is intentfully physically harming a child without good reason. We're talking in a physical context, right? Would you accept that definition? No, what's your definition?
Spanking is a form of discipline upon your kids if they have done something wrong that you do not want them to do again. For example, I almost caught the house on fire. I got the belt.
Yeah.
Never.
Sorry. Go back to the definition. I didn't quite.
Never did I want to start a fire again because I was afraid of the belt. I didn't want my ass to get whooped.
Yeah, I never started a fire, and that was because internally speaking, I thought it was wrong to do that. And I thought it would lead to a lot of bad things happening. I had reason to believe it. I wasn't just fearful of my parents.
Well, a lot of kids don't just look at it that way. They'll do what they want.
They can.
They can, but they won't. They don't.
But instead, your parents decided to instill fear.
Of them that don't.
Why were you playing with fire in the first place?
Because I was dumb. I didn't know any better. But sitting down and talking.
Didn't know any better.
Maybe could have worked. It maybe could have if my mother has sat me down.
So maybe if we communicated and we got kids to understand things more, right, and know, well, then it would be the case that they wouldn't have engaged in this action in the first place.
No, my mother wasn't wrong. I'm reading the comment.
She did something wrong.
No, she didn't.
She absolutely did.
She raised me right. I am.
And she
the
did
person
something
who-
wrong in this scenario.
No, she didn't.
She absolutely did.
No, she didn't.
Was she the one who hit you with the belt?
Yes.
Yeah, she did
And
something
she
wrong.
had every right to, and I deserved it.
You did not deserve it, and no, she did not have every right to.
Yes, I did.
No,
because I am.
We're talking literally
that-
children, right? So, okay. So, do you think it's okay for you have kids?
No.
Okay. If you had kids, do you think it would be okay for a teacher to hit them with a belt if they did something wrong?
Because that's not their kid.
Wait, why does that matter?
It's not okay because that's not their kid.
Why does that matter?
The teacher should call the parents of the school, and the parents should whoop them honestly right then and there.
No, but like, why would it matter whether or not if it's like the other parents? I mean, other kids.
Parents need to handle their own kids. Another person should.
But this is at school. Well, they have to do that anyway at school. Like, there are going to be points where you have to do some type of stuff at school.
That like I said, you call the parents to the school, and the parents take care of it.
What if parents can't show up?
Then that's when you look into other forms of discipline, like ISS and stuff like that.
Okay, so you don't hit them.
If you can't, then no. The teachers should not be laying hands.
Oh, why not?
Kids. You said why not?
Yeah, why not?
Because that's not their kid.
So?
What do you mean so?
So, why does that mean anything?
That's not their kid, dude. If I taught a class and I had kids misbehave, I wouldn't be laying hands on kids who are not mine. I will be reaching out to their parents, and their parents will be taking action, whether they spank them or not.
No,
well,
but
guess
like
what?
I have no issue
with
with them talking to my kid, doing the discipline that I would engage in, right? So why do you have issue when it relates to yours?
Repeat that.
Yeah. So, okay. Here, I'll take a different approach. As it relates to, wait, hold up. I kind of lost where I was gonna approach that. Was there something that you were saying? I think I was gonna relate to like consequences.
No, I walked away from my apartment. I lost connection. I'm back.
Yeah. So sure. I kind of lost where we were in that part of the conversation. We were talking about teachers, right? So as it relates to teachers, yeah. So do you think that they can discipline kids any other way at school?
Yes.
Why do you think that those forms of discipline are okay for them to do, given that they're not the parents' kids, but other forms of discipline like spanking are not okay to do?
They're not being physical with the kids.
What's specifically different about physical discipline that means that you shouldn't be able to do it in the context of a teacher circumstance?
A teacher can, let's say, put them in the corner, or let's say, keep them after class.
Wait, why not physical? You're not giving me a reason why not physical.
What do you mean I'm not giving you a reason why not physical? Because that's, again, dude, that's not, we keep going in circles. That's not their kid. A parent has the right to lay their hands on
I
their
gave
kid.
you another scenario where you can discipline where it's not that kid. So again, what's the relevant distinction between these different types of disciplines that means that you can in one scenario and not the other?
I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Okay, you're saying physical discipline is not okay to do in school systems, but you're saying other types of discipline is okay in school systems. Okay?
Yes,
I'm asking you, what's the relevant distinction between these two different types of discipline that means you can engage in one but not the other as a teacher?
Because a teacher is not supposed to be doing stuff like that. A teacher isn't assigned to.
Yeah, that's not giving me a reason. You're not giving me a reason. You're just saying that they should not do that. You're not giving me a reason.
Because that's not their kid, dude. What other reason do you want?
Again, in both scenarios, it's not their kid. You said that the discipline outside of the physical context is fine, and it's still not their kid. But in the physical context, then it's not okay. So you gave me a reason that did not apply. Yo, Purdy, thank you for the 5 subs. Thank you so much, Purdy. Can we get a W for Purdy in the comment section, everyone? Thank you, Purdy. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Vito. Let's see. I'll argue with you. It's not, dude. At the end of the day, you're gonna believe what you're gonna believe. I'm gonna believe what I'm gonna believe. I was disciplined correctly. I am the person who I am today. I don't do stuff that I shouldn't be doing no more.
Hitting your kid with a belt
I will discipline my kids. I will discipline them properly and not sexually and not abusively.
Yeah, you hitting them on the butt again, like in any other context, we would consider that to be like some sort of sexual connotation. But in this context,
well,
we don't see it as some sort of sexual connotation because of what's socially normal.
But I'm talking about whooping like with clothes on and everything. There's nothing wrong with that, dude.
Yeah, that there's something wrong with that. You're hitting your kid.
Yes, if they deserve it, yes. You're taking the word hitting to a whole nother level, like punching, for example. You're making it sound really bad when spanking.
It is really bad.
No,
they don't deserve it. Purdy, thank you for the 3 subs. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. No kid deserves to get hit, right? You're literally saying a kid deserves to get hit with a belt? That's fucking insane.
Okay, how about we don't spank them? How come we don't spank kids on the head? Because the head is a place where you should lay your hand on, right?
That's your assumptions, right? Like the same thing would be true the other way around, right? You shouldn't lay your hands on them any other way.
Yes. I have to go, but I said what I said. I'm keeping my peace.
All right. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes. If you disagree, if you want to send a guest request, do so right now. If you want to support me, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Yeah, do you think that spanking is abuse?
It can be. And it's not abuse to a certain point.
Not?
Well,
and are you driving?
Yes, I am driving.
You cannot drive on live TikTok TOS. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. You can only send a guest request if you're not driving, if you are 18 plus, y'all. Let's get on to this next person real quick. Again, please only do send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Parker seems spicy tonight. How am I spicy? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
For sure, do you think that spanking is abuse?
Not in all ways, but in some ways, yes, but not in all ways, no.
Is there a way you can get out of a place with background noise?
Yeah, 1 second. Sorry, I have a kid. My daughter's listening to some stuff.
Oh, is there someone to take care of them?
My daughter, yeah, she's good.
Okay.
So I would say spanking is abuse in some ways, but not in all. I'd say there's discipline versus abuse.
What is discipline and what's abuse?
So I have a 7-year-old boy, and he, I mean, in certain circumstances, like I heard you talking to that one guy, I can't remember his name, I think it was Man, about like grabbing your kid and pulling them from danger, right, in a safe way. So my son, like in a safe way, I guess you could say, being on my perspective, like hitting him in a soft way, right? Just like you would grab your kid in a soft way, right? So like I softly...
Yeah, soft indicates like this, not hitting them, right? That's not soft.
Right, so flicking, like if I hit him with flick power, but with my hand open. Like a tap on the butt, right? Boop! Like you know what I mean? Like instead of with hit power, it's with flick power, with a spank. You know what I mean? So discipline there, but it's all comes in
flick.
Comes into perspective.
Is definitely painful, right? When you're that's you literally get pain from a flick. That's fucking crazy, right? Literally just grabbing them so that they can't, not in a way that's like painful. That's unnecessary, right? Just getting their attention, like touching their body, fundamentally different.
Right. So like your kid's going into traffic.
There's not pain that's entailed by touching their body like this.
So I mean, so you're saying you're gonna slowly grab your kid if there's a car about to smash into them. You're slowly.
No, we're talking about them running towards it, right?
Right.
Like, yo,
so you
come this way.
Like pulling them the other way.
You're changing the action.
Okay. You're right. So, I mean, you're grabbing them from behind, right? Say he's running the opposite way and you're running with him. To grab him, you have to stop him in some sort of, you have to apply pressure some sort of way, the opposite way. So you're going to cause, if he is running with enough force and you have to pull him back with enough force because it causes your action, that's what
yeah, in any context that is necessary, right, it would be for good reason, right, but not in terms of causing them pain, right? But
right. So like
that wouldn't be considered abuse,
right? Yeah,
unless if you're causing them pain and you're pulling them, right, and like we're doing it so that it hurts them, right? That would be abuse, right? But
Right.
if you're just doing so in a context to get them to safety, right? That is not doing so in the context that causes them harm like that. Well, then that would not be abuse.
Okay.
Because it wouldn't meet the qualifications that we have. Intentfully causing physical harm without good reason.
Right. So without good reason so I'm not spanking my son without good reason. My reason is to show him that when he grows up,
You are doing it without good reason. There's not a good reason to spank a kid in any context.
So like, man, how would I explain this? So when you're, I mean, I guess raising anybody, I'm not, I guess in spanking, we're talking about children here, like a parent to a child, obviously. You're trying to teach them how to grow up, how to be an adult, right? So if I don't show him what could happen possibly later on in life, like if you go out and do something and smash somebody's window and instead you have to deal with the cops, well, you potentially have to go to jail and potentially have to get hurt. So potentially could get hurt. My goal is to show you, which when I spank my son, I don't just take him in and whoop him. I tell him, go in there 5 minutes. You need to think about what you did. And it's really just the anticipation. And I go in there and then one spank, and then I walk out the room and he follows without crying. But it's more of to teach that in the future you do something wrong, my little spank isn't going to be my little dad's little spank. It's going to be a grown man possibly doing harm to you.
Okay, so would you want to do sexual harm to you because in the future there could be sexual harm to someone?
No, that's not.
So like, why would we want to do physical harm to someone given the fact that there could be physical harm in the future?
Right, so everything that you do comes with an explanation. So if you just like actions, if someone just does an action and you don't explain why you did that action, nobody's going to understand it. But if I explain to them why this is why you're getting spanked next time, you don't need to do that. Is that's abuse because I'm teaching him?
No, it's not abuse to teach people things. It's abuse to spank them, to hit them. Okay? So you should communicate to your children. You should form effective communication.
Right.
The many reason why like parents will resort to things like spanking or doing other types of stuff like that is because they feel like they have no other options. And that lack of feeling like there's any other options comes from the fact that they did not develop tools necessary to be able to deal with circumstances like this, right? Because we're not taught to build up our emotional intelligence in the context of society. Right. No one really has like broadly spoke about that in school systems or something like that. We need to, that should be like, realistically, we should have like schools, like classes to like that, like go through stuff like that, because being able to effectively communicate with each other and deal with their emotions is something that's really important in your life later on.
I agree 100% with you, dude. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's hard. You have a lot of good points, so I can't bash you on that, dude. So, but in I guess spanking, yeah, it could be abuse, but for me, it's hard to say when, like, if flicking to you is abuse. I don't know. It's hard to see eye to eye, but
yeah, and you're intently causing physical pain for no reason.
Right. I mean, I guess it depends on how so it's all happening, but yeah. But no, also I wanted to say, dude, I watch your lives all the time, bro, and I appreciate them. They're super awesome. I love the way you debate. It's freaking awesome. I love your intelligence, the way you do all your research and all that. It's sick. So I just thought I'd give myself a shot to be on here and say what I had to say. So
Sure.
Thanks, Parker. I appreciate you.
All right, peace out. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Let's tap the screen. Let's try to run it up to 250,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's go on to this next individual real quick, y'all. Again, if you do want to support me, everyone, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio. Again, I can't get any gifts here on TikTok, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Yeah, do you think spanking is abuse?
Hell no.
Why not?
Okay, all right, first off, you got all these little punks out here raising the streets like they're all tough and shit. Like, you know, they need a beating every once in a while, if they're being disciplined.
Dylan, thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Are you trolling?
Nope.
You don't sound serious.
I'm being straight up, okay? Because you got all these little punks out here, causing trouble, getting in trouble with the cops, and their parents do nothing about it. They don't care. They're either alcoholics or they're spending their money on elsewhere. But you got all these other kids, doing else right. They lived a good path.
Okay, so can you give me any good reason to believe that like spanking is going to lead to like them engaging in better behavior?
When I was a child, I got whooped a lot, and I wasn't a damn good child, and a lot of people, do a lot of fucked up things. But, you got all these other kids, causing trouble, like, getting
Chase, can you give me
into,
reason to believe that spanking led to like greater outcomes in children?
Okay, first off, let's see here. Good question. What do you think?
No, there's not a study that indicates that there are good outcomes.
Fucking dumbass.
He just left? Okay. Yeah, he was definitely trolling. He obviously didn't have anything to go off of there. We're gonna go to the next person. Please only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. My studies are in my link tree in my bio, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
For sure. Do you think that spanking is abuse?
Not really.
Why not?
Hold on, my connection's fucked.
Sure. Okay, he just left. All right, we're going to the next person. Please only send a guest request if you think that spanking is not abuse. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. If you do want to support me, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio. Dylan, again, thank you so much for the Venmo. TL, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, TL. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2004.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
Fuck her right in the pussy. Fuck her right in the pussy.
Was that like supposed to be funny? That guy like actually like legitimately believes that was like funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck that nigga right in the pussy.
Dude, please stop, bro. Why are people like this? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30 years old.
For sure. Do you think that spanking is abuse?
Not at all.
Why not?
Well, I don't know. You take a dog that goes in the house, pisses in the floor. If you don't do anything about it, the dog's going to continue to piss in the floor. Like taking a kid that's acting up and not acting right. You don't spank them. You don't give them any sort of discipline whatsoever. They're going to continue to keep acting like that.
Yeah, Matthew, why is spanking the only form of discipline?
What are you going to do? Stick their nose in a corner? That's why you have all these inmates in jail.
No. So there would be something called time in, time out. So it's about removing people from the initial circumstance in which produced that emotional dysregulation, right? And then going through different types of things to emotionally regulate.
Emotionally regulate an ass whooping is what gets kids' attentions and make them listen.
Yeah. No, so kids who are spanked, kids who get an ass whooping are more likely to engage in aggressive behavior, are more likely to be inmates in jail. So I don't know what the hell you're saying. That is true. I look at my bibliography and my Bible. Literally every single study.
I don't need to see a damn study. I know.
Yeah, because you're not rational.
My ass got whooped every day. And you know what? I am an aggressive person, but I ain't in jail or anything like that.
Okay, so people who are aggressive are more likely to be in positions in which they commit acts of violence. If we're talking in more aggressive than the typical sense.
You're just sitting here talking like all unicorns and rainbows and stuff. You need to whoop your kid's ass, make them listen, do what you tell them to do.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not trolling. I'm telling you the damn truth.
Why do you think you should whoop your kid's ass?
Because your kid needs an ass whooping. If they're not going to listen and you tell them a couple times they don't listen, you need to go to the next best thing. Grab a hold, whip their ass.
Okay, Matthew. Right, since you're not saying spanking is abuse, right? We're gonna spank you until you think it's abuse. Okay, is that justified?
I tell you what, you come on down here.
Because you're okay, all right.
Come on down here and you do that.
Are you consenting?
Tatum, New Mexico. You come on down here and you do that, buddy. You ask
all right, let's go.
Steakhouse in Tatum, New Mexico, and they'll tell you where I live, homeboy.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you're into that. Okay,
yeah. I want you to spank me until I like it. How about that? And I guarantee you're going to walk away with more than a spanking.
What are you saying, bro? Dude, did you not? Dude, I can't do it, dude.
You said you're going to spank me until I think it's abuse. It ain't abuse.
Yeah, dude. Dude, the point I'm making is that, dude, if you don't understand the point I'm making, oh my God, bro. dude. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay.
So why don't you tell me your point? What's the point? Did you get your ass whooped when you were a kid?
No, I did not.
Exactly. That's why you're on this platform.
No,
You're
because
trying to convince people that it's okay to be
that
a
it's
little
bad.
fairy faggot motherfucker sitting behind a computer.
Of course you use slurs. You
shit.
fucking crazy. The fucking use of slurs is crazy, bro. That is actually wild. Yo, Julie, thank you for the subscriptions. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the subscription. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Are you driving?
Well, I'm in a drive.
Yeah, man. Sorry, man. TikTok TOS. Even if you are in the drive-thru, it does go off in the TikTok algorithm chat. Keep tapping that screen. Let's run up to 500,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2005.
For sure. Do you think that spanking is abuse?
I think it is to a certain extent, but like it also can't be.
When is it not abuse?
Well, before I state that, I have a question for you. So for you, obviously you're against spanking. So if your kid kept doing something bad, how would you discipline them?
I build up communication, but typically that's what it would go based upon. If there was extraneous circumstances, I might seek professional help or like the help of friends, or other individuals in which are, clearly professionals.
Okay. Well, for some people, they don't want to go to the extent of seeking professional help. So,
yeah, that would be like the last case scenario. I wouldn't hit kids. If you hit a kid and they don't fix their behavior, what do you do?
That is a good point.
Mm-hmm. Do you hit them harder?
What's that?
Do you hit them harder?
I don't think you hit them harder, because then at that point it's going to turn into.
So you rely back on communication.
I'd say rely on communication for as long as you can.
No, but if you spank them and it doesn't work, then do you go back to communication?
I think that's when you start to seek professional help.
Oh, so why don't we seek professional help before we hit children?
Because I think a light smack can do the trick. I know growing up, me and my brother always used to get ourselves into shit, and I knew a lot of times for me, all it took was just one small smack and I would not do that thing again. It's like the same thing. If you're playing with fire and you burn yourself, you're probably not going to do that again, right?
Yeah, but that would be what we consider a natural consequence, right? Whereas when we talk about in this particular scenario, you're talking about the parents engaging in the particular consequence. And what this causes is external issues as it relates to like the individual in which it gets spanked, right? It causes like behaviors, right, to necessarily use this in the context of their own conflict resolution. So what it does is it reproduces the same type of behavior, right? Whereas in other scenarios, you might see it if it was a natural consequence, that it wouldn't necessarily have that same type of externalizing effect. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But
and also, that's not to say that that's good either, right? You don't want the kid to be burned. Like what?
Yeah, obviously.
I'm just telling you the difference in the behavior as to why it would be adopted in one, but not necessarily the other.
Yeah, that's fair. Obviously, like, I'm not going to change your mind. You're probably not going to change my mind because we're entitled to our own opinions. But like, just, I know from personal experience, like my sister, you could just talk to her and, like my parents would talk to her, they wouldn't spank her, and she wouldn't do things again. But me
Wonky,
and my brother,
thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it, Wonky.
For me and my brother, our parents would constantly talk to us over and over again, and it wouldn't work. So my dad would resort to spanking us, and I'd say I wouldn't be the person I am today without that, because I honestly, like, I have extreme ADHD. Well, I did growing up at least, and I would just, like, my parents would say something to me and it would go in one ear and out the other. Whereas like when I got spanked, it was like, oh shit, like I probably should not do that again because I don't want that to happen to me, right? And I know, like, you're probably gonna say,
yeah, but then the only way that you stop engaging it,
fear on me, right?
Yeah. But so what that also creates is that the only reason you're not engaging in that behavior is because the parental figure is there to instill the fear. When the parental figure is not there to instill the fear, well, then you're still willing to engage in that behavior, right? So this actually doesn't produce the values necessary for the kids to do the right thing. And that's why we still even see that kids who are spanked are more likely to engage in bad behavior, or more likely to not listen.
Yeah, but then again, like every
more likely
kid
to develop anxiety, PTSD, depression, antisocial personality disorders, right? Things like that.
Well, every kid is different too, right? So, like, obviously, I do agree that when parents are repeatedly spanking their kids, it can lead to obviously some mental health issues. But I think in certain scenarios, spanking is okay, in my opinion.
So can you give me a specific scenario?
So,
actually, before we go into that, can I tell you one thing? So, like, do you consider the current forms of maltreatment and abuse under current law? Would you say that those are like things you should not engage in? The current ones recognized by law in the U.S.
Like, give me an example.
Yeah, I'm talking like things that are considered like maltreatment in terms of like further forms of like hitting and bruising, breaking bones, things like that.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
Okay, so if you see other types of things that are, Christian, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Other types of things that currently under U.S. law that are considered maltreatment and abuse, right, lead to the same types of outcome statistically in terms of development as children being spanked. Would you say that then in that scenario that you would consider spanking abuse?
Well, when it comes to abuse, like what do you define as abuse?
Intentfully physically harming a child without good reason.
Okay. Well, to me, I feel that abuse is something that occurs over time. So like say if a parent were to just continually spank a child for like, I'd say something that isn't necessarily like.
Okay, so if a parent breaks a kid's bones once, is that abuse?
Yes, that is.
Okay, that only happened once. So I don't think that necessarily the amount something happens would entail whether or not it's abuse.
Yeah, but I'm saying like when it comes to like spanking, because like spanking's tough because there's certain ways you can go about it, right? You can hit your kid hard or you can hit them not as hard. And so like to me, if you're hitting your kid,
can I just tell the chat, by the way, when I'm comparing two circumstances, I'm comparing specific aspects, not the severity. Go ahead.
So I also believe it's the intent behind it, because obviously if you're spanking your kid to hurt them, then that is, in my mind, that is clearly abuse. But if you are spanking your kid to teach them something,
if you hit your kid, do you know that's going to hurt them?
Well, yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so
but if you're meaning to like seriously hurt them, obviously that's abuse.
So what's the difference between hurting them and seriously hurting them?
Well, obviously, as you said, like breaking bones is serious, but I think if you spank them and there's just a red mark left on them,
that's abuse.
I in my mind, that's not abuse.
Oh, it's not
because
abuse?
I think as long as the intent behind it is to teach them something, I think that's okay.
So if there's a bruise, is it abuse?
If there's a bruise, well, I'd say that's a tough one to say too, because some people bruise easier than others.
Yeah, right. And then some people who have extreme levels of force, right, are not going to be considered abuse, and other ones that have way less levels of force are going to be considered abuse. So,
like you're saying like if so like say like a parent spanks their child, but their child bruises really easily and there's a bruise left,
Then that would be abuse under your view if you consider bruising abuse.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess, yeah, this is
So
like
level
a
of force down
really,
here, this is abuse. Level of force up here, not abuse.
like if you were to hit your kid harder and they didn't bruise.
Yeah, because some kids bruise harder than other kids.
Yeah. I understand that. So it's like, I don't know. It's a tough topic to speak on. Obviously, it comes down to like your opinion and like how you were raised and how you like what you believe is right, what you believe is wrong. But I'm just saying, like in my mind, if you have the right intentions with spanking and you aren't doing it like constantly, I think it's okay in certain scenarios.
Yeah. So what do you mean by constantly? So like, again, you're now talking about the standard of how many times it happens, but how many times happens is not relevant in other scenarios. So why is it relevant in this scenario?
Well, if it's just like, I don't know how to put the words together with what I'm trying to say. So like, if you're spanking them to teach them a lesson and like it's not like intended to seriously hurt them, and then I'm talking about frequency. Like if you're doing that all the time, like every single time they do something bad, I think that can lead to abuse. Like I think that can be pinpointed as abuse. But if it's like something that you've talked to your kid over and over about, like I think then a spanking is okay.
Yeah. So, So my point would be is that do you think it's okay? At what age do you think it's not okay?
I think very, very, like I'd say when you're around 5 and 6, like under 5 and 6 is not okay.
It's not okay when they're under 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not okay to hit a 4-year-old, but it is okay to hit a 5-year-old.
I'd say, well, that just comes down to preference, honestly.
Yeah. What's your preference?
My preference.
Yeah, my preference is that we shouldn't hit infants.
Kids.
We shouldn't hit kids. You know, that's my preference.
Well, for me, when I have kids, if they are, I'm not going to spank them. If they are, say, 3 or, you know, like that's when I think that's the age that you kind of enforce like communication and gain that.
At what age? Sorry.
Like when they're young, like 3 or 4, I think that's how you teach them to communicate. And
when a kid's 18 or like when someone's 18, is that okay to hit them?
Like as a parent?
Yeah.
Well, when you're 18, you're supposed to be responsible.
Yeah. So at 18, is it okay to hit them?
Like to discipline?
To hit them, yeah.
Well, it depends on the scenario.
If you think it's in the context of discipline.
In the context of discipline?
If they think that it's in the context of discipline, yeah.
Well, I'd say at that point, that is just like, it's not needed, because when you're 18, you should know what's wrong and what's not wrong.
So no, it's not okay. Okay, when they're 17, is it okay to hit them?
I'd say, okay, so I'd say, like, if it were me, I wouldn't be spanking my kids when, no, because
what is the relevant difference between a 13-year-old and a 12-year-old that means it's okay to hit one but not the other?
Well, obviously when they're teenagers, they're old enough to communicate, right? Or should be at least. So I think that's when you can.
They can communicate when they're 12.
Well, yeah, they can, but what I'm saying, like when they're younger, they don't know how to communicate, really. Either is what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, that doesn't give me good reason to like I'm so confused. That doesn't give me good reason to say that it's okay to hit a kid when they're 12 years old but not when they're 13.
Okay, so
again, the communication doesn't
I'm
seem that
saying
much
there's
different.
certain ages that that it should be okay to spank your kid. I think there is a point where it's too young and there's a point where it's too old. It all just kind of depends.
What? I'm okay. No, dude, my point is that like you're just saying it depends, but what I'm showing you is that like again, you can't provide me a very clear, relevant distinction between a 12-year-old and a 13-year-old. That would mean that it's okay to hit one, but not the other. You're saying 6 through 12 is okay, but once they're 13, it's not okay, and 1 through 6 is not okay.
Well, I'm not saying like, oh,
so
once you're 13,
it's not necessary
like
whenever
you're all
they're
of a
between
sudden
those
not going to get
ages.
spanked, right?
Huh,
I'm not saying as soon as you're 13, boom, I'm not going to spank you anymore. I'm saying it'll start to happen less and less because obviously as you grow older, you're going to learn to understand and you're going to learn to.
Yeah, but do you think it's wrong?
Wrong to hit a 13-year-old?
Yeah.
Tough. That's a tough question. I'd say, I don't know. I would expect my kid to be what's not. So
why does spanking
and if they
them
do
help
step out of
them?
line, I would talk.
Why
I
does
would talk to
spanking
them at that
why
point.
does spanking them help them identify what's good?
Well, like just going back to like if you're playing with fire and you get burnt, you're not going to do it again.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily indicate to us that it teaches us the same way as when there's a parent that does it. Like when there's a parent who does it, or there's a different type of effect in terms of how much they externalize, right? We can see that within the context of studies because there's a difference between a parental figure applying a consequence and there being a natural consequence.
Okay, that's fair. I just think like the same kind of nature applies, right? Like because if your parents spank you after you do something bad, you're probably not going to do that again.
Okay. I think we're kind of just getting back to a circular point in the conversation. Is there anything else you'd like to bring up, Nolan?
No, there isn't. Thanks for having me, though.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. All right. Let's go to the next person. Please only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. We're going to the next individual real quick. Again, please only do send a guest request if you disagree, if you think that spanking is not abuse. Let's get on to this next individual real quick. Again, please only send a guest request if you think that spanking is not abuse. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
I would say depends on how you're doing it. Cause you could spank in so many different ways. Belt, hand, switch, extension cord. I've heard it all. But my personal preference when I was growing up, my mom just used her hand, like just to hit my butt or things like that. She never really used the belt, so I really can't relate to people that grew up in that type of household. But I would say spanking is more of like a discipline thing, in my point of view. But I've heard stories where people got spanked just going in a refrigerator or, things like that. And I feel like that is a type of abuse situation. Unless you're getting spanked for like school grades or skipping school. of anger. Like you're using this for your own good at this point. Instead of like, hey, I'm letting you know not to do this. And if you do it again, maybe you can communicate first. But if you do it again, this will happen. This will happen. So at least you get a heads up. And that kind of just put fear in the kid. Like, okay, let me not skip school because or, in that nature.
Yeah. So why should we be trying
really...
to? Yeah, so why should we try to teach the kid through the context of fear? Because ultimately, I think that creates a reliance on the parent being there, being able to instill that fear in order for them to engage in the correct action, rather than actually establishing the values for them to engage in the right action in the first place. And then also you say it's a consequence,
Correct.
but I would just say that like it's a negative consequence. Right. There are many negative consequences we can associate with spanking specifically that we don't need to have. Right. We can actually still produce better outcomes without spanking. Kids who are spanked are more likely to exhibit aggressive behavior, bad behavior. They're more likely to not listen. They're more likely to develop anxiety, PTSD, depression, antisocial personality disorders, many different types of things that we would associate with negative impacts in terms of childhood development. We can also see the other things that we consider maltreatment currently under United States law, right, have the same types of outcomes statistically as spanking, right? So like if we already consider those legally prohibited, well then wouldn't we also consider this the same?
I do agree. And honestly, I would say, I just lost my train of thought. Honestly, I would say, you can do other things than spanking, but I feel like it's only like negative in the household if that's the only thing that's going on. If it's no love in the house, like if you and your mom is just always at it, like, oh, you think she's always hitting you, or I feel like if it's no type of love in the household, then it's like, oh, okay, well, at this point, my mom hates me. I'm getting whoopings for everything, spankings for everything. But I do understand your point of view and like the world's point of view on why are they banning it and things like that, especially in public. You can't hit your child in public anymore. But I feel like if there's no love in the household and you're just getting your ass beat, and it's like, and they're not communicating it, like, why is this happening? Why am I even getting whooped? Sometimes a person wouldn't even know why they're getting spanked. I feel like, but if you're getting disciplined for a particular thing, communicated with me, and she also showed me love, and she told me the right way. And what will happen in the real world if I do it again or out of her household and things like that?
Oh my God. I just want to say, yo, Kat Taylor, thank you so much for the $100 on Cash App. Can we get a W for Kat in the comment section right now? That was actually wild. I just saw that. That's actually crazy. Can we get a W for Kat in the comment section right now? Okay. So, you're just saying that some circumstances we think that it's like that we think it's like it doesn't lead to that many bad outcomes, but we're not necessarily judging them on like the statistical outcomes of children. It seems like we're judging them on some other respect. What are we judging it on?
What are we judging?
Yeah, to say that like it's bad, right? But like it's not bad in terms of spanking, considering the idea that they're like statistically like indistinguishable.
Yeah, I just feel like spanking and abuse is two different things. Abuse is just plain abuse. Like abuse can be verbal, physical.
Oh, like in a physical context,
you know?
What is physical abuse? We could just start there. How do we define that?
Oh, getting hit with fists, like with physical hands, pushing, slapping, punching, things like that. You're not really just spanking your child you're beating your child at this point.
Yeah, so you're saying like an excessive use of force.
Yes, pushing against the wall.
When is excessive?
Things like that.
Is bruising excessive?
Bruising, yeah, most definitely excessive. That's why belts wasn't kind of used in my house. Like my mom, she really didn't do belts, but I've known, peers that got whooped with belts.
Are red marks excessive?
Yeah, had the little wet marks on, from the belt, things like that.
Are red marks excessive?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or the red marks, yeah, especially depending on your skin color. I'm darker, so it will be kind of like purple black. But for sure, for a lighter skin tone, yeah, red marks, things like that.
Okay, so I have dermagraphia. Essentially, you can just like touch my skin, and like when it goes off, and there'll be like a little red mark.
Red mark.
So like
yeah.
my mom never beat me as a kid, never hit me. Yet I would go to school, and it would look like someone like hurt me because it was just like it's just touching. It's literally just touching. Like my skin's just like that. So would you consider that abuse?
Especially so your teacher. Once your teacher asks you what's going on and you explain that to her, because usually a child would tell for the most part. They're like, hey,
my mom actually came in and told them already.
Most definitely. I feel like your mom is going to most definitely just step in at that point and say, oh, wait, that's not going on.
Oh, no, she like let them know because my dermagraphia was going off at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, like you had
so they didn't think that my mom like abused me. Yeah. So I have flare-ups every once in a while. Yeah, and like if you just like touch me, right, like that or something like that,
and you'll just go off.
Red mark. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, yeah, that's scary. See, ooh. So
it's not like really a scary thing.
It's good to know. Yeah, I would say just questioning the kid, like, hey, are you good at home? And you will really see from their what is it called? Like how their character is or their facial expressions are while you're asking them those questions. But yeah, so things like in your condition, your circumstance with the skin, see, that was something that a teacher should ask instead of assume and then like get your mom in trouble and then.
Oh yeah, no, obviously, right? So I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much for the
So yeah, that one is kind of hard to say if you have red marks.
So then my point is that red marks wouldn't be a really good standard. My point is just that we should use the standard of like harm.
But bruising for sure, yeah, like bruises, like.
Well, I can talk about that too. So there are some kids that
you can't
bruise easier. No, some kids bruise easier than other kids. So the level of force that would be abuse would be like this low for that kid. And then some other kid that's harder to bruise would be this level of force, and this wouldn't be considered abuse. So then it's also like there are also concerns with that. So like, how would you account for that?
Ooh, that's hard. I feel like, I guess you will know your kid just like how your mom knew you. Like, okay, well, I could never just spank him. I have to actually communicate and hope for the best, screaming. Well, not screaming, but like a stern tone that'll sometimes get a kid straight too without even touching them. You know what I'm saying?
So like,
and that was more of my mom. Like, I didn't even want to see what would happen next. Like, hey, Jakira, I meant this. Cool. I'm good.
Yeah, so like my point here is that if it is the case that you say that like they don't need to use spanking in this scenario, well then you're agreeing with me that it's not necessary.
And you know what? Certain type of kids, it may be a little different, or they may need more extended help from like professionals, not professionals, but like people that work on this type of thing with kids that are like extremely just out of line. And I would say that's probably more deeper. See, I don't know how to explain that. Because, you have extremely bad kids, but behavior comes from somewhere. So you really just don't know. You're just on the outside looking in. Especially when you see them type of kids at school, you're like, damn, why they just come to school and act up every day and just, So I feel like it's different, but I would probably just go into more help into discipline and stirring your kid in the right place. In the right path.
Sure. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add specifically?
No, that's it.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. Have a good day. All right, we're going to go to the next person. If you like my content, follow me. If you're ready, keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's run it up to 250,000 likes, especially if you're 18 plus, everyone. Follow me because I want to increase the average age of my followers because that will reduce my risk factor in my account and maybe allow me to bring back gifts. So if you're above 18, I really would appreciate that. But yeah, let's go on to the next individual. Please only send a guest request if you think that spanking is not abuse. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please only send a guest request if you think that spanking is not abuse. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 63.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
Man, that's a tough one because I'm gonna make it short. Can I say shit?
Yeah.
I got the shit beat out of me growing up. I mean,
I'm sorry to hear that.
I got the shit beat out of me. And my daughter is a 1995 baby. I never spanked her. I never hit her. I never smacked her. I was stern with her. I was very stern in my actions and what I had to say and the way I talked to her. But I that's a hard one. I think I got abused. I felt like I got abused growing up. I got the shit beat out of me. So I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it at all, but it all depends on the kid, the parent. I don't like it. I don't like it. I got the shit beat out of me.
Yeah. So what I would say is that there are forms of abuse that you could say have that could be worse or considerably worse than others, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we wouldn't consider this abuse, right? So as long as you're okay with saying that that you shouldn't spank your kids anytime, right? Then I'm okay with accepting that, and I think that's a W.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up then. Thank you so much. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. If you think that spanking is not abuse. Let's get to the next individual here real quick, y'all. Please only send a guest request if you think spanking is not abuse. Keep tapping that screen as well, everyone. Let's try to run it up to 250,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20. Well, I'll be 29 in March. I'm 28.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
So I don't spank my kid because it's kind of hard. So growing up, my mom was really abusive, but my dad wasn't. And my dad did spank me one time. One time. And the way that he went about it, he came in the room and he said, "This is why you're getting spanked." And he spanked me. And that was the end of it. Sorry, I'm kind of nervous. My mom, she used to dig her nails into me and my brother's arms, all kinds of stuff. So, I don't know. It's kind of hard. I think it depends on the kid. I think some kids can be very problematic. Yeah, it's kind of hard for me. I'm in between.
Yeah, so my kind of point would be that I'm really sorry to hear that, by the way. My kind of point was that other types of maltreatment that we currently consider illegal under United States law have literally statistically indistinguishable outcomes as it relates to the impacts in terms of child development. So if we say that those are considerably maltreatment and that they are illegal, well, why would we change it as it relates to spanking, given that they have the same types of outcomes?
So you're saying that spanking, specifically hitting your kid on the butt, causes the same outcomes as
Yeah, it says that it says the association of physical punishment with child outcomes are statistically indistinguishable from the association of forms of maltreatment that are legally prohibited in the U.S. context with the same child outcomes.
Wow.
And it's in my bio, by the way. My link tree in my bio. There's a bibliography that you can look through that has this particular one. It's the one that compares physical punishment to forms of other physical abuse. That's the particular study I'm referencing right now. So again, if we consider those illegal, why wouldn't we consider this to be the case?
Okay, I'm going to have to go through that because I was actually not aware of that. From my experience, I would say that, definitely what my mom did, which I heard the previous host bring up, where there was no love in the house, at all. I get what you're saying as when it's it's illegal either way, or it causes harm either way. But what do you do when you've talked to the kid and, you know, you've tried everything in the book and you've even gone as far as professional help? What do you do then?
You would change your way of communicating with them, because ultimately that's what you're gonna have to rely on in the first place. Because I could ask the same question the other way around, right? If you hit the kid and they don't change their behavior, are you gonna hit them harder? Right? Like, no, you wouldn't, right?
Oh, yeah.
So then ultimately we're gonna have to rely back to communication, different types of communication, and building up their values. That's why it's really important to build up their values and not to rely upon spanking, right? Because spanking can degrade the values long term as it relates to doing the right thing. Because kids who are spanked are more likely to exhibit aggressive behavior. They're more likely to engage in bad behavior. They're more likely to not listen. They're more likely to have anxiety, PTSD, depression, develop to different types of antisocial personality disorders. There's many different types of things that we would associate negatively with the development of children that is more likely to happen under the context that an individual is spanked. Right, and this is studies over generations, decades, multiple different generations in many different countries around the world, not just the US.
Wow. All right. Well, I mean, I don't really, talk about this often. I kind of scrolled in here and I was like, wow, this is an interesting subject. Yeah, and I guess I just need to go through that biography in your bio.
Yeah, no, it's actually really, really important. I do appreciate you coming on and being open-minded. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great night.
Have a good day. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, if you think that spanking is not abuse. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get on to this next individual real quick. Again, please only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. All right, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, do you think that spanking is abuse?
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't hardly hear. Oh.
You think spanking is abuse?
I don't say abuse. It all depends on how you spank the child. Like, I believe, because basically, I believe, it depends on how you spank the child. Like, if you spanking them to the point where it's, causing harm, not harm, but, what I'm trying to say, scars on their bodies or something like that. Like, I would say, like a few licks here, they're popping with your hands and stuff like that. I don't consider that as abuse. And my thing is,
Here's my question. If it leads to a bruise, would you consider that abuse?
Say what now?
If it leads to a bruise, would you consider that abuse?
Not really. Because like you say, it depends on what you use. As long as you don't leave a bruise on their body, I don't think so.
Oh, so if you do use a bruise, then it's abuse.
I would say so, because if you leave abuse, that means you hit them like extremely too hard. But then some people abuse easily. So
yeah. So some people bruise easily. So the level of force necessary for abuse in this scenario would be this low, and then the level of force necessary for abuse would have to be like this much in this scenario. So someone who hit this level of force, it's not abuse. This level of force is abuse. So how do you account for that?
Yeah. So I consider that as, like, for example, with my kids, I don't hit them hard enough, like you said, to leave a bruise, but I do pop them and, get my point across, and they behave. Because I do have some family members that, of course, they don't believe in spanking their child, but their child have more behavior problems because they don't know the real consequences of their action, because it's like, oh, my mama just ain't gonna do nothing and I can, do whatever I want to do, versus some of my other family members and myself, when we, discipline our children, they tend to, act like they got some sense.
Yeah, so I was never spanked as a kid, and I think that I have sense. I think that all the people in my life who are not spanked have sense, right? And I think that the people in my life who don't really have a sense of things, they were spanked. But we're not going to use my personal experience here to justify this. We're going to look at like the overall data, right? And the overall data indicates that people who are spanked are more likely to engage in bad behavior. I'm not saying in every single scenario it is true. What I'm saying is that it's more likely to be the case. So we're just essentially putting our children at greater risks of unnecessary harms. All right, essentially is what my point is.
I say it's like, long as you showing like tough love. If you're doing tough love, you spanking them to the point where it's like we said, it's not extremely too hard, but enough to get your point across.
Yeah, so tough love, I think that's often used in a context to like justify like hitting. I think really the only notion of tough love that I would see to be like legitimate would be like, oh, at some point in your life you can't like be given everything in your life, right? You have to be able to like work or get a job once you're old enough and be able to suffice your means to be able to take care of yourself, right? You can't just like let your parents take care of you when you're like 24 years old, right? For 26 years old, right? Forever, right? You can for a bit. It's good to use that as a baseline, especially for like saving money. But my point is that there's some notion of tough love in the sense that like, okay, we've got to incentivize this kid to be able to like work, right? And do things, right? So that would be a notion of tough love that might make sense. Not in the sense in which you say that like, oh, we should use physical violence targeted towards them, because ultimately I think that physical violence targeted towards them isn't going to build up their values. It's going to degrade them.
No, it's not physical violence. Like I said, it's just all depend on the way you would. Like if I'm balling up my fists and hitting my child and stuff like that, yeah, I would say that abuse. But if I got open hand and I pop them on their legs a few times, I don't consider that as abuse. Like it's just getting my point across. Like you're going to stop. And well, me personally, I give them warnings. Like I would say, if you don't behave, you know, it's going to be consequences. I don't like just jump on, like said, straight pop them or whatever the very first time. I do give them the benefit of the doubt first. I use the verbal speaking to them, and then after then, if not, then you know you just do the love tap. Like I call it the tough love, popping them on their behinds or popping them on their legs or popping them on their hands to say, listen.
Yeah, so that's not a love tap, right? That's actually like that's going to be the complete opposite of love. I think that we're using love to sort of minimize the pain that we would associate with the scenario. And if the verbal speaking doesn't work one time, you shouldn't immediately do something like this, right? Shouldn't you try other forms of communication?
Yes, because that's what I do. First, we talk, then I take stuff from them, like I take their toys or whatever, and then if they don't...
That's not retrying a different way of communication. Maybe they didn't understand it the first time, so go over the same things. Maybe go through thought experiments. Maybe they say they understand, but they don't really understand. Because if they understood, why would they engage in the behavior?
Because they're getting your point across.
What do you mean?
Like if I tell you to do something, you understand the words that are coming because you're old enough. When I say do not do that again, I mean do not do that again. And if you decided to do it,
you don't just say don't do that again. You give them the reasons why they shouldn't do it. Oftentimes, if you don't give them reasons why they should do it, well, then they're just not going to really have any reason, right, to accept that. And that's why they don't change their values. That's why they still engage in the same behaviors, because they themselves, they don't consider it to be wrong.
My phone going dead. I'm sorry, my phone about to go dead. Hold on. Oh, crap.
Oh, they just left themselves. All right, we're going to go to the next person. Please only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates. Again, let's get on to the next individual quick. Again, please only send a guest request if you think that if you think that spanking is not abuse. All right. It's not accepting this person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
I think spanking is okay if needed.
Is there a way you can get rid of the background noise, by the way?
Yeah, we're good now. Sorry.
Yeah, for sure. So you're saying spanking is needed?
If it's needed, yes.
Okay. When is it needed?
When a child needs to be disciplined.
How is it building up discipline?
Over time being bad.
No, how does spanking build up a children's discipline? Like discipline to me relates to like one's internal sense of values in terms of doing what we consider to be good or acting in a good manner. Okay, so that's going to relate to an internal sense of values, right? Or are you relating to a sense of discipline that means punishment for action? That's bad.
Builds fear to not do it again.
Okay, so why do you think that fear is a good way to be able to parent, right? Because that is only predicated off of the idea that you're there to instill that fear.
Because love is hard.
Why don't you just let them talk?
Yeah, here.
Okay, hi.
What's up?
I'm a mom, so I have a 13-year-old, a 27-year-old, and a 23-year-old. I did not spank when my kids were little. If like my son was going to run out in like the street and it was like a dangerous situation, I would give him a whack on his hand. But I'm not a big believer in spanking.
Yeah, I'm still against whacking on the hand and stuff. I mean,
Yeah, well, you know,
it's still hitting your
like
kid.
the shock value with a 3-year-old will like, I mean, more it's to wake him up and be like, no, that's not okay. I don't believe in like pulling down pants and like, and really degrading children like that. I think that sucks. But I think that's the only thing. I think I used to flick my oldest kid. I was also, 18 when I had him. So I would give him like
yeah. So I think it's wrong to flick. I think it's wrong to hit kids in this way because I don't think that constructively deals with the issue. I think you can get them to stop running out into the street in harmful scenarios without hitting them.
I'm sure you can, but sometimes,
If you can, then it's not necessary. So you failed to provide a scenario where it was necessary.
Okay. Well, actually, it wasn't me that brought it up, but it was Ashley. But that's good.
Oh,
Have
so
a
you
good
don't
one.
believe it's
Bye.
necessary? Hello? Hello? Oh no, are they leaving chat? If you want to support me, everyone, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio. If you want to help out the debates, y'all tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. If you think that spanking is not abuse, they did just leave. We're going to go on to the next individual quick. Please only send a guest request if you do think that spanking is not abuse. We're going to go to the next individual. Again, please only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, that's me. What's good, bro?
Yeah, what's
I'm
up?
in the game. My fault. I'm 21.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
Nah.
Why not?
Wait, can you hear me? Can you hear me good? Last time y'all were saying you couldn't hear me.
Yeah, we hear you good now. There's just a little bit of background noise if you can fix that.
I could turn it off. Hold on.
For sure, bro. For sure. I appreciate it. Jackson, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I will look for you. I'll look for you. Thank you so much, Jackson. I appreciate it.
Is it better?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think spanking is abuse. Or not abuse.
Why
Not
so?
abuse. Not abuse.
Or why so?
Because I feel like if you talk to them and then they're not really listening, you kind of just gotta like give them that little smack and then just like look at them and be like, yo, stop. And then if they
Why
can't
do you need
listen
to smack them?
Huh? Like just like with your backhand, like hit their their side, like their arm, just be like, yo, stop. What are you doing? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Why are we hitting them though?
No, that's after you already initially be like, yo, like, what are you doing? Like, stop that. And they're still doing it. Then you just kind of hit them and be like, yo, stop. And then if they're still doing bad things at that point, then you kind of just got to I feel like.
Why do you have to hit them to get them to stop?
Nah, like, that's after you're already like telling them verbally, be like, yo, quit, like, stop doing that. Like, if they're just acting out, like, if you're like in a public or they're like jumping on like furniture, breaking things, like, be like, yo, stop, what are you doing? You know what I mean? And if they're not listening, be like, you just gotta tap them and be like, yo, what are you doing? Stop. I already told you stop.
But you can't hit them.
Nah, like you just be like, you smack them with the back of your hand, just be like on like their like arm or some shit, like not hard.
What do you mean smack them on the back of their hand?
Huh? Nah, like with the back of your hand.
Why?
Because they're not listening.
Just because they're not listening doesn't mean you should hit them.
No,
you should try to understand why they're emotionally dysregulated.
Nah, that's why I'd be like, you gotta talk to them.
If they're like breaking stuff in a store, there is something there that's wrong. Maybe we should deal with that.
No,
Because if you hit them, they're just gonna internalize that.
Nah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They get that chance. They get that chance to like where I just tell them, yo, knock it off. And if they can't go off of that verbal chance, like 2 times, like be like, yo,
No.
stop.
Why don't you try to go through the emotions with them?
What emotions? They're acting up.
That means that they're probably emotionally dysregulated.
Then that's why you be like, yo, stop. It don't matter if you're emotionally regulated or whatever.
It does.
Be like, yo, stop
They need.
now.
Okay,
But hear
kids
me
are
out, hear me
learning.
out.
Kids are
But
learning
how
the
you
same way you're learning.
So, all right, so
They
so if you
need
break-
effective
if you break-
tools to be able to regulate their emotions.
Huh? Yeah, the tools is be like, yo, stop. And if they can't, get
That's
off
not a
that-
tool.
Bro,
Wow,
can I talk or no?
that's
Can I
lazy
talk or no?
parenting.
Wait, can I talk or no?
No, that's
No?
lazy parenting.
Wait, can I talk or no?
I just answered you,
You said no, I can't talk.
and I finished.
But like, I didn't finish. I'm just asking because like,
you understand my point,
If
though?
I talk right now, are you gonna cut me off or no?
Only if you didn't get the point that was relevant that I just brought
No,
up.
but like, you get my point though.
I did get your point.
What was my point?
Your point was that it's not abuse to like hit them.
That's
right?
not my point. That's not
It
my
was not
point.
abuse to hit them in this
Parker,
context.
Parker, if you
right?
actually-
if they're
if you
doing
don't
something
cut me
that's
off-
wrong.
Nah, Parker.
That's
I
literally
hear
what
you.
you said.
Nah, Parker, I hear you. But if you don't cut me off, you'll understand my point a lot better. You know, just let me.
I did
talk.
understand what your point was. Share
You
Bear, I
don't,
appreciate
'cause
the
I asked
subscription.
to
Thank you so much.
explain it. You didn't explain it. Anyway,
I did just explain it. What can you
I'ma
explain it
just-
differently
I'ma
than what I
tell
just
you-
said?
I'm gonna just tell you again, so like you understand it more. And you don't. If you cut me off, then that's your fault. You won't understand it. If you don't cut me off, you'll probably understand it more. It's up to you. You know what I mean? All right, cool. So, like I said, if you guys go out to like Walmart and they're just like breaking things, they keep throwing things, be like, yo, knock it off. Like as a kid, you're not like, regardless of whatever you're like feeling, like an adult, like the adult you're supposed to grow up to be. I don't care if a 24-year-old is having a bad day and starts breaking things in Walmart is someone gonna be like, yo, is your mental okay? Like what's going? They're gonna be like, yo, get out the store. And then, like, do you know how to act? That's how you have to like raise your children. So it's like, regardless of what's going on inside their head, they can't bring it out to the outside. You know what I mean? So that's why you'd be like, yo, knock it off. And they're trying to like throw a tantrum. And it's like, yo, what are you doing? Knock it off. And after them 2 times, they don't do nothing. Be like, yo, knock it off, and just tap them and give them that look. And if they're not doing,
By the way, actually, I do think.
Hear me out, Parker. Stop cutting me off.
Dude, if you're going to go on a long ass
If they
tangent, I'm
can't
not going to be
go
able to
off
respond to
that
everything you
hit
say.
afterwards, if they can't do if they're not listening to that hit afterwards, then that's when you need to get a person to help y'all, and someone who specializes with children and that emotional regulation you're talking about, and then they can get that help if that's spanking and the talk is not doing that, because obviously there's some in that child's brain that's not wired correctly to understand how to act in public.
Okay, so
What
you
do you
said the
think?
same thing that I just brought up, and I literally explained it the exact same way.
So
As it
what is-
relates, what's up?
Keep talking.
Yeah, as it relates to the emotional regulation point, if someone is breaking stuff in some sort of like store, yeah, that is a part that cops and different types of social workers should be able to deal with. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate the 6 month. Thank you so much. It's called, right, you're trying to lower like the amount of emotional dysregulation in the scenario, trying to bring it down so that you can effectively deal with the circumstance. It's conflict resolution. We do this with police officers all the time whenever people are doing this and they're breaking stuff. You understand that, right? So if we do that in the context of like society as well, clearly we're going to try to do that in this context too, because dealing with our emotional dysregulation will allow us to, first of all, deal with things in the future, because we can emotionally regulate ourselves. And second of all, it allows for us to constructively deal with the circumstance now, because if they don't, then it's going to build up inside of them. They're going to internalize it. And then they never dealt with it. And then you're going to deal with that in the future.
I feel you. I feel like my point still stands though.
How so?
Cause I mean, well, I'll tell you my backstory. I got spanked for the wrong reasons. So I think the way I got spanked was definitely abuse. But I feel like if you don't talk to your children after you hit them, that's basically like hitting a dog for peeing on the floor, but not like telling them why you're mad, or not showing them the pee. Like when you're trying to train a dog and they pee on the floor, you grab the dog, show them the pee, and then you got to kind of spank them and be like, yo, that's not good. And that's the same thing.
No,
with
you wouldn't
if
hit
you
a
don't talk
dog
to them-
either. Like what?
Nah. You got to sometimes because if
What?
with the dogs, you have to.
That
Bro.
is no.
Any
You do
good
not.
trainer, any good
No.
trainer will tell you that. Any good
No.
trainer will tell you
Positive
that.
reinforcement is what trainers will tell you to do. What are you talking about?
Nah, you could do both.
Put it.
'Cause
No, that's called
I can
animal
show
abuse.
you. I can show you different ways. I can show you my dog, the most respectful dog in the world. When we first got him, he used to go and chew up credit cards, chew up. He grabbed my brother's.
Yeah, that
phone
doesn't
out of
mean you
his
should
hand.
hit them, right?
Well, you
So-
got to do something and it work. You come over to my house today, and we can leave him with all doors open. We can leave him in the house with every door. We can leave him with food on the counter. He not gonna touch it. He not gonna touch it. You know what I mean? That's a good dog, right? What do you think?
So no, I don't think that necessarily
You don't think
means
that's a
that
good dog?
you do not have to hit them for that to happen. Okay.
So what's that say?
You
The
can
dog?
teach kids to do things. You can teach dogs to do
Someone
things.
take his dog and child. I don't have a child, yo.
You can teach dogs to do things without hitting them
Nah,
as well.
they're saying he's scared. My dog is not scared because the person who taught him that, he will jump up and try to bite his, like when they're fighting, he'd like biting his sleeve and stuff like that. If he was scared, he wouldn't even try to do that. So don't try to say he's scared. He's not scared. And even with that fear, I don't like when people be like, oh, you shouldn't fear your parents. In a sense, you kind of have to, because if you don't fear your parents, then you don't see them as security. Cause it's like
No,
it's
that's
like,
not true. That's not true.
hear me
Not
out,
true.
hear me
False.
out. Because
False.
because if you're not scared of your parent, then you don't think that they can protect you, because you have to be just
False.
like how like say
False.
you're with four guys and you have a guy that's just built, like he's just big and everyone else he's big. You're not gonna mess with him, but he's your best friend. You're not gonna mess with him because you're kind of scared of him because he's big. He'll beat you up. But you know when things are going wrong, he's gonna be the one. He's gonna be the one to handle it. Because
So you should not be scared of your parents. You should not be scared of your parents.
You
at all.
should be in a sense.
Can I please?
In a sense, you have to.
Hey, bro.
What's
I'd
up?
like to have a conversation that's back and forth. That'd be great.
You said what?
That'd be great if we could
That's
have a
exactly what we're
conversation
doing,
that's
guy.
back and forth.
So what are you mad about? What are you mad about?
I'd like to have a conversation that's back and forth.
Is that what you're mad about?
No, we've just never. Like, you don't want me to cut you off, so then I have to sit here and I have to be
I'm
quiet
just
for
showing
like
you, but
for like
I
5
asked,
minutes
can
at
I
a
talk?
time
You're
because
gonna
you
cut me
yap
off,
yap
yes or
yap
no?
yap yap
Can I
yap
talk,
yap
yes or
yap
no?
yap 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 yap.
Just what you be doing this whole time, brother. You know
I
what I
haven't
mean?
been yapping this whole time.
Trust me, you're the yap. You're the generational yapper, bro.
Okay, name one thing I
Generational.
yapped about.
Everything, brother. Like
Name
every
one.
time you get proved wrong, you start just like deflecting.
Name one time I got proven wrong.
Today, right
When?
now, the man.
When
You
did Man
get
prove me wrong?
frustrated. You know, I've been here like just how I said.
I wasn't frustrated with Man Man. What are you talking about?
You know what I mean?
I was not frustrated with Man Man. Man Man had a completely respectful conversation.
Whatever, brother.
What do you? You're literally lying. You actually just lied.
I'm literally lying.
You did just lie. Yeah.
Let's talk about what we're talking about. We're not talking about Man Man.
Come on, you just lied. You know, you brought that up. You
Okay,
said that
so you
that's
want
the
me to
last
say
time I got
sorry?
proven wrong.
Yes is
But
winning.
Man Man
Yes
at the
is
end of the
winning.
conversation conceded. I don't know what you're talking about.
You said some what?
Man Man literally conceded at the end of the conversation.
Okay, all right. Man conceded. I'm lying about Man. Let's talk about what we're talking about, brother. You love to deflect. This is what I talk about. You love to get into them conversations.
No, actually, you're deflecting because I literally asked you a
All
question.
right, and I just said I'm
that was what
sorry.
you brought up.
And I just said I'm sorry. So let's keep talking about it. You find a point where you're right on, and then that's the point that you just go so intense on. Like, brother,
No.
calm down, brother.
No, I held
Calm
you accountable
down,
for
brother.
one point, and then now I'm completely calm right now. You're the one that's getting emotional.
I'm not emotional. I'm talking. I'm passionate.
Okay, yeah, I'm literally completely fine right now. I'm talking to you
I
in the
heard
most
you.
patient, calm voice ever, and you're like, calm down. What are
Bro,
you talking about,
every
bro?
time I get on this live, you always talk about that. Like, you know what I mean?
Talk about what?
How like you just love to bring up like how I'm emotional. Like, let's just get on with it, brother. I'm calm right now.
You
This is a
said that
calm-
you
this is a
wait,
calm
top
top
five.
five.
Top
This is
five.
a calm
Top
top
five.
five.
You said that I was being emotional. You brought that up.
I said that.
Yeah, you're the one who brought it up.
Nah, you do be getting emotional, my brother. You be getting
When did I
butthurt.
get emotional?
When you get butthurt, you start to cut people off.
You said that I was getting emotional right now, and I'm not emotional at all.
All right,
Hey,
well, you
this is
calm
called
down. You calm.
gaslighting.
Hey, we both calm down. So let's get back onto the.
I
topic,
never was.
okay?
I never was
So
emotional.
let's get back onto the topic.
I've been the same way the whole time. You're engaging in
let's get
gaslighting
back
right
onto
now.
the topic.
You're engaging in gaslighting.
Everyone's saying I'm gaslighting, like bro.
You actually
like,
are
bro.
gaslighting, unironically.
Am I gaslighting you?
Yes. Yes.
How?
Because you're saying that I'm being.
All right, so forget the
You're saying that
let's
I'm
go
being
into a
emotional.
therapy
Let me please. You were saying that I'm being emotional to sort of deflect away from things that I'm saying when I'm not being emotional at all. That's by definition gaslighting, because you're lying to
Okay.
manipulate people into believing what you want
That's
them
fine.
to.
I'm sorry, and I'm sorry. Can we move on?
Cleo, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate it, Cleo. Thank you so much. Yeah, we can move
Maybe
on.
y'all don't know what gaslighting is. Like, y'all love to throw in gaslighting, manipulator, narcissist. Like, those are your favorite words. Those
I
are your
just
favorite
defined
words.
it. I just gave it to you.
I heard you. Now I'm just looking at the comments. Let's keep talking. We're not even talking about the debate no more. Every time I get on here, we never talked about the debate because you
I'm
like to
waiting
talk
for you
about
to bring it
emotions.
up. Go for it.
You said some what?
Go for it.
All right, so like I said, spanking in a sense is not abuse. But if you're actively just hitting them because you get off of work and your coworker was like being mean, you were getting bullied at work, and you're like, bro, I'm mad. Like,
What circumstance is it not abuse? What circumstance is it
bro,
not
I'm
abuse?
literally telling you. Oh, not abuse, not
Appreciate the
abuse.
description. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
The not abuse way is the first thing I was talking about. Like if you're in the Walmart and they're acting up, you gotta teach them how to act, regardless if they're having a bad day or not. They gotta learn that you can't go in there and like make everyone else's day bad because you're having a bad day. Do you agree about that? Do you agree that's how a normal human should act? If they're having a bad day, they should not let the world have a bad day too. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that you should engage in hitting them, because that actually doesn't fix the emotional dysregulation that exists in the first place. So what you're doing is not identifying the cause and going after the root cause and getting rid of the root cause. Instead, you're actually like causing the issue to be internalized long term and never be dealt with. So what you want to do is you want to deal with them so that they can control their emotions.
Okay. So next, I'll just be like, yo, like, are you having a good day? Like, what's going on? What's in your head right now?
No, so you're just demonstrating top five right now is that you have a lack of emotional intelligence and you have a lack of the ability to identify what is going to lead to an effective ability for them to regulate. What's going on? What's wrong in this circumstance? How are you feeling? Why are we doing this? Right? And when you determine why they're doing it, then you can actively say, how should we respond to this? Maybe we should take some deep breaths. Maybe we should get out of this circumstance. Are you overstimulated by things? Right? Did something prior cause this? Right? You see the reasons why people are in this circumstance, and then you try to find solutions for those reasons instead of just saying stop. Saying stop doesn't effectively do shit. It really creates the issue for it to continue on. So why do you think kids are in the place where they're dysregulated in the first place? Because in the first place, we never established a basis for them to be regulated.
Right? Oh God! But hey, yo, I understand. So just be like, hey, like.
I like how you literally complained about me cutting you off, and then every single time I spoke.
Reading the comments, bro.
I know you were reading the comments instead of listening to me, and you were talking over me while I was still talking. I already know what
you're gonna say, brother. I have ADHD.
So then I can say the same thing. I already know what you're gonna say, and then I'm just not gonna let you talk.
Because I asked you, and then you'd be like, oh.
I did explain. So I'm just gonna top five. Right, so I'm gonna give you the same energy that you give me now. Right, because I've literally let you speak. I've given you the place to speak. The only time I cut you off is whenever you're not being. I'm not yapping. Whenever I cut you off, it's only for the productive flow of the conversation. You're literally just cutting me off because you don't want to listen to me.
Okay. Are you want to keep going? Or what's going on? I'm listening.
I muted my mic. You're being so annoying. I literally muted my mic. You saw I muted my mic.
I didn't. I'm looking down. I'm not looking at my screen. I'm looking straight ahead and just talking to you. Like it's like a FaceTime call.
You could hear my mic mute.
I can't hear your mic mute, Parker. You don't know what my ears can listen to right now. You don't.
I literally listen to clips of my live all the time, and you can hear whenever I mute my mic in the clips.
Let me hear what it sounds like, so I know next time. Let me hear it.
This, and then you hear me mute.
I can't hear that, Parker. Let me hear it again.
Everyone can hear it.
Let me hear it. If I'm not looking at the screen, did you do it yet? Yes or no? I cannot hear anything.
Yeah, you can literally hear
look at the comments. Look at the comments. Look at the comments. What are they saying?
No, the reason why you can hear. Hold up.
What are they saying, Parker?
There are some people that are saying that they can't hear.
No.
I want you to listen.
I can't hear. They're all saying I can't hear.
No. I want you to hear what I'm trying to tell you, though. Okay. Please let me finish.
I'm listening.
Okay? Yeah. So the reason, Velvet Elvis, thank you so much for the 10 subs. Can we get a W for Velvet Elvis in the comment section? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. The reason why you can hear it is because you can hear the cutout of audio. Okay.
Bro, what are you trying to prove? All I'm telling you right now is I can't hear it.
Hey, can I please finish? Can I please finish?
The science of hearing, I don't care.
I'm not talking about the science of hearing. I made one point. I'm making one point, and you're cutting me off.
All right, I'm sorry.
You literally sat there and you cried about me cutting you off for a productive flow of the
But like you're
conversation, and then you
crying
can't even
that
go over one thing.
you're trying to prove that I can't hear something, that I can hear something that I can't, and I'm like, bro, what do you want me to say?
No,
bro?
no. The point I'm saying is that you can hear it. You're just not
I
focusing,
can't.
right?
I can't.
No. The reason why you are is because you can hear the cutout. So the sense in which you can't hear it is
Oh.
not like you're gonna get it. You're not gonna get like a beep. It's gonna be that you don't hear anything.
Bro, that's just like that could just be you staring at a screen and not saying anything, brother. Like what? There's
also
a
see
lot
it,
of
by the way.
factors that go into just not hearing things. Like you could be looking at a screen and it's like you're just not talking. You know what I mean? For real.
Yeah, so I don't know what people are talking about because I've watched clips all the time on my live where you
Bro.
can literally hear it. You can
Are we
hear the
talking about
distinction in the
spanking or
audio.
we're talking about the science of hearing? Like what's going on? You're
Dude,
saying that I'm
why
not
are you
you're saying
using
that you're
that
not
to
a yapper?
gaslight and deflect away from anything
I'm
that I
not
said?
gaslighting. I'm
Dude, it's
not
like any point in the
gaslighting.
conversation we get to, you immediately just like don't engage with anything that I'm saying, and it's like, oh, why are we talking about this?
Cause why? Cause I start to like realize that like what we're talking about is actually kind of pointless. Like for real. We should talk about the debate.
Then go for it. Tell me something.
Okay, so like I feel like when you act like if you grab a belt and then you have to hit your kid, I feel like you have to like what you have to do right after is go to their room and explain to them why you hit them, why it led to that point, and what we could both do better next time to understand each other more. And if you can't do that, that's abuse because you're just hitting them and they're gonna be confused. Like, let's go back to my backstory. I used to get hit, like beat, and then my dad, like, I'll literally go into his room and then I'll be like, hey dad, and he'd be like, hey, what's up? Like nothing happened. Like that is abuse. Like psychologically and physically because I'm confused about like, yo, like, is he mad at me? Is he not mad at me? Like, what's going on? Like, we didn't even like talk about it. That messed me up as a kid. I can agree. That messed me up. And in that sense, it's definitely abuse. But if you could talk to their kid, if you could talk to your kid and tell them what's going on, why it happened, what led to it, and what we could both do better, y'all could both move as like a father and son, a mother and son, and y'all could have an actual respectable relationship and actually grow as people and like have a relationship. I didn't have a relationship with my father or my mother like at all. So it's like just because of that, because I was just like confused. I'm like, yo, like are they gonna hit me or we're gonna be friends? Like I don't know where my stance is with these people. So like that is abuse for sure. But like I can't. Not every parent's the same, and not every baby is the same. Not every baby has the same brain. Some babies get born with like you could be a psychopath. Like that is something you could be like born as, or you could have autism. Like you have different ways of interpreting the world.
So in the Walmart circumstance that you brought up, right, where you just said don't do this. That's exactly the lack of communication that you said was abuse. So you now agree that circumstance was abuse. Okay.
No,
glad we agree.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. But what I first said with the Walmart thing, I said like the first thing you gotta do is talk to them. Be like, yo, like, can you like knock it off? Like, what are you doing? And if they're still kind of doing it, like you can see in a kid's face if they understand you, if they're like kind of like testing you, or if they're like trying to be sneaky. Because with me, I was a very sneaky child. Like I was sneaky. Like I would get beat, then I wouldn't worry about like how to fix it. I worry about how to do it like more sneaky. So it's like you could see in a child's face if they're trying to be sneaky, if they're trying to like test you, like, oh, he not gonna hit me. Because some kid, bro, I'm telling you, some kids used to be like that. Even X, like I watched X documentary. X even said that when he was a kid, he had no fear because his dad left, so he could act however he wants because his dad was the only one to discipline him. He said that, like, and then he started acting a fool because he didn't get beat no more. He could do whatever he wants because he said in his own words, he know his mom is not going to do anything. He know his grandma is not going to do anything. His dad, even the mom said the dad would get on him. Yeah, he would snuck him. He would snuck him sometimes. And like, I don't think, like, they're Jamaican. I don't know how they do it. I'm part Nigerian. So like, we do it differently. But like, yeah, so it's like, even in that sense, it's like, dang, like, maybe you kind of do have to like hit him sometimes. And like, I feel like, but I do feel like
we're at the top of the Appalachian Mountains right now, man. I say like one or two things, and then you literally like will say like 15, 20 things. Can we please have like a legitimate conversation?
But like I'm spitting that, like sometimes when I start to say facts, I start to talk more because it's facts. You know what I mean?
What
I'm
facts are you saying? I don't even know where you're moving.
Because you're not
towards.
listening, Parker. You're
I did listen.
me. You're manipulating me, bro. You're a narcissist, bro. You're emotional, bro. You like listen to the words I'm saying, bro. For real, and you'll understand like what points I'm like. Everyone hates me. Like I get on this platform, y'all already hate me, so I have to like talk enough so y'all can kind of understand without like the endless white women in the comments saying yapper, 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 or like your stands. You know what I mean? So it's just like I kind of have to say what I gotta say. And if y'all think I'm yapping, I'm yapping. The people who really know what I'm talking about, they will understand. But hey, you know what I mean? People are saying preach facts, W guess, like they will know. But the people who are like Parker and Dean stands, they live by you, bro. They don't care. If I say anything, we already kind of got off on a bad start,
What
so
facts?
they don't like me. They don't like me already.
What facts?
You agree? What facts? What facts? You don't think I spit any facts today?
No, name the fact.
The fact is that when you hit your child, you have to talk to them about why you hit them, what led
So
up
you're
to
just agreeing with me? So you're just agreeing with me?
No, because you're saying
you should communicate.
You're saying spanking.
You're saying you should communicate.
You're saying spanking. I'm talking about after you hit them. You're saying don't hit them.
So you shouldn't hit them, yeah. So again, the fact you mentioned is that you should hit them. So the fact the fact that you mentioned is that you should hit them. You were agreeing with the communication part, and then the fact that you were saying is that you should hit them.
I agree with the communication, but I'm saying if this goes,
that's your opinion.
If this goes, everything you're saying.
Top 5, that is an
too,
opinion,
brother.
okay?
Everything you're saying is your opinion too, brother. This is a debate.
I know, but you said it was a fact. You said you were
opinion, brother.
No, it's not because hold up, listen. No, because I can give you studies to back up the positions.
Is. You're gonna give me some like Wikipedia like statistic that I do not care about, brother.
No, I don't have Wikipedia. I have a bibliography with peer-reviewed sources. Yeah, for over generations, multiple different generations in many countries around the world that show the negative associations with spanking, that show that different types of maltreatment, that show that different different types of maltreatment that we have classified legally here in the United States already as illegal, right? Are also have the same outcomes statistically as spanking. So if they have the same outcomes, wouldn't we say that they're both something that we should consider illegal?
Wait, what?
So spanking has the same types of spanking has statistically indistinguishable outcomes as other forms of maltreatment that are currently considered illegal under United States law.
Okay.
So if you consider those other,
in the law though, if you spank your kid, the only way you go to jail or you get charged or you get punished or consequence of hitting that child is if you leave a mark. If you leave a mark on a kid, that is abuse, like hands down. The second a
red mark.
A red mark, a scar, a slash, they're bleeding, any sense. Once it gets to that point, that means you're abusing them. I feel like you should, I used to get hit in the palm of my hand really hard. You know what I mean? My hand would go numb. Like, I would get hit, slash, he'd be like, I'll hit you 10. If he says I'll hit you 10, I feel like Nigerian people know this. He'd be like, I'll spank you 10 if you do this. That means you're getting spanked 10 times in the hand. But, by the third time, it's going numb. You know what I mean? So you're not gonna feel it. But I don't know, if that is but it's in your hand, so your hand's not gonna go red. It's gonna go white. All right, Parker, brother. Oh my God, I'm not even talking. Jesus, y'all are the gaslighter and the manipulators. Y'all are the talk, bro.
Okay, so you want me to cut you off now? Okay, so the red mark.
You got your hand up we're in freaking school right now, brother. Dang.
Oh, so now I can't. Now I'm being too nice. Now I've got to cut him off. You see how regardless of what I do, I'm still gonna get called out.
You have a mute button for a reason, then mute me.
Okay, would you prefer me to mute you and to talk over you?
But if you're just gonna stand there with your hand up like a teacher's pet
and wait for you to be done.
The second you put your hand up, you're
sorry for being respectful.
The second, no, listen, you're not being respectful. The second you put your hand up, you're not listening to me at all. On God.
What do you mean?
The second you put your hand up, you're not listening. You're waiting for me to stop talking. You're not engaging in what I'm saying, and that's why I feel like you're going wrong with these debates. You're not the say all be all, Parker. You have to listen. You have to take that brick wall out of your head and listen and be open. You have to be open. You have to be open.
I am being open.
You have to be open.
I was trying to be respectful and indicate to you that I wanted to talk. That's it.
All right. Keep talking, brother. For real.
I don't even remember because you just went on a whole fucking yap session about how the fuck I literally was just trying to be respectful.
You just stand there with your hand up, like that's very condescending. And if you don't think that's condescending,
Holy
it
fuck,
is.
dude! I can't
It
do it,
is.
dude.
All right,
It's
so
condescending.
all right,
It's condescending to be polite.
all right, cool. So when I say y'all are gaslighting, y'all are saying
Red
I'm
mark.
gaslighting.
Okay.
I can't be like,
Can I make my point about the red marks?
Oh my god. But when I say you're being
Can I
condescending,
make my point about the red marks?
gosh. Come on, brother.
Okay. So in terms of the red mark, so I have dermographia, right? So if I were to be just touched as a child without even being hit, right, there can be red marks when it is the case that like my dermographia would flare up, right? So literally that would be considered abuse under your view, and I didn't even get hit.
Okay, cool. I feel like that's in the sense of like just like not every human is the same, you know what I mean? And it's kind of awkward. Like in that sense, it's kind of awkward. Like if you get touched and it's a red mark, it's just looking bad. Like for the dad in that sense, like there's nothing you could really do about it. You can't really bring that to the argument because not every kid has that. You know what I mean? You could hit a kid you could hit a kid the same way he hits you, and one will have a mark, one won't have a mark. So I don't think that's a fair thing to bring to the argument.
No, it's totally fair, and that's because
I don't think so, brother.
It demonstrates the idea that the red mark is not a good qualifier that determines whether or not something is abuse. You said it was a qualifier for what
that's the law, brother.
You said it was a qualifier for what determines it.
That's in the book, though. That's in the law. That's in the book. Like the police came to my house and told me that. That's in the book.
It's a bruise. It's a bruise.
A bruise. That's what I said. And then you said red mark.
You said red mark.
Yeah.
You said red mark.
Yeah, you said red mark. I just said yeah because I was like, I guess.
No, you said it. You actually originally were the one that said it.
No, because you're trying to set me up.
You originally said red mark.
Disease thing into there.
No, you originally said red mark.
No. I didn't. You said red mark. On God,
yes,
on Parker, listen to me. On God, you asked me. You said red mark when I was saying
red mark.
Bruise. No, I didn't. I did not say that. I said a bruise, a scratch, and you said a red mark. You did say
it. You literally
did.
Yes,
and I said, all right.
Literally, look at the chat, bro.
I said scar. I said thank you.
You said red mark and scar. You said red mark and scar. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I didn't. You did. You said that, and then I said yes, and then you said red mark just so you can add that little like whatever disease.
I have this recorded, right? Like this,
bro.
I get the recordings of these.
Yes. And then, are you gonna post it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I go into my VODs and download this, because I don't have it recorded on my PC.
All right, so go back whenever you have
it on my VODs on this. If someone doesn't get banned.
Top 5 argument is no you, bro. Your guests, like, bro. I don't know. Your stands are funny. They live and die by you. Do you know that? Do you know that, Parker?
So you know the reason why we're not talking about the topic is you?
No, it's because of you, bro.
Says the one who's reading the comment section.
It's because you were like, no,
you're literally reading the comment section.
I am.
Okay.
All right.
So unironically, like you did say it, right? It's fine. If you don't want to say you said it, it's fine. That's what you did do. Okay. So like, if you're just going to relate to bruising, I would give you a different argument. If you specifically said bruising. Can I finish my point?
Nah, because your point really. Yeah. Let's finish your point.
Okay, because I was going to mute you if you don't let me finish it.
I know.
Yeah, so like if it's going to relate to like bruising, well, there are going to be specific individuals that bruise easier than other individuals, right? So if it is the case that like someone uses force up to this point and they get bruised because they bruise easy, this would be considered abuse. Where someone uses force up to this degree and they don't get bruised, this would not be considered abuse. So how do you reconcile with the idea that significantly less magnitude or force would be entailed to be abuse in one scenario and not the other, given the fact that you use this standard?
Because I feel like if I were to be like, yo, watch this scenario happen. If you were in real time watching it, and if I had 2 kids in front of me and I smacked one really lightly, then I smacked one with enough force, you would be able to like tell which one is abuse and which one's not. Yes or no?
I think that both of them are abuse.
Oh my Parker, like bro,
I think intentionally hitting them in.
Bear, bro? I'm not gonna lie, like where's
Aaron? Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it.
Where's your teddy bear, bro? I'm not gonna lie. For real.
Intentfully causing physical harm without good reason is going to be abuse in both scenarios.
Parker, you're acting like, bro, like you're gonna raise kids that for real like just soft, bro, or just not even soft. They're just.
So I'd rather my kids be considerably. So I'd rather my kids be considerably soft to you than be traumatized.
Not soft, but
right,
like.
Or do I've undergone abuse?
I don't think it's soft, but just have respect. They're not gonna have respect for anybody.
What are you talking about? I never got spanked, and I have respect.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
I don't know.
Top 5. I show an unbelievable amount of respect.
I don't know.
You might not
You're
get that because you see.
condescending.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
very
not being condescending with you at all. I could be condescending. I'm not being condescending.
Because you think your argument is right, and it's like you think your debate.
Why would I go on a debate platform and argue something I think is wrong? Do you understand how that doesn't make any sense? Top 5. Of course you think that I think. Of course you're seeing. I am open.
You're not open to being like. You're not open to like being proved wrong at all.
I am. You know how many times I've changed my position?
You're not.
Top 5. I've changed my position many times on live.
But I can count. You could probably only count on like one hand how many times you've done. I'm not gonna lie.
I can count many times. Right? Would you like me to do so right now?
Nah.
Okay. So, literally, if you were just around, or I've been doing this for like 2-3 years at this point, almost 3 years. I've changed my position many times as it relates to these different views. I used to be a socialist. I was pro-life. I used to be conservative. I was liberal at some point, then I came back to that point, and now I'm social democrat, right? If we want to talk about other topics like politics, I was conservative, right? If we want to talk about other things as it relates to like immigration, I used to be pro-wall. I'm not that now, right? I was significantly more strict as it relates to immigration. I'm not that now. Significantly more strict as it relates to guns. Probably not that now. And there's another point where I was significantly more strict as it relates to guns.
I'm gonna let you talk. Oh God, I'm gonna let you talk. But aren't you yapping right now? Because like, if I were to say the exact words and how long you were to say it, you would just put your hand up and ask me to stop talking, right? Or no?
I just finished explaining. I think I gave you like 4 sentences.
No, but I have to stop you. I'll let you talk, but I did have to stop you. But like, you would say I'm yapping, yes or no, if I talk for that long with that many words, right?
No, I wouldn't have.
All right, keep talking. I'll let you. I told you.
I'm done. That's all I was saying.
I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, if I would, that's why I feel like I can't really get my point across with y'all, because if I were to talk as long as you did just now, you would put your hand up and all your guests would be like, yapper, yapper, yapper.
No, that's not true.
It is true.
You've talked for like 4 or 5 minutes at a point, right? Or even like 3
that
minutes.
That was like last live,
right?
bro.
And I talked specifically right now for like 30 seconds. Okay. Yeah. So like my 30-second clip is legitimate.
Is
you
it
talking for 3 minutes and 30 seconds?
That was not just talking
without finishing yapping. Dude, you're such a certified yapper that I turned on my timer and I timed you, and you went for 4 minutes.
That wasn't for this live.
And I had to cut you off.
That was not this live. So why
if we're talking about anyone who's a yapper, it is you. You specialize. You have a PhD in linguistics, specializing in Japanese.
Bro, it takes one to know one, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Definitely does. Takes one to know one. On God.
It really doesn't. But you're not engaging.
I'm engaging. I've already engaged. I already told you
Japanese. You specialize in it.
Oh my God. Oh my. I'm gonna only talk in like 15 words or less. That's it. Because I can't do more.
No, you don't need to do 15. But keep your responses maybe like less than a minute. Or address what I say.
Bro, if I let you talk, bro, I'll literally put a timer right now. You'd be like 2 minutes, bro, every time.
Bet. Do it.
I will. I don't have one, but like I could.
Next time I speak, do it.
All right. So what point are we on now? I already said, we're talking about your disease, but I feel like that's different because
a disease. Yeah, I have dermographia. Yeah. And under your view, if it was you consider red marks abuse, then that would be considering that if you just touch me and one of my flare up of dermographia is happening, that would be considered abuse. But you don't consider that abuse, so red marks wouldn't be a reliable standard. And then we went on the idea to talk about bruises, right? Bruises, that wasn't a reliable standard either.
Okay, but like,
how long did I go?
That was pretty good. That was good. But like, let's go back to your disease. So if you were to be like, yo, I hit him and he's kind of bruised up or he has a red mark, but he has like demographia. So like, what's good with that? I don't know. Like, I feel like I can't ask a cop that right now, but I want to see how they would respond to that. Like, I feel like they would be like, well, if he has demographia, like, how hard did you hit him? Like, it's just awkward. You know what I mean? Like,
didn't hit him.
It's kind of awkward. Like, it's hard to fight with that. And I feel like the kid has the upper hand in that situation. So it's just like, yeah, like he hit me, like he abused me, like the whole time he could have been like a little tap that didn't even make a noise, and be like, yo, like
Yeah,
he
it could have
hit
just been
me.
a touch. You know what I mean? Like that's why that's not a reliable
But like
standard. Like
then it's like you're using that like in a bad way. Be like he didn't even abuse. Then that's when that I feel like the abuse word gets thrown around. I'm gonna let that's all I'm gonna say, because if I keep talking, I'm yapping. So let's just go back and forth. You know what I mean? Like what I'm trying to say is,
I don't know what point you're making anymore. We
yeah,
already
I
moved
just feel
past
like
that. You don't hold to red marks.
no. What my point is, what I'm saying is, there's a difference of the word abuse, and I feel like y'all throw that word around too much, too lightly. Abuse is a big thing, and I feel like kid who is just getting tapped lightly and has demographia, that's not getting abused at all.
Yeah, no, obviously I don't think that's abuse. So what's your
But
standard for?
you said every hit. You said even a slight of a tap is abuse. You said that. You said you should not hit your kid. So you said that's abuse. You said every aspect of it.
Yeah, I think hitting, not just touching, right? Like me, dermography, you touch my skin, that's
But
not abuse. I never said that was abuse. My standard for what's abuse was not a red mark. That was your standard, and then you went off of that, and then you went to the bruises, and then I critiqued the bruises.
But who's one to tell like what's hitting and what's not hitting? Because in your sense, you're saying
The
this.
definition.
Hold on. But you're saying like
The definition, like hitting. If I slap you on the back, is that hitting?
No.
No?
Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah.
If I slap you in the butt, is that hitting?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it is hitting. Sarah Kate, thank you for the 5 subs. Thank you so much. Can we get a W, Sarah Kate, in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate it.
But that's not what the point I'm like asking though.
What do you mean? What are you asking then?
I'm saying like what you're saying, like the point I'm making, you have demographia. So if I were to tap you and I tap another kid who doesn't have demographia, you're gonna have a red mark and he's not. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So who got abused and who didn't? Are you gonna say that they both got abused, or like what's
Yeah,
going
if
on?
you're talking, are you talking about hitting, spanking?
I'm
Yeah, they
talking
both got
about if
abused.
you were to tap one person, and
Tap
make a red
like
mark-
this. Neither is abuse.
Okay, thank you. So
Wait, I
feel
wasn't
like-
using that standard. When did I say I was using that standard?
I'm talking about with the police officer and all that. Like, I'm talking about like how they could be like, oh, he abused me, but like whole time he didn't. So that's why I'm saying the word abuse just gets thrown around too lightly, and
Well, how do you
like
define
a
abuse?
Huh?
How do you define abuse?
Abuse is something that later causes trauma. In my sense, that's what abuse is. Anything that's going to cause trauma later down the line, or just yeah, that's it. Leave it at that.
Oh, okay. So, for example, right, if someone gets gets a bruise, but then they aren't traumatized later in their life, is it not abuse? I mean, is it not abuse?
What did you say? No.
If someone gets a bruise and they're not traumatized later in life, that's not abuse?
No.
So bruising doesn't indicate abuse.
I just feel like abuse is just. I mean, I guess Parker. Yeah, you kind of got me there. You definitely got me there, for sure.
For sure, man. All right.
Like-
Well, yeah. Well, is there anything else you want to go over, or you respond to that? I'm not quite sure.
I just feel like you don't really understand my points, and I made some really good ones. But nah, we could.
What do you think I didn't understand? I'll try to.
I just feel like the Walmart situation, I feel like that's a perfect way to handle a situation.
No, I think that you disproved that later on, because remember you talked about like, oh, you have to explain it. If you don't explain it, it's going to be abuse. Well, in that scenario, you didn't actually explain it.
No, but like oh yeah, that's true. But I'm not saying, I'm talking about like just like hitting them slightly and then spanking. I feel like spanking needs addressing. But if you're like, yo, stop, you're already kind of addressing what they're like doing. You're already kind of addressing it. Like you're saying stop in live time of what they're doing. So that's kind of going hand in hand with addressing. What do you think?
No, I don't think that's addressing. I think that addressing would be like engaging in communication. But yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming on though.
All right, bro. Appreciate you.
All right, let's go to the next person. If you like the content, everyone follow me if you're not ready. Tap that screen. Let's try to run it up to 500,000 likes. If you disagree, if you think that spanking is not abuse, send a guest request right now. You already know I accept the first people who send requests. If you want to support me, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio, y'all. Let's get on to the next individual here real quick. Again, please only do send a guest request if you think that spanking is not abuse. Let's get up to the next person real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 21, bro. I've been watching
sure.
you for a couple hours.
Yeah, do you think spanking is abuse?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Okay, it's kind of, it can be abuse. So just like drinking water, like it's really good for you, but if you drink enough water, it can be bad for you. Like everything has their limits. So I don't think spanking is abuse, but I think it could be used to be abuse. Like can be abuse.
Okay, so what scenarios do you think it's abuse?
Just like I said, like the more like okay. I mean, you're pretty fast when you talk, but I'm trying to get all my thoughts together. Okay, so I guess just like a lot of it is abuse. Like if you get spanked like several times, like in a short amount of period, like it's abuse.
Okay, so if you only get hit once and it leaves a bruise, is that abuse?
No, I've been hearing your argument about that as well, and I don't think it's.
It's not abuse?
No, I don't think. I mean, it's kind of just based off different people and different kids and stuff. Like, you're not gonna treat a 6 foot, like if you bruise like a 6'5", 12-year-old, like he's not gonna be the same as like a little girl.
So you don't think it's wrong to bruise a kid?
Not particularly, no.
No. Okay.
Everybody has like.
So what standard do you think it's wrong then?
I mean, wrong is just like I said, like overly doing it, which you can just clearly tell if it's like overly.
When is it overly doing it? Because I mean, I think most people in the chat disagree with you. They think the bruising is overly doing it.
I mean, like if you can literally get a bruise by like playing baseball and sports and stuff. So, I mean that's really, I mean, bruising. I mean, there is a certain amount, like there's different types.
You can get a broken bone from playing sports as well.
Yeah, and I don't agree that playing sports is bad.
Oh, okay. So do you think it's okay for parents to break their kids' bones?
No, I guess that is a point where it's like overly doing it when it causes like, I guess, physically harm. Which
if you cause them physically harm, so bruising doesn't cause harm. Like what?
No, not in particularly. Like if I get a
what?
Okay, so if I get my kid,
you know how hard you have to hit to get a fucking bruise? That's crazy.
How hard? It's really not. It's just blood rushing to the tip of your skin. Like
no, it's internal bleeding. It's internal. No, bruising is internal bleeding.
Okay, that's not a big deal at all. If I walk,
that's not a big deal. What, bro?
If I'm walking and I stomp my toe on the door, that can cause a bruise.
That is unlikely to cause a bruise. That is extremely unlikely to cause a bruise.
That is not true at all. Have you ever like jammed your finger? If someone throwing a football and you catch a football, you can literally jam your finger, which is a bruise, which is internal.
I mean, it can bruise it, yeah. But like bruising from a spanking is absolutely wild.
It's really not. It's just a force of pressure, which it can be overly used it can be overly used in you know, I'm trying to think of the exact word. It can get to the point where it's unnecessary, like where it's dramatic, like it's just too much. I'm trying to think of like a better word, but I'm coming up short and straight off the head.
Is it okay to spank someone until they bleed?
Yeah, yes, that would be overly. That'd be too much.
Too much. Okay, so when they bleed is too much.
Okay, you can't do overly too much with a bruise as well too. Like I'm not disagreeing with a bruise is not too much, but I am saying like one singular bruise like is not bad. But if it's like your whole entire ass covered in a bruise, like obviously that's too much. Like you have to, it's just responsibility. Like you can overdo that responsible.
Wait,
like,
so if there's big enough amount of bruising, then it's bad. So enough internal bleeding. But if the bleeding is outside, it definitely is.
Okay. How about this?
Because internal bleeding is still bleeding.
Yeah, yes. Okay. How about this? If you are a 6 foot, 200-pound man, and I spank my kid one time, you think that is abuse? Which one time is probably not going to cause a bruise, right? But if I'm
if it doesn't cause a bruise, yeah. But like I'm just applying your standard.
Say it again.
Yeah, I would consider it abuse still, right? I'm just applying your standard.
Yeah,
Because I don't think there should be any scenario where we should hit a kid. Like, that's just, I think that's wild, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I got you. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and like I said, like there are other methods of doing it as well. And I've been, like I said, I've been listening to you for a while, so I do understand like your point of view on it. So, but if let's say back to my scenario, a 6 foot, 200-pound man, spanks their kid once, and you got a 100-pound woman that spanks their kid 5 times, like obviously that's not like the same. Like there's different ways of doing it, but you get like that 6 foot man spanking his kid like 20 times, like that's just excessive. Like you have to know your own strengths in this particular matter, because like kids are very fragile, and it also depends on aging too.
By the way, for people who are saying it's not internal bleeding, you can look it up. It literally says the most common type of visible internal bleed is a bruise.
Yeah, I mean, whoever thinks that is...
Yeah, it is absolutely internal bleeding. People are saying it's breaking of a blood vessel, so internal bleeding.
Yeah, I mean, it's inside your body, and that's what...
So like again, but like the
blue instead of red.
So you're just saying what's excessive, but whatever excessive is determined by your own intuition, right?
Yes, which I mean, you don't have to be very smart to understand that it's excessive, or what's excessive or not. It all comes down to responsibility, and I guess the definition of, I mean, I can guess I have my computer here to really find out the Google definition of it, but it's to my understanding, abuse is like overly excessive, like in, I don't know the exact definition of it. I guess I can look it up real quick. Do you know the exact definition
of abuse?
Yeah.
The one that I go off of, I think it's better than the ones you look up on the internet. Intentfully causing physical harm without good reason.
Yeah, I mean, but so if you're saying, but let's say you do have a good reason, like what would be a bad reason to not give someone a spanking, or to give someone a spanking?
Any reason.
So you think any reason?
Yeah, I don't think you should spank a kid in any context.
Okay, well, how do you explain?
Yeah, never should you spank a child.
How do you explain to a 3-year-old what he did was bad, or breaking a vase is bad?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously it depends on their level of being able to understand in the scenario, right? But as it relates to you just talk to them, you'd remove them from the circumstance, you clean it up with them.
I mean,
right? So a way that you could do that is like, oh, they broke the vase. Oh, let's clean this up together. Come on.
I mean, yeah, you can. I mean, I'm not saying every 3-year-old that breaks a vase should get a spanking.
Actually, I take that back. Vases probably not good for a 3-year-old to clean up. I take that back. Yeah, I take that back. What the hell?
I mean, you can do it in safe precaution. Like, let me look up abuse.
No, because like I'm not thinking that it's sharp, right? You don't want them to be near things that are sharp.
Yeah, I mean, when you pick up glass, you should take safety precautions while wearing gloves and using a brush or whatever. It says treat with cruelty or violence, especially regularly or repeatedly. Yeah,
that's a different type of notion of abuse, but like sure, right? You could say that just relates to your excessive notion, which would also relate back to like what you consider a good or bad reason.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's several reasons why you could explain and could give a child a spanking, and there definitely is up to the parents of their. I'm trying to think of the exact words. Up to their discretion. I'm sorry. Yeah, up to like what is good and bad, but I definitely agree. I definitely don't think spankings is abuse. Because literally, okay, so it's playing slug bug abuse with 2 kids just hitting each other in the arm. Is that abuse?
Yeah, I don't think you should like be hitting each other, but like we're talking about child abuse here. Yeah, that's abusive behavior to hit each other.
I mean, I just don't agree with that. I mean, playing football. So you think football is abuse?
Like we're talking consentful, right? Scenarios. Right.
I mean, if I'm playing slow bug, I can.
So like I do think that we can make a distinction between. Well, I mean, I guess if it's consentful, like it depends on severity, though. I do think that there's arguments that say that like football and other stuff like that can be abusive in certain contexts, right? If you allow them to like reach a certain level of severity, I think that we need to drastically reduce the level of severity of sports like football for our children. I think that there's unnecessary roughness that exists within the context of our current sports.
Yeah, that's why they have the penalty for it.
Yeah, but also it's just like we don't talk about CTE very often. We have protective gear, but the protective gear doesn't really seem to be enough to be able to protect people who are kids from getting CTE or even adults from getting CTE.
I don't know what CT is. Can you dumb it down?
It's something that a lot of pro football players deal with. It's essentially just gonna be like their brain is hurt.
Yeah. I mean, that's obviously in extreme cases of, repeatedly getting hit in the head and stuff, mostly with linemen. But I mean, that's not. I guess. It's not fairly common.
Well, I think it's hard for us to know. We don't know in all scenarios whether or not they do, and they can exhibit symptoms, and then we just don't know that those symptoms are associated with CTE.
Also, going back to your point with consent and everything, by law, if you have a child, then you have the consent to punish and teach your children how you want and how to your discretion. Would you not agree?
No. So, do you think it's okay for a parent, if they want to teach their kid in a particular way, to teach them by breaking their bones? Ryan, thank you for the $6.66. I appreciate it, Ryan.
I mean, you have to be able to. I mean, to the discretion, with the law, obviously, you can't, kill them or do charge very harm to them, bad harm.
Wait, what? Say that again?
I know, I'm fucking up. You have to follow the law with that. So you have. I'm just fucking up. I'm trying to think exactly what I'm trying to say. Word it perfectly. They have the right to punish their kid, and not any way, shape, or form, but in if it follows the law, they have that right. Which a spanking is not abuse.
Yeah, if they follow the law, they have that legal right, but that doesn't mean it's right for them to do morally. Ashley, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So you think any spanking is morally wrong?
Yeah, I think that spanking is morally wrong. Yeah.
What bad comes from getting a spanking and not being overly excessive spanking?
Yeah. Spanking. Actually, if you want to relate to just spanking in general, right? I already referenced this earlier. It's indistinguishable from other forms of maltreatment that are currently illegal under the law. So if you think that the law is what determines what's wrong in here in this scenario, well, then I think that the law here is going to tell you that that you should consider this wrong.
What example are you giving?
As it relates to other forms of
Are you talking about sexual assault? Or SA?
No. Lorian, I appreciate the cash out. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. No, okay. Here, I'll read you specifically what the study says. It says, overall, the results of the study may be interpreted to suggest the associations of physical punishment with child outcomes are statistically indistinguishable from the association of forms of maltreatment that are legally prohibited in the U.S. context with the same child outcomes.
Yeah, I guess I'm not really understanding what it's trying to say.
Well, I don't know what was confusing about that. Overall, the results of the study may be interpreted to suggest that the associations of physical punishment with child outcomes are statistically indistinguishable from the association of forms of maltreatment that are legally prohibited, not allowed, in the U.S. context with the same child outcomes.
I would assume in most, well parents that actually, treat their kids with the respect and everything. Spanking also isn't the first form of discipline at all. And what even is the point of discipline? The point of discipline is to, teach and grow your kids into respectful, men and women. And that is part of it.
Wait, sorry, say that one more time. And by the way, for the person in the chat saying experience, this is predicated on experience, but the experience, they take into account different biases to determine whether or not there's a meaningful relationship between variables.
I said at the beginning that most parents that are, I would assume or categorized as good wouldn't just, start spanking their kids like straight off the bat. Like it's actually after multiple warnings and multiple like signs, like, you keep doing that, you're gonna get in trouble. You keep doing that, you're gonna get in trouble. And then all of a sudden they do it again because there's no punishment. There's no, sense of authority. And then once you get a spanking, then you realize that I probably shouldn't be doing that. Same thing with like, I tell you 10 times not to touch the stove. Until you touch it, you're not gonna touch the stove.
Yeah, so if you're talking about a pain response that gets them to stop engaging in the action, well, if we actually want to relate to like the overall evidence, kids are less likely to engage in good behavior given the fact that they are spanked. So what this actually causes is the externalization of behavior, right? Because it is the case that it's done from a parental figure, not a natural consequence. So that's what we see from that. Secondly, also, you don't want your kid to get hurt through that either.
Yeah, you don't want them to, but if they don't learn, then they don't learn. Like it's
So why is spanking going to get them to learn the most? Should we use it in school systems because it's an effective learning mechanism?
Pain is memory. That's.
Okay, so should we use spanking in the school system because it's effective at getting kids to learn?
Pain. There is. You do get swats. I've literally got swats at school.
And you think that's okay?
Yeah, I got a parent consent and it's fine.
So if your kid came home and told you that they got hit by the by the teachers, you think that's okay?
Like I said, it all goes back to being responsible and stuff like that. So if my kid's acting like a hooligan in the school, like let's say flipping
acting like a what?
A hooligan. It's just an older term.
Yeah.
Anyways, country slang. Anyways. Sorry. He's flipping desk and cussing out the teacher or whatever. Like, and they go send him down to the principal office and give him a spanking. Like, I have no problem with that whatsoever. Like, it's all based off. Like,
I think that's wild, dude. If they bruise your kid, is that okay?
Like I said, like if they're beating them, obviously that's not. But bruising like is to affect like I said, like if someone throws a baseball and hits me in my arm, I wasn't abused like because
that's not intentful.
Because I have a bruise. Like bruising, like it's to a point. Like obviously,
Jackson, that's not intentful. So like again, what abuse is in a physical context, physically harming them without good reason. Right? That's you're not intentfully doing that.
You always say without good reason. But if like I said,
yeah, that's the important part.
Yes, yeah. If my kid is acting up and he gets a spanking, then that's part of it.
That's not a good reason, though. You're not giving me a good reason.
Because he's acting up.
He's acting. Just because someone's acting up doesn't mean you should hit them. Okay, so let's use that same reasoning in their circumstance. They're at school. Some kid is acting up. They keep annoying them, and they won't stop. Should they hit them?
You're talking about
to resolve that conflict, should your kid hit the other kid?
Wait, okay, give the example again.
This one kid is annoying your kid, right? Okay. Should your kid hit that kid because there's conflict?
I mean, I've had that situation happen, not to me in particular, but in my school all the time. And did that kid keep messing with them? No, they didn't.
So you're saying that. Again, if they're just ignoring them,
I'm not saying
they should hit them.
Key to everything, but you do learn after you've had a violence experience like that.
So you think I should hit them, right? Like if it is the case that
if you're bad enough to hit them and figure out and you're willing to deal with that consequence, then go for it. So, same like I'm not like saying what the other.
No one's hitting you. You're not doing it in self-defense. You're saying that in this scenario, right? They should hit the other kid. Right, so you're justifying them going to school and hitting people.
I mean, with that particular example, like that's like self-defense and all that other stuff.
No, I just classified it's not self-defense.
You're classifying.
I said specifically, they're just annoying you.
Which that's not even the example that I gave that the parent could have consent with the principal giving them a spanking. I said acting up.
Yeah, annoying someone is like they're acting up into the context of the kid.
That's not the same at all.
No, they're acting up in a context of the other kid. Because again, we're talking about like they're acting up towards this individual, right?
I mean, it's just not the same, and it's also a difference between children and then with a children and adults relationship. It's just different than what the analogy you're giving like isn't just straightforward, and that's what you're saying. It's just not comparable, kind of.
Yeah. So what about it's relevantly different? Sorry.
It's a kid with a kid versus a kid with an adult. It's just different. Like you.
No, because we're just talking about conflict resolution. So I wasn't comparing that. I was comparing the conflict resolution.
Well, you're saying acting up with a kid versus another kid.
Yeah, I'm talking about conflict resolution. So if they see that you're talking about like the way that you deal with conflict resolution is that every single time that someone does something wrong, you use violence.
And I also, like I said at the very beginning too, like it's all situational, and it's all like how you deal with it. It's like the responsibility of how you handle that situation as well. So like so let's say hypothetically my kid, like kid one, kid two keeps annoying kid one, and kid one was like, bro, like leave me alone, like bro, I'm gonna hit you, like leave me alone, and kid two's just like nagging, and then boom.
Yeah, you shouldn't hit in that scenario regardless. Like I've been annoyed as a kid. Trust me, people are annoying, right? But you should never resort to violence.
Which I just don't agree with. Like there's a responsible way to do that, and then there's also a disresponsible way to do it.
You mean not responsible way?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so not responsible. Yeah, I think a not responsible way is to respond using violence. Okay.
Which I just don't agree with. Like that's why police literally use violence. They use violence. So do you agree with the police department?
So they're using violence in a situation of necessity. This is not a situation of necessity.
I mean, I guess that's a good point too. But I mean, they still use violence at the end of the day. They use violence.
Yeah, I never said that violence can't be justified in any context. I said it would be wrong in all scenarios as it relates to that scenario, right? Like all of those types of scenarios. Someone just annoying you, not someone using violence against you and you using self-defense or something. Or you trying to save someone else?
I mean, a lot of time, like if they're, trying to wrestle, and then they'll literally use a force of, violence to get them to the ground to arrest them.
Okay.
Which I mean, that's the point.
Is that out of necessity, or is that not out of necessity?
Yeah, it's a necessity.
Okay. Is it a necessity for you to hit your kid?
It's not a necessity, no.
No, okay.
But at the end of the day, if the kid is acting up and they're literally not listening to you, then it's not unreasonable to give them a spanking when that happens.
You're saying it's not unreasonable. I think it is unreasonable, right? Because it's going to be at such a risk of putting your kid at significantly greater likelihood of negative impacts for no good reason. Like there's no study. Can you give me a single study that indicates a positive outcome that results from spanking children?
I mean, study, no. Or
yeah, like net positive outcomes.
No, I mean, statistically, no. I'm not, a Google nerd, but what I am saying is that there are, like, what about all the kids out there that have had spankings, like me, myself, like the people I grew up with, everybody that I physically know and consider a friend that have had spankings, and they're great, responsible, good adults. Like, what about those?
Sorry, say that one more time. The very end part. I didn't quite get the end that you just said.
I said they're good, responsible adults. Like, what about all the people that have had?
Oh, you're just saying. Oh, yeah, you were saying that people are good, responsible adults. I'm not saying that given the fact that you're spanked, you can't possibly be a respectful adult. What I'm saying is that it puts a person at a greater likelihood of negative types of developmental issues. As it relates to a greater likelihood of PTSD, anxiety, depression, antisocial personality disorders, aggressive behavior. More likely to do all these different things.
I agree that those effects could happen if you misproperly use it. If you use it in the proper stance, I don't agree that would happen.
Yeah. So, like, again, can you give me one study to believe that, like, if you use it in some sort of different sense, it leads towards positive outcomes in children's development? Net positive?
Like I said, I don't have statistics that do it, that have that. I don't have that. But,
okay, so we can't demonstrate a net positive here.
But we can do it on a personal statistical level. Like,
what do you mean?
All the people I know that are good, which is way more. which is not, I mean, I'm saying it wrong. All the people that I do know, which is probably like up to, several hundred people, like total, that have been spanked, have been disciplined in a correctly proper manner. Which, because there's an improper way to do it as well. Like, if I'm over there just beating my kid just for no reason, like, I've really had people that I know that, did get, improper, like, spankings and beatings, and they got punched or whatever. Like, obviously, it's terrible. Like, that, like, obviously, I don't want any kids, being abused. Like, that's terrible. Like, this is just a terrible situation. But at the same time, if you use it properly, just like the example I gave with drinking water, it could have a positive impact in your life.
So again, right, you're just trying to say like it gets too excessive. I think that spanking in of itself is excessive.
I just don't agree with that. You think every scenario, like how could possibly given one spanking, one swat at the butt or behind or whatever be excessive?
Yeah, so I can show you detrimental outcomes as it relates to spanking, even if it's just the only thing adopted. Okay, even if there's nothing else adopted and you just spank your kid, there's still a negative impacts that comes from that. And again, my bibliography demonstrates that very, very clearly. Right. Again, as well, if you think that like again, other forms of maltreatment should be considered illegal that are currently considered illegal under United States law, well then if they have the same outcome statistically as spanking, well then you would also consider spanking should be illegal under U.S. law.
I'm trying to understand what the point you're trying to make. Like you're saying maltreatment, like
maltreatment. Maltreatment is like bad treatment. It's associated with abuse.
Which is just like form of like punching, hitting, I'm guessing.
Abuse, punching, hitting, yes, other stuff like that. Because it's hitting.
I'm not
right? It says specifically the statistical indistinguishability, maybe because the underlying behavior hitting children has the same damaging effect on children, despite the presence of legal guidelines that attempt to differentiate between physical punishment and child maltreatment.
Yeah, I don't really understand that.
What it means essentially is there are same outcomes that come from other types of things that are currently considered illegal under United States law and spanking, the same outcomes. They're not distinguishable in terms of the consequences. So if they're not distinguishable in terms of the consequences, how can you say one should be illegal and the other one should not?
I mean, I don't know what you're saying that is illegal that is form of hitting
certain forms of maltreatment. Like would you be okay with these forms of maltreatment being legal then if they have the same outcomes?
I just don't agree that it has the same outcomes.
That's what the study indicates. So would you like to critique the study then?
Well, the other guy that was on here, I don't remember his name, but it was the guy that actually, what was it?
Man?
Was he the black guy that was showing his face? That actually video. Yeah, he was saying that there's not an ethical way to prove that study because you can't just like hold people hostage.
You can't. What do you mean you can't hold people hostage? What
you can't just like hold people like hostage and like do an accurate study of that. How they?
We didn't hold people hostage. You don't have to. You can take into account many different types of variables by observational studies that take into account control groups, stuff like that. All you just have to do is like the methodology. All right, the methodology that we have here constructed a p-value of 0.00001. So like, dude, we're talking extremely significant results.
Okay, how about
very statistically significant?
So do you think it's 100% chance that there's zero positivity of getting a spanking?
I don't know what you mean by 100% chance. 99.9999% chance that there's not positive outcomes as it relates to net positive outcomes as it relates to spanking. Yeah.
So if you're saying if someone spanks their kid, there's a 99% chance of a negative outcome.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, okay. I'm saying that we have a 99.99% likelihood of being able to tell that there's an increased rate of these negative types of things happening in child development.
Yeah. So, but you're saying there is cases where you can get a spanking and there has a positive outcome on that spanking.
Not net positive. Not net positive not net positive.
But that's not what I asked. I'm asking, is there a chance that there is a positive outcome on that?
Sure, but not net positive.
I mean, what do you even mean by net positive? They're like just like there's
Like overall,
so there's
like
a
more positive than negative.
thing happening. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just have to disagree with that completely.
That's what the studies indicate. That's not my opinion. That's the studies. So
I mean, have you done studies, or have you had any study or looked at any statistics where giving spankings is positive? Have you looked on the other side?
there hasn't been a single one I've seen. I've looked.
Okay, so you have looked.
I have looked, and I literally haven't found it. I'm serious.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just have to, be a Google nerd for a little bit.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can just go to my bibliography. My bibliography indicates pretty clearly that like you're not going to want to spank.
Yeah, I mean, like at the end of the day, like abuse is like a big word for it. But you say there is other methods, of disciplining your child in a good way. Which I mean, like I find it hard to just sit there and talk to a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old because I have a nephew that's 2 or 3, and I've really tried to talk to him, and he's just like dinosaur roar. It's just extremely hard to really get them to understand what you're talking about. With I mean, not necessarily just going straight to spankings, but after a while, like it does come to the point where I feel like a spanking is absolutely necessary.
Yeah, give me a single scenario where spanking is necessary.
Okay, after let's say I tell my kid to do something, or my 3-year-old kid to do something several times. Let's say I don't want him going by the fire because he's very clumsy. 2 or 3 years old, they fall all the time. I don't want them going by a bonfire or out there, by a fire. I tell them not to get over there, and they just keep going over there. They keep getting close. They keep falling by it, but not in it. And then I tell them for the last time, let's say hypothetically in this situation, I tell them 5 times not to do it. And that 6th time, we're not talking anymore. I'm just going straight to a spanking, and then he will learn by that pain, because pain is memory.
Why don't you just leave that circumstance then? Why do you have to hit them? And why are you letting them near a fire?
Why am I not? Wait, what's up?
And why are you letting them near a fire like that then?
So, I mean, if I'm outside my house and I have, I'm burning trash or whatever the situation may be, like, I know you probably don't live in the country, but I mean, I don't even live in the country anymore, but I did do that when I was a kid. Having, a bonfire is, I mean, you can have a bonfire. It's perfectly legal to have a bonfire.
Yeah, but they're, how old are they?
I mean,
3? 3? You don't do that with a 3-year-old. Like when I was older, we would do bonfires when I was like 8+.
So you're saying
and there were responsible parents around to make sure that we weren't going close to the fire.
Yeah, that's why I'm being the responsible parent by telling them not to go by the fire.
No, you're not being a responsible parent by hitting them. I'm
telling them not to do it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they understand completely, and that also doesn't mean you could expect this from children, right? Maybe they're 3 years old, right?
Okay.
How the hell? Then why don't you just?
If I tell them not to go by the fire and they're not listening and they're not understanding, and I give them a spanking, and then they all of a sudden understand to not go by the fire, like, why is that?
Wait, say that one more time.
If I'm telling my child not to go by the bonfire, like in this hypothetical situation, I'm telling them not to do it 5 times, which is, more than enough times to not for
They're
them.
literally 3 years old, dude.
Okay, so you're saying 3-year-olds can't learn by talking?
No, I'm saying a 3-year-old. Why are we putting a 3-year-old near a fire? 1.
Well, we're not.
2, we have to expect stuff like this as it relates to, like children.
You're saying to just use verbal, which I'm saying that I've used the verbal and they are not listening. You can be outside and not be by a fire, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I'm telling them not to go over there and they are doing it purposely because they can walk at 2 or 3, then I give them a spanking to not go over there, and then they don't, and then all of a sudden they don't do it.
Yeah. So why don't you just keep them away from that circumstance? If they keep going back, well, then you just don't go in that area. Remove them from the circumstance.
I mean, dude, the example that the solution of what you're saying is the same solution that I'm trying to get them to understand in the first place.
What do you mean?
You're saying to get them away from the fire. My whole purpose of telling them not to be by the fire and even giving them...
Yeah, so the spanking is an unnecessary way of getting them out of the fire. You're saying that this scenario identifies that spanking is necessary. Okay? This does not identify that it's necessary.
I mean, I just don't. I mean, I honestly don't agree with that because it is necessary to a point to make them understand what you're saying and to show like reinforcement to like your authority, to respect your authority as well.
Yeah, so respect your authority. Okay, so you can get someone to respect you without hitting them. I don't think that's actually respect. I think that's just fear.
I don't agree with that at all. My dad gave me spankings. I mean, I'm not gonna say like all the time because he was a pipewinder and he was on the road or whatever a lot. But when he came in, if I did something wrong, I got a spanking. Which he was 6'4", 300 pounds. Like he didn't just go like crazy. I always got 3 spankings. Like if I did something wrong, and then 5 if I really fucked up. So like that, I don't think that's bad at all. So if you mess up and he's told you several times not to do something, and then you keep doing it, which is just kids in general. Like that, like there's different ways of learning. Same thing, like like I'm also dyslexic as well. That's why it's kind of hard for me to talk and really pronunciates my words. There's just different ways of learning. Like that's why they have those programs like MTA and all this stuff in school. Like there's just different ways to learn. That's why I'm saying like each to their own, but just do it in a responsible manner. That's why I don't think it's abuse.
Yeah, so I don't think that's in a responsible manner. When you just say words like responsible, right, that doesn't actually indicate anything to us like that it actually is responsible. That's just your assumption given this particular behavior. So again, I don't see any reason why we've indicated here in this scenario that it's necessary. And that was the whole basis point for why you said that it was okay. Anita, thank you for the $1 on Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Wait, so you just don't think it's necessary at all? So if
we showed that it's not necessary. You couldn't give me a single scenario where it's not necessary or where it's necessary.
I did actually.
That was not a scenario where it was necessary.
You're just saying just to leave the situation altogether, which is not like the point of the point of the scenario, the hypothetical. If you're outside and there's a fire outside, which I mean I get, like, this is just a hypothetical, like this isn't like serious or whatever. But if the 3-year-old or even 4-year-old just won't listen to you, like you have to make them listen to you, like straight up.
Wait, what? Well, okay, if you spank them and they don't listen to you and they keep doing it, are you gonna hit them harder?
I mean not necessarily, no.
So what do you do?
I mean, I don't know. Then you just take a different approach.
What different approach?
I don't know. I mean, at the same time, I'm 21. Like I haven't had kids yet, and I don't know like all the ways of doing it. But they don't give you a manual when you become a parent.
Yeah, so you should take parenting classes. There are things you can do. I actually think that this should be allowed for everyone to get. Should be free at the point of service.
So what's your point? If you are talking to your kid, you tell them that like fire's hot, it's bad for you, and they just don't listen to you, then what's your God's solution?
You remove them from the circumstance. If it's a last case, you remove them from the circumstance. They shouldn't be around a fire like that if they're 3 years old.
Okay, so if you have a fire, if you have kids, you should have a fireplace.
No, you can have a fireplace. You just don't use. You don't put them in a place where they can be near the fireplace. If you want to relate to a stove, you can have a stove, but you want to make sure that they're not in places where they can get hurt by the stove.
Yeah,
there are fire guards. There are things to like guard these.
That's just not how the world works either.
Baby
I mean,
gates.
honestly, in this situation at 3 years old, but I mean, you talk to like a 15-year-old or whatever. Like life isn't like that. Like you learn by being taught, and if they're not listening, then that's when you have to teach them in your own way.
Yeah, but again, Teaching them can happen throughout time. It doesn't have to happen by spanking them. I think that's a wild way to resort to teaching them. And I actually think that that would lead to more outcomes negative long term and would actually make it harder for you to be able to teach them things long term.
Which I don't agree either. You know, like I said at the very beginning of this point as well, like it is like a last situation resort. Like you don't just go straight up and just like start hitting your kids for no reason. Like you said, like abuse is like critical or like overly. Let me look at that. Really with.
Yo, Morgan, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, these are important conversations to have. I appreciate it, Morgan. Can we get a W for Morgan in the comment section, y'all?
Or violence repeatedly or whatever. Like repeatedly violence or something like that.
Repeated violence. Yeah, so I think we're kind of getting to a point of circularity. Is there anything else you want to bring up or talk about, Jackson?
You just don't agree at all?
Well, obviously, I dispute what you're saying. I've given you reasons, but I think we're kind of just getting back to the same thing we've already gone over a few times.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you just bringing up like just a statistics point of view of it. And you're not really, I guess, not really kind of proving your point with my situation I'm going in. Besides just remove the kid, like in general.
You asked me what I would do. I told you what I would do. Taylor, thank you so much for the $5.55. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Taylor.
I got you. Well, that's all. That's whatever.
Okay, appreciate you coming on. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you think that spanking is not abuse. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get to the next person here real quick, everyone. Please only do send a guest request if you think that spanking is not abuse, everyone. Again, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. We're getting the next person real quick, everyone. All right, y'all. It's a punishment, not a punishment you should engage in towards your child. All right, I didn't accept this person. We're going to try the next. Again, please only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
I do not.
Why
no,
not?
I don't. And in fact, can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
How old are you? And do you have kids?
I'm 21 and I do not. Michelle, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. I appreciate Michelle.
Okay, so then, and I think I heard you did like a bibliography or something on it, or I don't know, some type of study. So where do you get your information?
My bibliography has like peer-reviewed studies.
And where does that information come from? Like, where do those studies come from?
Like various institutions of medical science.
So they kind of gather parents or kids who have been spanked and go based off that, or?
Yeah. So like there are going to be like, for example, in certain studies, there's like they go to different countries on the world, and they like will like randomly select people given like a specific set of like demographics and whatnot to be able to represent like the population. There's also like literature reviews like associated with it. Yeah, so like that would just be like how they conduct it. There would be methodologies that are different in different studies, but typically they go down like some sort of like observational lens with like control groups and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can see your point of view. I definitely respect your point of view. You know, as a parent myself of 4 boys, all various ages, under 10, but I mean, I definitely think that spanking is not abuse. And like Jackson was saying previously, there's a point where you have to eventually do some type of discipline, because let's just think about it in the same situation. Not saying that I would allow a 3-year-old to go around a fire. Has that been a situation? Yeah, I've seen friends of mine, and when we're hanging out, you know, sometimes that does happen if we're at a bonfire. I get it. But what else situation would you, so you don't just walk away from a kid who's crying and screaming and yelling, because then when that kid grows up, society's going to take care of them themselves. So as a parent, you have to instill those, you know, those values, those morals. And so sometimes there's just no other way. They have to learn. So what do you do in a situation when they're crying, they're, you know, throwing themselves on the floor? You don't just walk away. So what do you do? Or in a situation, for me, my son's in the mall and we're all shopping. He's right next to me, completely responsible, doesn't get what he wants, starts throwing a tantrum on the floor. What do you do?
Yeah, so you engage in emotional regulation, you talk to them, you try to identify why they are that way. Oftentimes removing them from the place in which they're emotionally dysregulated in, right, can allow for you to be able to like deal with the circumstance and the dysregulation as well. Oftentimes when kids act this way, it's because of that dysregulation. So like we can build up an internal sense of like discipline and values so that they can be able to deal with this in the in any circumstance in which they do feel dysregulated. But that relies upon like them working with you because it's the first time they're dealing with their emotions, the first time they're trying to regulate them. So obviously it's going to be a learning curve. But yeah, there's discipline outside of the context of spanking.
And I agree with that. I think that once you become a parent yourself, you'll understand that it's not as easy to exactly get down at their level, say, okay, sweetie, let's calm down. You know, let's talk about the situation. Let's talk about the item that you cannot have. They don't understand that just yet. Now, when they realize what they're doing is wrong is when I'm instilling in them a little bit more authority. They're the child, I'm the parent. So they are not going to walk all over the situation. When they're trying to regulate their own emotions, I get it. But for that time being, I see like some people are like, that's lazy parenting, quick to just like quiet them by spanking them. That's not the situation. And until you are a parent yourself, and I don't wish that upon anybody. I'm not saying I hope that you have to go through that, but I think it's just you can't really speak on that topic truthfully unless you've gone through it yourself. Now, spanking is abuse. I grew up in an age where they did spank us in school, and it's not unheard of. So I would definitely refrain from saying it's ridiculous because since taking that out of school districts, me being a teacher myself, I have seen what it's done to this generation. So I really do think that no, spanking is not abuse, but I completely respect from where you're coming from. I just think you don't know until you've been in that situation.
Have you gone through this circumstance?
Yes, yeah, no, being spanked as a child.
So you're saying that you need to be spanked yourself to say that spanking is wrong?
No, I don't think that I need to be spanked. I think I have definitely way more insight on the subject. I'm not saying that spanking is the answer, but I'm saying that there are times where, yeah, I'm so happy that my parents did put me in my place at one point because society, especially today, I'm talking like I grew up in a different age, but today, if you just realize how soft kids are and how they themselves like don't know how to regulate their emotions regardless, I think that has a lot to do with not just spanking. I think there's a lot more issues that need to be talked about other than just spanking. I think spanking is, yeah, it's not the worst thing.
Spanking is definitely something that we do need to talk about, and it's definitely something that needs to be related to, because oftentimes the reasons why kids won't have the ability to regulate their emotions in these types of ways is because parents rely upon things like taking away their stuff or spanking them rather than like going through stuff with them, communicating with them, going through thought experiments, trying to get them to understand why things are wrong. Oftentimes kids have a lack of understandings of why their parents are telling them to do specific things. And that's why they will disobey and do things to the opposite. It's because they don't understand that their parents are really just trying to keep them safe. Right? Like that's same thing was true for me. Like I didn't see all the reasons why my mom was trying to keep me safe. And then now when I'm getting older, I realize all the things that my mom was doing to like try to keep me safe throughout the context of my life. Right? So it's really about expressing those reasons and making sure that those reasons are very, very, very clear. Because especially if we just rely upon like some sort of relationship of fear, right? They're going to only necessarily not engage in those bad actions when you're there to instill the fear. When you're not there, well, then they have no reason not to engage in the action. The same sort of way that like I'm more likely to speed if there's not a cop, or if I know that I'm not going to get caught.
Got it. Okay. So you're saying you were never spanked growing up?
Never spanked, no.
Okay. Okay. So then why are you so obsessed on the topic of spanking? I'm just curious.
Yeah, because I see the detrimental outcomes as it relates to like the studies. Right. I can send you a study that shows that other types of like physical punishment or maltreatment that's considered illegal under United States law currently, right, has the same outcome statistically speaking as spanking. Right. So if we consider those illegal, then it seems like we should also consider this illegal, given that they have the same types of outcomes in terms of childhood development.
Got it. Okay. Well, I think we can agree to disagree. And I wish you the best on your parenting when you get there. But, yep. Thank you.
Wait, before you do, would you say that
Yes.
the current forms of maltreatment that are considered illegal under United States law, would you say that those aren't considerably wrong?
No, I think that there's a lot more to be worried about in this society. And I think nobody really has a grip on anything these days, including, I mean, it goes all the way up until law enforcement. So I think as parents, as wives, husbands, we've got to like really stick our ground and really stand up for what we believe in. And so if that means I'm going to toughen up my kid a little bit, by showing them, hey, you can't act like this and these things are not right. You know, because then they gotta deal with the Karens out there and all that stuff. You know, I think I think we all just need to kind of figure it out on our own. And yeah, I think there's definitely way worse things than spanking. And I'm once again talking about like a simple tap, like, you know, hey, don't do that.
If they're
Spank
worse,
on the
then they
hand.
should also not be okay. Like, what things are worse that you think are like allowed?
Well, what things are you referencing? Because there's a lot.
As it relates to
So
the
when
different
you
forms.
talk about
Go ahead.
what are those different forms? Because I just can't think any of off the top of my head.
It would be like different forms of hitting, bruising, other stuff like that.
No, absolutely not. Like punching, hitting.
Yep.
I mean, I dare not even do that in my own relationship with my husband, you know?
Yes, I'll
And
read
I
what
don't think
the study
even
specifically says.
arguing is even okay in front of the children. Like arguing in
agree.
front of your children, definitely walk away from a situation like that. That's two grown-ups
Well,
who understand
let
the
me
concept of
clarify. Conflict resolution is good to show children, right? Arguing in a manner in which is like you're yelling at each other, not good to show children. What you do want to show children is constructive ways of dealing with conflict. That is really good, though. So it is good to necessarily disagree in front of your kids, but constructively deal with the disagreement. That's what I would say.
Oh yeah.
But
Definitely.
the studies
And we do discuss that with with our kids afterwards, you know, if they hear us, you know, disagreeing with each other, you know, but no form of hitting, no form of bruising, pinching, any of that. I think that's taking it a little too far. Others could disagree, but I think that's kind of just your own form of parenting. You know, like Jackson said previously, parenting does not come with a manual, and everybody who disagrees probably does not have kids. You know, you really don't wish that upon anybody, and I don't, but you just don't know until you are a parent yourself in those situations. You know, and then you got everybody else. Look at what I think we need to do as a society is if we have kids who are acting up or kids or anything like that, and we see parents who are also going through their own current stuff, because you also have to think to yourself, that parent's probably not perfect, right? We all go through things. And especially these days, I know you may not have experienced this, and I hope you don't, but it's a hard life to live. And so do I think we need to take that out on our kids? No. But if you're saying that we don't and we just stand there and we let them throw fits or tantrums, I think parents should help other parents, or people should step up and just say, hey, I got you. Because then if you're talking about mental issues and all this stuff and how our kids are raised and what they think and all that good stuff, you know, like we're all human. We're all individuals. So we all go through our own stuff. I don't think spanking is abuse.
Yeah,
Just
so
to answer that question.
kids, you said that like you let them throw fits. No, so you still deal with it, but you like try to go through like emotional regulation, which is constructively dealing with the fits. Whereas if you just hit the kid, that doesn't constructively deal with the fit, and it doesn't deal with the emotional dysregulation, and instead leaves us in the same scenario. Also, there are many parents that agree with me. I don't think that this is going to be a point that would dispute anything I'm saying, as this is like backed up by like data. It's backed up by professionals. It's not just my opinion. But the study specifically says, overall, the results of this study may be interpreted to suggest that the associations of physical punishment with child outcomes are statistically indistinguishable from the association of forms of maltreatment that are legally prohibited in the U.S. context with the same child outcomes. This statistical indistinguishability may be because the underlying behavior, hitting children, has the same damaging effect on children, despite the presence of legal guidelines that attempt to differentiate between physical punishment and child maltreatment.
Got it. Yeah. I mean, I'm still human. I'm still learning every day. I'm, like I said, a parent of 4 boys. And I mean, I've decided that was my decision. That's my on taking. And so like, you know, all I came on to say is, do I spank my children? Yes, I do. at times. Do I think that they're damaged? Absolutely not. I mean, we have just as many talks as we do with our children about why we do what we do. Do we go back and explain what we did and why they did it? Yeah. And do I think I have respectful children? Yes, absolutely. If somebody's in their face and nobody's around, because nowadays teachers, there's like there's one to like a class of 40. So do I have to eventually get my kids to stick up for themselves? Yeah, I do. In a situation where they can't find a teacher, yeah, I do. And I think kids, yeah, there's a lot of kids out there who are very abusive. And I can tell you that my children, I'm not saying they're perfect. Maybe they start something, maybe they don't. But if there's nobody around, I have to teach my kid to fend for themselves and not be soft. Because then what's going to happen to them? They're going to get abused out there. That in society, if I send them out and I tell them, hey, you need to stand up with your words and you need to try to talk to somebody who's bullying you or all the other stuff that the world has out there, which I don't know if you've been outside, but it's not the best. And we don't exactly have the best people running the world. Then yeah, I have to teach my kids to stick up for themselves.
Yeah. So first of all, you can teach people to stick up for themselves, and also, I want to say, Kate, thank you so much for that.
I can't teach other kids to be a certain type of way. So I can only control what I can control in my own home. I can't control other kids. So what do I do in a situation where another kid who is being abused at home or, not in the best situation grows up and they decide that they want to bully my kid? What do I do in that situation?
You remove them from a circumstance where they can get bullied. Kate, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Completely remove them from the school district.
If the school's not doing anything about it, yeah. What the hell? Absolutely. If the school's not doing anything about your kid getting bullied, then absolutely you leave that school district.
You are talking about literally a good portion of school districts nowadays. And yeah,
if they're not doing anything about the bullying towards your children,
I have my own full-time job. If I can keep them home, absolutely. But what is that really teaching them? If I'm keeping them home and I'm secluding them when they want to be out there, then I'm happy for that. But in certain situations, I can't predict what child's going to come to school with the gun or whatever. You know what I mean? I can't predict those situations.
I never said you could predict that. When did I say that?
But I can't take, what I'm saying is I can't take my child out of school. You're telling me to completely remove them.
Yeah, I'm saying if you can.
You can, and I can't.
If you can, yeah.
So what do I do?
So if you can't remove your kid from that school system, well, then you have to find some other way to be able to deal with it. You wouldn't say by like you telling them to hit them.
So when you get
like that stuff like that, but you do tell them to get themselves out of those types of circumstances.
You're doing great. So hopefully you don't have to get a 9-to-5 job, right? But when you're in a situation that you are limited, yeah, you're right. Like maybe I could do something about that. Maybe I can just become a YouTuber, or maybe I can go on TikTok and I can just, one day I do hope to sustain financial freedom and get financial freedom for my own kids. But until that day, and trust me, I'm ready. I'm ready to take my kids out of the educational system. And all parents listening, yeah, I would definitely reconsider too, because I see how it's going down. We literally have school districts closing, condensing because teachers are leaving. I mean, that's not new news. As a teacher, I'm telling you, it's just as there's just so much more in this world that I just want to come on here and say spanking is not abuse.
Schools can deal with those types of things. You never give a reason why schools can't deal with it. Also, you don't have to be a TikToker or a YouTuber to be able to move out of a school district for that child, right? I never made a claim that you have to do that. What I'm saying is that that's just something that you can do given a particular scenario.
Right. I am a teacher, so I know firsthand, and I'm just kind of responding to the comments too because it's ridiculous. They don't pay teachers enough. Trust me, I know they don't. They need to pay teachers a lot more for what they're dealing with, and the administrators and all the support that we get in school, it's not enough. It is not enough.
Yeah, I don't dispute you there. I think that we should be spending significantly more on school than we currently do in education.
Right. And I think that would just help. I think if you take a step back and you really think about the bigger picture, there is just so much more that goes into a lot more like we're going off topic. So I just want to keep on topic. But yeah, so I just wanted to come on here and say spanking is not abuse, and we can agree to disagree. I appreciate your study. And like I said, I'm still learning as I'm a parent of 4 boys. And so I'm saying I have spanked my kids, and I don't think that it's the worst thing in the world. I think there's a lot worse, in this world. So that's it. Thank you.
So just because there are worse things in the world doesn't mean that this isn't something that's considerably bad, though. Couldn't you say the same thing about like
It's
cheating?
not considerably bad.
Like someone
Cheating
cheats
is
on their
not bad.
significant other. Well, there are worse things in the world. So
Yeah, so those kids, that person who's being raised to shoot other people in the world, that's the concern there. You're right. But that kid, I promise you, is not just getting spanked. So if you're saying that the spanking is the abuse, that's not correct. They are probably being more than spanked.
wait, by
They're
definition,
probably being,
by my definition, spanking would be abuse. It's intentionally physically harming a child for no good reason.
it's not for no good reason.
It is
In
for no
fact,
good reason.
once
There's
again,
not a single
when you
good reason
become
to
a
spank a
parent-
kid.
Okay, so spanking.
Jace, I
what are we
appreciate the
talking? Are we
$5. Thank you so
talking
much.
like a tap? Because that's what I consider a spank. I consider, don't do that. Keep your hand off that. Like you said, it's not being that we're an irresponsible parent, but I'm not going to also seclude my kid and lock him up and put him in front of a TV 24/7 as I'm cooking.
I never argued for that either.
No, what I'm saying is that when they lead, oh man.
Hello? She just paused, everyone. I don't know what's going on. But tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get it up to 750,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people as well, everyone share the live copy link, send it to a few friends. If you do want to support me, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio. If you do want to support me as well through TikTok, the only way you can do so is by gifting subs. I still can't get any gifts otherwise from that, but I do appreciate everyone who has been helping out that way. I'll try to get my gifts working. But I think she just left, chat. Yeah, she literally just left. Okay. I think she got angry with me. I literally just I was literally being super patient with her. I don't know what the hell was her issue. But we're near the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you think that spanking is not abuse, y'all.
Is that
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hold on.
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
I am 18.
What's your birth year?
2005.
For sure. Do you think that spanking is abuse?
I do not think spanking is abuse.
Why not?
Well, as somebody that was spanked while I was growing up and everything, I don't feel that it hurt me or changed me any other way. I feel that if anything, it helped me. Like if I take an example that, say, I was never spanked and I only had stuff taken away from me, then that would change how I grew up. Okay. Like it's a completely different aspect of life. You get where I'm coming from?
What's a completely different aspect of life? I'm confused what you're saying.
So if you take a kid and that is not spanked, and you take a kid that is spanked, all right? The kid that's spanked has a higher chance of being obedient compared to the kid that isn't spanked.
That's actually wrong.
Nope.
False.
Why?
So the kids who are spanked are actually more likely to not follow. Actually, I can send you a study on that. My bibliography indicates it's the other way around.
Okay, what year and who were these kids done? Like what study?
This is multiple different studies. It's not just one study. This is multiple different studies from countries around the world over multiple generations. Okay? I'm not just talking the last 20 years. I'm talking the last 50, 60, 70 years, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, so my bibliography has all of this, right? Again, you are more likely to exhibit disobedience. You're more likely to exhibit bad behavior. You're more likely to be aggressive. You're more likely to have anxiety, PTSD, depression, antisocial personality disorders, and many other things that we would consider detrimental to children's development.
Okay, and what is the chance that you aren't likely to have this? Like, you're going to be completely fine.
You can't just give like a chance that you're not going to get any of these characteristics. The chance would be relative to the particular characteristics, right? Like what is the increased risk of aggression, or what is the increased risk of? Go ahead.
So what is the, like, how do I say this? Least detrimental effect that you can get, and what is that percentage that
The
you get?
least detrimental impact.
Yeah, like say PTSD.
I can't quantify that. How am I supposed to quantify that PTSD is less or worse than depression?
No, what I'm saying is, like, say you're scared of getting hit. That's what you got for getting spanked. That's your thing. What is that? It's PTSD in a way, right?
I don't know what you're trying to say here.
I'm trying to point out that it doesn't matter the statistical advantage of everything combined into one thing. It matters the chance that you actually get something. Like, for example, I could be traumatized for life now, but it's not going to affect me in everyday life. So that doesn't make spanking bad.
Yeah, so it does affect people's daily lives. It absolutely does. Let alone the idea that like PTSD, anxiety, depression are very clearly impacting people's lives.
Yeah, but what is the chance a kid gets that? Like, out of 10?
Out of 10. So like I would be able to give you an increased likelihood, right? Like, for example, if we want to relate to like aggressive behavior, like there's an increased likelihood of aggressive behavior by over 40%.
Okay, and how much are these kids getting spanked?
So I mean, it just depends on the study that you reference. In the context of this, right? The spanking is going to be like relatively common. All right, there are certain studies that
right there, relatively common, constant hitting your kids with a spanking. That I would clarify as abuse, without a doubt. Now,
relatively common, you're not understanding. Relatively common is going to be like once a week or like once a month.
That's not relatively common. That's just disciplining your kid.
Okay, so that's relatively common. I don't know what you're talking about. The idea here very clearly, I can also show is that like even if you do it and you just rely upon spanking once, we still see these detrimental outcomes. Like I've been telling other guests, maybe you didn't hear this. Do you think that the current forms of maltreatment under United States law should be considered illegal?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, they do.
Well, those forms of maltreatment that are currently considered illegal under the United States law, some of them, right, have the exact same outcomes as spanking in terms of childhood development, okay? It says specifically, overall, the results of the study may be interpreted to suggest that the association of physical punishment and with child outcomes are statistically indistinguishable from the association of forms of maltreatment that are legally prohibited in the U.S. context with the same child outcomes. Okay.
Exactly.
So if you consider some of them to be illegal based upon these outcomes, well then why don't you consider spanking to be illegal based upon the exact same outcome?
Because in 90% of those households, that act of getting hit or bruised or pinched or whatever you call it is gonna be more common than spanking, because they're gonna have an abusive person. Because you don't discipline your kid by giving them a punch. Like, you don't discipline your kid by punching them.
I'm telling you that they have statistically indistinguishable outcomes.
Yeah, I'm telling you that is abuse. Now,
okay, so then spanking is abuse. Do you agree?
No, I don't.
Okay, listen. Overall, the results of this study may be interpreted to suggest the associations of physical punishment, i.e. spanking, with child outcomes are statistically indistinguishable from the association of forms of maltreatment that are legally prohibited in the U.S. context with the same child outcomes. The statistical indistinguishability may be because the underlying behavior, hitting children, right, has the same damaging effect on children, despite the presence of legal guidelines that attempt to differentiate between physical punishment and child maltreatment.
Okay. Still. Like, okay. Give me an example of where somebody would be getting these other, like, maltreatments. Like, Other than spanking, not spanking.
Like, what are the examples of these different maltreatments?
No, like give me a household example of where this would be happening.
I don't know what you're talking about. I just tried to clarify and you didn't tell me.
A household example, like where would this be happening? What kind of household would this be happening?
Would spanking be happening?
No. The other ones.
Other types of maltreatment?
Yeah, the illegal ones.
Any household.
Okay.
What point are you? I don't know what you're asking, dude. I
don't know how to answer this. Like
me, I don't know. I don't know what you're asking. Of course, I'm not going to know how to answer if I don't know what you're asking.
Okay, so you keep coming back with the same scientific bibliography.
Yeah.
Yet we have no actual number. You keep giving us the exact same, really like high words, no number explanation here.
I gave you a number, right?
No.
Yeah, and the numbers are different based on the different things. All I was relating to was a qualitative sort of basis.
Exactly, the numbers are different
right?
based
the qualitative
on the
basis
thing.
that it's.
Therefore, it's different based on spanking.
What?
You just said the numbers are different.
No, the specific number you'll get might vary between a few percentage points, like between the different types of studies.
That's what I'm going to make my case on. So, if it varies based on each,
That doesn't make any sense to make the case on.
if
but
it
okay.
makes different, if it's different for every detrimental case, then it varies. It varies. Correct?
No, not for every detrimental case. Each different study, right, will have different types of numbers as it relates to like the negative impacts. Right. So like, would you like me to bring specific ones up here?
Sure.
All right, here. Let me give you one specifically. I have to go to the conclusions here. You can bring up something and then I'll give it to you in a second. Did you hear?
Yeah.
Go for it. Hello, are you there, man? Are
Yeah,
you
I'm
gonna?
here.
Are you listening? I said you can say what you want real quick while I look for this, or are you just gonna keep
No,
sitting here and be
lis-
quiet?
I'm listening for. I'm just gonna wait.
So okay, all right, dude. I literally just told you while I look for it, you can do that, because it takes me a second to find it. But are you just gonna be quiet the whole time?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
Why? Rachel, I appreciate the $7. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Why?
Because we're not gonna argue while I'm waiting.
You can argue anything in the meantime. I don't know. Just don't just sit here and be quiet so that I can't have like a. Then I'm not going to be able to look at the studies to be able to find this because I have to run a live.
What? Okay, can I give like
Nicholas,
why are you mad?
Please, can you make your hamster wheel brain move faster, please?
I don't know why you're mad about me waiting for my points.
All right, we can see an increased likelihood of what is this? The risk of the child increases 51% as it relates to what's it called? This association with antisocial. No, that's not antisocial. That is also another aggressive behavior one. Then there's also impulsiveness, right? There's a, what is this, increase of like 34%, something like that. So do you want me to continue to give you ones or do you want me to like,
So
what would you like me to do?
if you're gonna tell me that if I spank my kid and he has an increase in impulsiveness, I'll take that any day. If my kid's impulsiveness is
What?
increased because I spanked him,
You want
because
impulsiveness to increase?
I could care less if it increases. That's what I'm saying.
That's quite literally like some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Why? Like, I'd rather my kid do better and to have more impulsiveness than be disobedient, do dumb things, go and touch the stove or go touch the fireplace or go fall in a fire pit because
So
he's not smart enough
here's
or wasn't-
46% increase in the externalization of behavior. As it relates to the spanked category versus not spanked. Right. as it relates to increased likelihood of what is this? Wait, so wait, you want increased likelihoods of bad things happening to your child?
No, I don't want more things. I'll take more impulsiveness.
Why?
Because it's not something I can control in that scenario.
That is something that you can control. It's whether or not you engage in the action, right? Whether or not you engage in the spanking. Are you just not going to engage?
I'm processing here.
Okay.
So, all right. I can't argue my point anymore here because I don't know. But I do think other people have said it more than me, more than I can personally.
Yeah, so I mean, are you going to give me any type of argument against anything I've said, or are you just going to like come on here and just say like,
I've given the best argument I could.
What argument did you provide?
Guess I can't finish here. People before me have made a point for spanking not being abuse more than I ever could. So you can think what you can think. I'll think what I'll think.
I'm not hearing an argument. Would you like to provide me the argument? Oh, he just left. Okay. Dude, I can't, dude. I really can't, dude. We're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you think that spanking is not abuse. If you want to debate, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's go on to this next individual real quick. By the way, everyone, here in about like 30 minutes or so, we're moving over to sub-only chat. If you want to have access to the sub-only chat, subscribe if you haven't already, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
I think beating your kids is abuse. Spanking is not abuse, depending on the situation and the context and the severity, of course. But no, in general, spanking your kids is not abuse.
Okay. So, so specifically, do you think that bruising your kids from the spanking is abuse?
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be beating your kids like that.
Okay. Do you think that giving them a red mark from a spanking is abuse?
No, it's supposed to sting.
Okay. So I don't think you should be hitting your kids so that it stings. That's kind of fucking crazy. But if you want to relate to the idea that bruising...
I think it's kind of crazy that you'll just let your kids run all over you and do whatever the hell they want to, and all you can do is just maybe take things away. And I mean, you can tell them no 10,000 times, but if the kid's going to be disobedient and be unruly and rude and hateful and disrespectful, then, I mean, when all options are exhausted, then, I mean, you've got to do what you've got to do, because if you don't raise your kids to mind and to obey the rules and to do what needs to be done, then the law's not going to. The government's not going to.
Yeah, yeah. So
you're not going to. If I don't teach my kids how to act right, you're not going to.
Yeah. So as it relates to this, me saying that I think it's not okay to spank children doesn't mean I think that children can do whatever they want, or like there's no discipline that's involved. Logan, thank you for the $10 on Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Logan. I think that Armin as well. Thank you for the $1. I think that it's going to relate to building up the internal values, right? Emotional regulation, things like that. So I don't think that you're going to be able to build up internal values by the use of spanking. I think that the use of spanking is actually going to degrade. Is there a way you can turn that notification off?
Yeah, sorry, I was just about to mute it.
Yeah, so if anything, I think that it degrades this. Armin, I appreciate the Cash App. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to message you. Oh, did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard part of it. I got caught up. I was actually checking on my kids. Sorry.
Sure, that's fine. Okay. So like, again, we can go back to this point then. Right. Do you think that you think bruising is abuse? Okay. So there are some children that bruise easier than other children, right? So the level of force that would be considerably abuse under that notion would be like this level of force. And then another kid would have significantly greater level of force hit on them up here. And this wouldn't be considered abuse because this didn't lead to a bruise, because this kid was significantly less likely to be bruised than this kid. So how do you reconcile with this, given that there's a significantly greater magnitude of force as it relates to the individual that did not get abused comparative to the individual that did get abused?
Well, I can't really say that there's a way to judge that. All I can say is, I mean, if you're going to have, if it comes to the point where you've got to get onto your kids like that, then I mean, that shouldn't even be likely.
Purdy, thank you so much for the 10 subscriptions. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Purdy. Can we get a W for Purdy in the comment section right now, everyone, as well? Thank you, Danny. I appreciate the $2. So you think that like spanking them is a lesson. So do you think that it should be used in school systems because it's effective for learning?
Well, I can tell you right now, if it were still legal, I mean, the principal at my son's school would have my full permission if he needed to, but he better contact me first. I mean, and that's how it was whenever I was in school. And I mean, there were times whenever I thought I was going to be a smart ass to the teacher, or I thought I was going to cut up in school, and I had to go to the principal's office and I got a paddling. And I mean, I'm completely okay with that.
Oh, no. I don't think you should have gotten a paddling. I don't think you should have gotten hit. I think that's crazy. I think that does not teach learning. I think that actually teaches aggression. Children are more likely to exhibit aggressive behavior. They're more likely to not listen, stuff like that, given the fact that they're spanked. And Armin, I do.
I heard that a minute ago, but do you think that those numbers might not be?
Hold it before
you think that those numbers might not be botched? Because do you not even for a second believe that maybe the fact that those kids had aggression issues, or maybe the fact that those kids had attention issues and issues with lashing out and showing out rather than communicating their feelings and doing whatever else needed to be done, maybe they decided to show out and that's why they got a spanking? I mean, logically, like really.
So they compare against control groups. So if they compare against control groups, that would allow for us to reduce the biases as it relates to these circumstances. And that's why we're able to make a legitimate claim here that this is going to be something
So they took 10,000 kids who there was zero likelihood that they were going to have any sort of genetic behavioral issues. Now, out of 10,000, hypothetically.
DLD, can I explain?
I've heard you explain it, and you keep throwing these same numbers and out here, and you want everybody to hear what you're saying, but you're not hearing what anybody else is saying.
What did I not hear?
I can tell you right now, if the kids are 40% more likely to have issues with it, I mean, how do you know? Like, how do you even decide? Like, you just randomly ended up with 40% in favor that they're going to develop issues because they got physical discipline or corporal punishment, because it just seems like completely. Yeah, I'll see.
It's not random. It's a study. We have control groups, and we take into account like whether or not there's a meaningful relationship. That's why we use studies, is so that we can actually just take two different things that are associated and actually determine whether or not it's just a random association or it's a meaningful association, right? That's why we use studies. That's literally the whole point. And Amin, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate the cash apps. Just let me know what your name is on Discord or on Instagram, and I'll add you. So yeah. Can you restate what you were asking for again? I just want to clarify if I didn't answer it.
Sorry, I was checking on my youngest. Okay, so how do you figure that 40 kids are 40% more likely out of what size control group I mean, out of what size are these
So
groups?
again, it just depends on the study. So we'd have to look at it. So, I mean, I recommend if you want to look at it, the best way to do so is just to literally just go to my bibliography and my bio and look at the specific studies, right? That would be the best way to look at it specifically. I think the most damning evidence, if I want to relate to it specifically, we don't even have to look at the number of the increased likelihood of these different types of specific outcomes. What we can look at is what we currently consider maltreatment or illegal under United States law. And if we currently consider that maltreatment or illegal under United States law, and you think it should be that way, well, then it would be the case, since that spanking has the exact same outcome statistically as that you would also consider this illegal. So my point is that based on what we already consider, based on what we already value, we would consider it to be abuse, and we consider it to be in a circumstance in which we think it should be illegal. But we don't in society because there are social norms behind spanking. We justify our parents spanking, right, by saying that it's necessary for them to have done that, by saying it's required, right, when in reality, these things aren't necessary and they aren't required. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
I get what you're saying fully, and I agree. For some children, no, it's not necessary. Some children don't need that sort of motivation in their life. So, I mean, there are some kids who you just plumb don't have to spank, and then you have other kids who are just a handful.
Can you give me any evidence to believe that some kids need to be spanked?
Well, all kids are not naturally temperamented the same. I mean, it's people are just like, I mean, we are animals, man. Like, have you ever had animals? Have you ever had bred like thousands of anything? I mean, you have some that are just inherently good and some that are just not. Some are just going to raise hell. I mean,
okay, so,
you can't say that.
That's first of all, that's environmental too. So there's environmental influences. Second of all, if it is the case that someone is like unregulated or dysregulated, well, then we have to develop things to be able to deal with that. And oftentimes parents might have similar ways of dealing with issues as with some kids, and then won't be able to relate to the other kids in terms of how to best deal with that. So it is about trying different methods of communication to see what methods of communication are the most effective. And I mean, thank you so much for sending it. I'll make sure to look that up later. I appreciate it. So I'm just saying that parents aren't able to relate to like what's going to be effective for kids in all scenarios, because ultimately communication is going to be able to allow you to deal with a lot of these issues in the first place.
I agree. Yeah, communication definitely helps in any situation. But no, I mean,
it's actually our backbone, and I'll prove to you why it's our backbone, right? Like, I mean, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So if it is the case that, oh crap, I just forgot. I apologize. I didn't mean to, I shouldn't have cut you off. I just had something and I forgot about it. I remember. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off again. Someone typed in the comment section, backbone.
Do you have kids of your own?
No, I do not. But
no. Okay, and this is the crazy thing, because books about kids are written by people with no kids. like, I mean, really, it's so funny.
I'm not the one who wrote books. I didn't write any books. I'm not getting my information from people that didn't have kids.
Your arguments.
I didn't get my information from that. I got it from individuals in which conducted studies. Okay, so like the idea here that like, yeah, I'm just the one that happens to be on here debating about these things, right? I don't think that means that I have to have kids in order to like make an argument that would relate to studies. Anyone can read studies. Anyone can go through it. But also, even if I was a parent, you would just say, oh, the experience that you have with your kids isn't going to relate to my experience with my kids. So you'll find some way to dismiss the evidence anyway. Okay. So that's just your bullshit way of dismissing the evidence that I'm providing to you right now.
I've got a son who you can literally tell the same thing 500 times and it just does not get through to him. I mean, like goodness. I mean, it's every day. It's the same thing for years. and it's the same thing. And every day
I don't think that you require spanking to be able to deal with that. But here, let me explain why communication is our backbone.
No.
The reason why communication is our backbone is because ultimately, I'll ask you this question. Say you spank your kid. They don't change their behavior. They keep doing it. Do you hit them harder?
No, the goal is to get the point across the first time.
Okay, but if it doesn't get across, what do you do?
Well, if it doesn't get across, then you make sure that the child does not have or is not presented the situation or the ability to defy you in the same manner again. Basically, you restrict.
So wait, so you restrict? Wait, sorry, say that one more time.
You restrict them. You restrict
them in what context?
You have to restrict, like, remove them from that situation.
Oh, so you just remove them from the circumstance in which is dysregulating them, and then you communicate with them. So exactly what I was arguing. No, you don't do that.
No. So your spanking is your last resort from having to isolate.
I would never rely on spanking at all.
Yeah, I mean that's and you don't have kids.
I currently do not. I don't know why that's like. Yeah. So, is that actually your best point against me?
Did your parents ever have to spank you?
That's actually hilarious. No.
Did your parents ever have to spank you?
No. So that's hilarious.
No?
Your best point against me is that you're not a parent.
So you were a child who actually somewhat minded, listened, did what you needed to do, took care of your responsibilities.
Yeah, my sister didn't,
right.
and she never got spanked either.
Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Because that was just who you were, right? As a person, you just
sure. But I was.
Right, your parents asked you to do something, and you respected
why. Can I explain why?
Hold on. And you just respected them. No, don't explain why. You just respected your parents just naturally. You just did, right?
Not necessarily, right?
I was. You would have raised hell and praised Dale.
So I was raised with
parents with no option.
Josie, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Can I please? Stacy, thank you so much for the $50. Can we get a W for Stacy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Right. So my parents raised me with the right values. Right. They told me what was right. They told me what was wrong. We engaged in communication. Right. When my mom sent me to timeout, she communicated with me like what was wrong and what we need to do in the future. Right. I was given a lot of attention because I was the third kid. I was the youngest kid. Right. My mom had a lot of experience with my sisters, what worked with them, and it was harder with them than it was with me. So it just kind of came a lot more naturally that way. You could say that there was some sense that I just wanted to do more that was right, or I wanted to listen more than other kids. I might agree with you on that respect, but I also do think it's also related to how my mom put her attention into specifically taking care of me. Also, like as it relates to this, my sister was like not someone to listen, was always off the walls, doing absolutely everything. There are lots of stories that we talk about and we laugh about now because of just like how bad my sister was back then. And she never got spanked. She never got hit. At the end of the day, all the problems we dealt with in terms of communication, right? And fundamentally that led us into better circumstances, better sort of productive manners, right? Than in getting hit, right? I think that we would have been in a worse circumstance given the fact that we were hit. I don't think it would have been a positive. It would have been a detriment.
No, man, I fully agree. I fully agree with you.
Kobe, I appreciate the dollar as well.
Yeah, I fully agree with you as far as that goes. And that's awesome that you guys were able to do that. But there are some children that you just cannot communicate with, that it just does not compute.
What doesn't compute?
I said there are some children who that form of communication just does not compute.
So maybe you need to communicate in a different way. So you keep at it, you stay persistent, and you can try different methods of communication. Because not always the same method of communication works with every kid. But ultimately, it's going to rely upon communication, not physical violence. Okay? And also, if you rely on physical violence, that also doesn't give your kid the ability to be able to deal with stuff in the future. Because the same methods that you're using right now as conflict resolution with your kid in terms of how they can regulate themselves and how they can do this are the same types of things that they're going to use in the future when they take care of their kids. Okay? This stuff will pass down. It absolutely will. In the same way that bad things pass down and we have to go against these cycles and we have to like stop them that way, the good things pass down as well. So the more good that you put into like taking care of your children, the more good that is going to be passed down to your grandchildren. Okay? I think it's really important, and we don't think about that enough, is that these types of things will have impacts on our grandchildren as well. Because ultimately the relationship that you have with your kid is going to be exactly how they form relationships with their significant other, with their friends, with almost everyone else in their life. Right? The parental relationship is one of the most foundational relationships for how people act and like across the board. Okay. That's why people put so much emphasis on parental responsibility, is because that is the basis of a lot of the ways that we communicate with others. Not to say that all responsibility lies on the parents, but a lot of it does. It really does. I mean, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, your parental relationship with your children is definitely a huge building block in your kids' life. But no, man, I mean, I think that it's awesome that you personally, one, you're up here arguing about something that you really you haven't experienced it firsthand yet. And two, I mean, God, dude, I don't know. You're spouting off stuff that you don't know anything about. And I mean, it's honestly, it's hard to, I don't know, man. It's just hard to talk to you, dude.
I apologize for that.
I appreciate it, and I thank you for having me on. And
before you do, I do want to say something about the have an experience thing. So as it really, I hear this a lot from people, and I do think that like having experiences with being a parent will extend the amount of knowledge, especially on the very specifics that I have now, right? Way more than I currently have. I'll be able to relate more to the different types of experiences, things like that. So I definitely will learn a lot from being a parent that I currently do not know right now. So I understand what you mean within that respect. But that doesn't mean the broader sense of what I'm talking about is necessarily wrong, right? As it relates to how we ought to treat people or what we can do as in a response. I still think that these are things that we can apply in that context. Although, yeah, there are lots of things that I will learn from being a parent, right? But the studies are very clear. These are from experiences of individuals who have dealt with parents and are professionals in the field. They've been doing this for decades. So this isn't from me. This is from the people who are professionals that have had kids that have been studying this for decades, almost generations at this point.
Well, I mean, I'll just put one corporal punishment instance that I seen. I'll just share a little story with you. All right. So when I was in school, there was this kid that I went to school with. Good dude, good kid, always was good all through school. Just a good dude, had good grades. I mean, cool guy, easy to hang out with. Well, his mama was also a teacher, right? So me and him, we had the same homeroom. And I'm sorry for story time, but this is where I just one instance to share with you why I don't believe corporal punishment is necessarily abuse. But so we had the same homeroom, and he got to acting up with got in with a group of kids that I went to school with, bunch of no goods. And one day he thought he was going to be funny and thought he was going to be rude to our teacher. His mama happened to teach on the same hall. Well, our homeroom teacher called down there and let his teacher know what he had said. And his mama come down there with a paddle, took him out in the hallway and wore his butt out in that hallway. And his mama was always just the nicest, sweetest, give anybody the shirt off of her back any day of the week type lady. You know, I mean, they were just good people. And yeah, I mean, he was out of line. She didn't ever get on to him like that, but I mean, you know, he never was one of them kids that needed to be got on to. But I mean, he showed out and thought he was going to be slick with the teacher in front of class, and she come down there and wore him out and never had another issue out of him.
Yeah, you could not have another issue out of them without hitting them in the first place. So I think that she was also out of line in that scenario. All right, so I don't think that we should justify engaging in these particular actions when clearly, right, these actions we would consider bad, and the same kids that we're arguing are doing something bad in the scenario, right? If a kid hit another kid in the exact same way, right, we would consider that bad, even if they did something wrong, right, to them.
Well, those kids aren't his parents.
Okay, right. But what are we reinforcing in the kid's mind? We're reinforcing that there's rules for thee, but not rules for me.
Not tolerated.
What's up?
I said some things are simply not tolerated.
I'm not disputing that, right? You can say that it's not tolerated, but that does not mean that you engage in hitting your child. That's not tolerated. Okay?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
No, man.
All right.
Yeah. Have a good night.
I appreciate you coming on. All right. Yo, Kelani, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, Kelani. Thank you so much. Can we get a W for Kelani in the chat? Thank you. Ornelia as well. Thank you so much for the $15. And Ricky, thank you for the $5 as well. Y'all are going absolutely crazy on the Venmos and Cash Apps. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, y'all. Helps me come on here every day, especially because TikTok is taking away my my TikTok gifts, live gifts for like a month. So I really do appreciate everyone, y'all. Thank y'all so much. As well, everyone, we're going to be moving to sub-only chat here very, very soon. If you want to have access to the sub-only chat, subscribe to me if you haven't already. We're going to go on to the next individual real quick. Only do send a guest request if you disagree, though, y'all. All right, everyone, let's get this person up here. Most kids are disrespectful. Just because they're disrespectful doesn't mean they should be hit. I think it's wild for us to say that they should be hit because they're disrespectful. Right, that's wild. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
About 13.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live TikTok rules.
I'm sorry.
Oh, they were so nice. They were so nice. I'm always so scared of fetuses. Thank you for that. I just appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I always think that they're gonna say slurs, but they were so nice. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
How old are you?
47.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
No, I don't.
Why not?
Depends on what degree. You know, spanking's not abuse. You know, if you beat, that's abuse.
Okay. So to what degree is allowed and what degree is okay?
What degree is okay? Oh, it depends on the individual, man. You know. So there's no one set rule, you know.
Okay, so like, do you think that bruising kids when spanking them is abuse?
Well, you know, that's a hard question to answer because some people bruise easy, some people don't.
Oh, I mean, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. I'm confused with what your response is there. Could you try to clarify?
Yeah, some people
by the way, are you
bruise
driving?
easy. Yes, I am.
You have to come on a later time. I do appreciate you coming on, though, man. It's TikTok TOS, everyone. Only come on if you are not driving. It's TikTok TOS. All right. It's not accepting this individual either. We're going to try to go to the next. Only send a guest request if you think that spanking is not abuse, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes before we do end it today, y'all. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. We have 4.8 thousand people in here. We could easily get up to 1 million by the end of today, y'all. Parker, you put words in people's mouth you don't understand. What words did I put in people's mouth? I engage in what's called reductio ad absurdism, so it would be their own their own view. If I'm misrepresenting, there must be a miscommunication there. Yo, what's up? How old are you? For sure. Do you think that spanking is abuse? Why not? Okay. But can you mute and unmute real quick? People can't hear you in the chat, and if people can't hear you, it might not just allow you to hear. Yeah. Can y'all hear him now, chat? Go ahead and speak. No, chat. No, you still can't hear? Okay, chat. Sometimes it just makes it so that you can't. So people still can't hear you. I do appreciate you coming on though. Thank you so much, man. I apologize. Yeah, sometimes it does that, chat, and it just doesn't let some people speak for some reason. So I don't know why it does that. There's nothing I can do to fix it though. So let's go on to the next person. Keep tapping that screen. Again, let's try to get to 1 million likes before we do end it today, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
For sure. Do you think that spanking is abuse?
All right, I just want to say yes, it is abuse. I just want to say, everybody, you don't want your child to be scared of you. That's just not right. You can yell at your child.
I absolutely agree with you. By the way, I am just looking for people who disagree, though.
I just wanted to say that, guys. Don't make your child scared of you, man. That's just not right. But, all right, nice to have you.
Appreciate it. All right, let's go on to the next person. Please only send a guest request if you disagree. W for them, by the way. W for them. W guest. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
For sure. Do you think spanking is abuse?
You know, man, I can see it both ways. Yes, I do. I do think it's abuse. And I'll give you just a quick story.
Wait, Mike, if you do think it's abuse, I am just looking for people who disagree. So although I do appreciate you coming up, I am just going to look for the next person because I am just looking for debates, but appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Please only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Again, we are just looking for some debates. Again, I appreciate everyone so much. If you do agree, make sure to follow me if you haven't already as well. Join the Discord. The Discord is where you can interact with people that also agree and whatnot. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you think that spanking is abuse?
I don't.
Why not?
All right, so let me set the premise saying I have 5 kids of my own. So they live with me currently. And I'm a full-time father. So I disagree that it's abuse because I believe there is a difference between abusing your children and spanking. I don't believe they're synonymous. I believe that there is a degree of discipline in spanking. It should be corrective action of themselves. And then they take those emotions out on their children because they lack the communication skills to even have corrective action within their children. But I don't believe that spanking is directly abuse.
Okay, so you're essentially saying you don't think that it's excessive, right? You just don't think it's of excessive force. So like, what would be the standard in which you assess whether or not something is of excessive force? Because if you're saying that something is corrective action in one scenario but not the other, it seems like you're saying it's not corrective action if it meets the standard in which it's excessive, right?
Yeah, I think that the spanking should be relevant to the offense, right? If my child, for example, my daughter, she's 3 years old now. If she played with a toy or messed with something I told her not to touch, that's not something that really warrants a spanking that's serious, right? If I've told her 5 times now and now her brother has gotten hurt because she didn't listen, there's a pop on the hand that we'll consider a spanking. But that's just corrective action because we live in a world that is going to present you with, as parents, your job is to mold, shape, and direct your children, right?
Sure. But here, we're just going to disagree here on like what we consider to be corrective action on the basis of you think that it's corrective. I don't think that's corrective at all. I think that actually leads towards like more of an issue in terms of getting them to do the right thing. Actually, children who are physical punishment is targeted towards them, they are more likely to exhibit aggressive behavior. They're less likely to listen. They're more likely to be disobedient. They're more likely to develop anxiety, PTSD, depression, right? And they have some of the similar outcomes to what we would associate with other forms of maltreatment, which are currently illegal under United States law.
And I understand that. And we can agree, and I understand your disagreement, but here's my thing about that is when you have children as a parent, your job is to completely shape and lead your children in every way, right? It's not the job of the school system. It's not the job of a government. It's not the job of anyone outside of you. It is fully your responsibility to completely shape your children. And you place them in a world where, quite frankly, violence is present. And outside of your home, your children cannot just act any type of way and not be met with disciplinary action from somebody else, right? It's going to happen. So I cannot just go disrespecting anybody I want or acting any type of way and think that I'm not going to be met with violence. The reality of the world is that's what's going to happen. So
yeah, but just because something can happen in the world doesn't mean you want to put them in subject of something like that happening, because there's sexual violence that happens in the world, right?
No, absolutely. And I don't mean it to that degree. I mean,
so clearly you wouldn't do it in that, because you're going to say like some sense of over excessive. Well, I think this is over excessive. You know what I mean? So how do we establish what's over excessive and what's not over excessive?
Right. Because again, it's about disciplining. It's not about it's not about putting your children in pain. It's not about making them fear you. My daughter does not fear me. None of my kids fear me, but they've all been spanked before, because it's a healthy communication that we have prior to that. My first line of discipline with my children is not spanking. That wouldn't make sense. First, it's communication. Sit you down, make you understand why this is a problem and why this needs to be corrected. That's actually going to happen 2 or 3 more times after that, because I understand you're a child. You need repetition. So that's what's going to happen. And then after a certain point, I understand that just simply communicating something with you, it's probably not going to work, right? So we have to find
maybe that type of communication. So maybe we should try a different type of communication. That's what I think that we're not looking at here. We're saying, oh, I'm going to communicate with them. If it doesn't work, then I'm just going to go directly to spanking. Well, that's not actually like a good set of systems here. That's not saying it's the last case resort, because you didn't try different forms. You didn't try redirection. You didn't engage in going to a professional.
Again, right? No, different forms to definitely engage with, because again, the first time I speak with my kids, it's always the conversation. Why this is wrong, why this is unacceptable, right? The second time, I said this the last time, so I need to repeat this for some reason, because there's something that wasn't understood the first time I said it. There's a different form of communication that's going to happen at that point. I'm not going to a professional because, again, like I said, it's my job to govern my children. It's not a professional's job. And they do not understand my children on the level that I do, because we share, like you said, abuse is passed down. So is everything else that makes you up. So they do not understand my child in the way that I will ever be able. They will never be able to perceive my child to the degree that I can. So,
yeah, but they might know certain things about your child or about human development that you wouldn't know, that might make it easier for you to be able to do things to be able to benefit your kid. That's what I'm saying. Because like, yeah, sure, you might, let's say that they don't know them as well, right? That doesn't mean you can't learn anything. The same way that like people outside of the context, like your friends, they might not know as much about you, about your relationship, but they might be able to give you some good insights that they've gone through that could be relevant to you.
And I understand
that you could use.
I understand that, but I live in a community where we believe it takes a village to raise a child. So I have grandmothers, grandfather. We have other people who have raised children and gone through this for generations for those needs. So you go to your family for advice. Of course, I go to my mother for advice. I'll go to who I need to for advice on situations. But we also have to understand, after certain forms of communication haven't worked, we have to accept that, real life is real life, and the world is not going to be as patient with you as I am. Right. So now we got to find something that might get you to understand this a little faster, because me simply being logical with you and reasoning with you wasn't what you needed, because I understand what it was like when I was a kid. Right. I watch this in my kids all the time. My mother tried her best to just speak to me, just to tell me what was wrong and not. But honestly, it got to a point where I just didn't give a fuck. It doesn't matter to me. And I understand why you say it's wrong, but I don't care. I'm a child and I just do what I want to do. It is what it is.
That means you don't think it's wrong. Okay, that means you are not convinced. So what you need to do is you need to set up effective communication so that you can hear out what are the reasons why they hold that position, and have conversations where you engage in thought experiments to get them to understand different types of perspectives.
No, it's not that I didn't think it was wrong. I just didn't care.
You know, the same thing we're doing right now, how we're having a conversation about what we believe, how we justify things. We need to normalize this a lot more. Okay, with the people that we care about, especially like our children, right? Because a lot of the times when they're understanding the world, different types of, especially ways that we talk about it here, are actually effective ways to teach people things as it relates to like morals when they're like younger, right? That's why, I mean, even if you want to relate to different types of contexts of religion, if you believe in religion, right? That's why they use analogies in the context of the Bible or different types of scripture, because it gets people to understand why things are good, why things are bad to a greater extent, rather than just like, oh, they said that it's wrong, right? There's something different there, right?
No, I agree with that, but I think that what we're missing here is that it just, when it comes down to kids a lot of the time they're immature and operate off of feeling. Even adults do. So a lot of the times, even as adults, we understand that things are wrong and we do whatever the fuck we want to do anyway, right? Because it's what we want to do. And so with that, when that happens with your children, you have
then they don't think it's truly wrong. Because if they did think it's truly wrong, regardless of whether or not the fact that like, oh, it might put them a little bit of detriment, they're not going to do it. Okay.
That's not necessarily true. I've done things in my past where I knew it would put me in detriment, and the upside.
Would you engage in enslaving people if it benefited you?
If it benefited me, no. Just because.
Why not?
That's probably because that's the wrong angle.
Okay. So like you really consider it wrong. Okay.
When you understand the trauma that's put behind that, because that's way off the scale of what we're talking about, because now we're relating some form of slavery to abuse, which is way off the Richter scale. So
no, I'm not trying to. I didn't compare those two within that respect. What I said is that you can understand something to be wrong, and when you understand something to be wrong, you are not going to act upon it on the fact that you understand it to be wrong. Lee, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. Given that they're going to act on it, they don't truly see it to be wrong in the same sense as you see it to be wrong for someone to be enslaved. Like, do you understand the distinction I'm making there? Like I'm comparing.
That you're playing you're involving some other elements, like somebody's moral compass and their own morale and their conscience, which is another aspect, right? Because I can understand something is wrong, but not have the moral compass to give a fuck about that. And with that being said, when you have that within your children, it's not necessarily always the time to be so patient with them that you find a way to simply communicate it out when that's already shown, when that's been shown to you that that's not working. With your children, you have to get them in line, and then as they get older and once they reach maturity levels, to have proper conversations and proper understandings and have proper development and experience through life to get where you're coming from. That's when the understanding comes and the communication, those doors to communication are truly open. But as children, a lot of the time it's not there, and you offer the communication always. As a parent who cares, you always offer the communication first. When that does not work, when the elements of communication that you know have failed you and you no longer have the patience, because the world is not going to have the patience with them, you have to take more assertive action. And if you fail to do that, it is failure as a parent. And and I understand where you're coming from, but not being a parent, I think it allows you to have the, not out of disrespect, the ignorance to not see it as discipline. Right? Because I don't think that you should abuse your children. I don't think your children should be in fear of you.
How many parents agree with me? Like, dude, I feel like that's like going to be a point that's not relevant because of the fact that, I mean, my parents would disagree with you. They raised me. They raised multiple children too.
But you also have to look at environmental situations, right? You also, I'm sure you grew up in an environment far different from the one I grew up in, right? Where you have much more freedom to make the mistakes and the character flaws, where you were more liberal with yours. Whereas mine were I
grew up in a Christian conservative household in Iowa.
Right. In my environment where I grew up, not my household, just the area I grew up in, simple mistakes were very consequential. Very much so. And they weren't the type of things that you could correct next week. They were the type of things that would cost you at the very moment it happened. And if you did not correct that immediately, you would find yourself in a very bad situation. So it's not as simple. So when my mother spanked me, I understand now as an adult, she was truly trying to correct me and save me from things that she couldn't stop outside of the house. It wasn't that she didn't care.
No, but like that doesn't mean that just because she was trying to do what was good doesn't mean that the action that she ended up engaging in was the justified action or was a good action. Okay.
And I'm not saying, and I understand where you're coming from. I felt that way at the time too, as well. It's not until I was an adult where I gained the understanding that now that I realized she tried to speak to me. She placed me in a whole nother era. She did have me going to church. She did place me in all these environments. She had me speaking to so many different levels of people. And that's where I tell you, I knew it was right and wrong. I just did not care. I was simply in my own state of mind and decided I lived by my own rules, even though I was a child, because I thought I could handle the world in a way that I couldn't. And it wasn't
just sending someone to church doesn't fix everything, right? I understand you're trying to say like, oh, they try to set up the environment for me to do these things. That doesn't necessarily mean that there was everything set up insofar as to ensure that you were not going to engage in this behavior. Again, if we look at overall numbers, right? I'm looking at the aggregate data. I'm not just looking at what impacts me and my family. I'm looking at the aggregate data. Right? People are less likely to be in harmful circumstances given the fact that they're not spanked. Okay? There's less likely for them to be in aggressive behavior, for them to be disobedient. They're more likely to, if they are spanked, to develop anxiety, PTSD, depression, antisocial personality disorders. Like there are many different things that we could relate to that we consider to be bad. Okay? So why would you want to put your child at a greater risk of these types of things, given the fact that it's not necessarily going to lead to them engaging in better behavior?
Let me ask you something so I can because I think when you say spanking and when I say spanking, we're saying the same word, but in our minds, we actually are communicating different things. So let me ask, for example, if you have friends, right? Or if you have an older brother, I don't know, and you did something outside of the house that you just was outside of your character, outside of how you're raised, outside of the morale set in your home, and your brother was to, I don't know, punch you for it. Would you feel like he abused you?
Yeah, it's abusive behavior.
That's abusive behavior.
I might not have thought then, but I do think that now. That's abusive behavior, absolutely.
Then okay, so I think that's where we're gonna have to agree to disagree, because I think that your brother is just looking out for you. I think that you've gotten to a point where you've gotten into a lot of intellectual studies that have taken you out of the sense of reality, where the world is not necessarily a super sensitive place, where you do have to be able to have some type of toughness, and calling everything abuse.
Dude, I am not being overly sensitive for saying that these have detrimental outcomes. Okay. This is a nonsense way of actually engaging with anything I'm saying. This is an anti-intellectual way of engaging with anything that I'm saying. What I'm arguing right now is that the same things that you consider to be bad, maltreatment, illegal under our current structure legally, right, has the same impacts as spanking. So if you consider one to be wrong, you're going to consider the other one to be wrong. If you consider one to be illegal, you're going to consider the other one to be illegal. But what we do is we engage in a double standard in society because it's socially acceptable and normal to engage in the use of spanking. That does not mean it's okay, and that does not mean it's good. It also doesn't mean I'm soft for arguing that we shouldn't engage in a society where we hit children. Like what?
No, again, because I used I asked you about the example. If you were out doing something you shouldn't be and you were out of line outside of your home with your older brother and he punched you in the arm to kind of get you in line, you said that was abuse.
Yeah, I'm out of line. That's bad. And yeah, that's abusive. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Okay, punching people is abusive. Is that a crazy thing to fucking say? No, it's not. Right? Okay, if that's soft, I'm sorry, then everyone should be soft then. Get a grip, dude.
All right, so cool. And so when I rewind,
not you normalizing hitting people, that's actually crazy.
All right, and I just understand that we live in a world where that's never gonna end. Right?
We live in a world where that should end, and just because it hasn't ended doesn't mean that it shouldn't end.
Kumbaya and a lack of violence is just not the way of nature. It's not the way of the world. It's never gonna be. So I just understand
it can be, but people like you are gonna cause it to happen continually, and the cycle's not gonna end until we end this cycle.
Again, that's not true, because I'm not a violent person. Again, I don't threaten anybody.
I never said that you're a violent person, but it's the ideas that you have that perpetuate the use of violence in society because you're normalizing the use of violence.
Not normalizing the use of violence. I just understand it's a reality. But that's either way, that's neither here nor there, because it's not related to the point of children, right? Again, with children, like if my daughter is to do something and she's touching something, she goes to reach for something that is dangerous in my home, right? Because we have certain things that just can't be moved, but they're dangerous, so she's to play with them. Now, I don't want her touching them. I've already explained to her not to touch them, but she has to understand that, you can't play with it, right? And the time for her to understand that is not when she gets hurt or when something breaks. So I have to pop her hand to get her to understand, yo, don't touch that. Because that's the psychological effect that that's going to have. It's not making her afraid of me. It's not damaging her. It's not traumatizing her. It's as simple as if you go touch a fire, you're going to burn your hand, and that's going to let you know not to do that again, right? That's not the fire abusing you.
That's natural consequence. So abuse comes from an actor. In modern day, I don't know why you said that that's abuse. That doesn't even critique my worldview. My definition of abuse is intentfully physically harming someone without good reason. Fire is not an actor. It can't intentfully engage in action. Right?
Okay.
You're not critiquing me. You're engaging in what's called a straw man fallacy.
Right there, what you just said, harming somebody without good reason, right? Harm and without
physically harming someone without good reason. Yeah.
Intentfully harming without good reason, right?
Intentfully physically harming someone without good reason.
Okay, cool. So I can intentionally discipline my child to prevent them from having to face further consequences that are outside of my control. And typically
Say that one more time. Sorry, I didn't quite get you there.
Right. So what I'm saying is, just to speak in a more broad sense, not just necessarily why I would excuse me, why I would do something, but why I feel spanking is even what we would call normalized, right? I'd say this because typically parents that spank their children for good reason, where it's not abuse, where it's intended to be disciplinary action, it's because it's the line of discipline. It's typically the last line of discipline to make sure to curb consequences outside of the home, right? Because outside of my house, I can't control what happens to you if you're not listening to me tell you this is right and wrong at home. Outside of the home, it's the consequences that are beyond me. And that's the last thing I want for you, right? So I try to get you to get in line with what's going on in reality because they don't love you like I do outside this home. And it's not meant to be abuse. It's not meant to traumatize somebody and if you're truly spanking your children so they get it and to be disciplinary, your children are not traumatized. If your children are traumatized and in pain and they're hurt, that's abuse. That's not spanking. That is beating your children, and that's typically because you lack emotional intelligence as a parent, so you don't know how to communicate properly.
Yeah, I also think that relying upon spanking your children, right, can oftentimes come from the fact that someone doesn't know how to communicate properly as well. Secondly, right, just because it is the case that not in all scenarios you would identify specifically what that trauma is for that individual, would it be the case that it doesn't put someone at a significantly greater likelihood of these different types of things happening? You also couldn't say that as it relates to people who get bruised. You couldn't say that for people who get their bones broken, even though it is the case that you consider those to be abusive actions, right? Okay, so your line that you identify for considering it to be abuse, right, I'm arguing is not as good as my line for arguing it as it relates to identifying that something is abuse. Okay, because you're just saying that a different sense of something is not excessive to a larger extent than I am. Right, I'm saying it's excessive earlier, right, when it relates to the idea in which they're spanking.
Okay, and at that point, I don't know if I can necessarily, it would be just me trying to get you to change your mind at this point. So I think I've presented my argument.
That's what debates are. That we're getting each other to try to change our minds. So again, you've established no basis, right, statistically speaking, to indicate, right, that it would be positive for children, or that it would lead, to positive. Can I please finish? Or that it would lead to positive outcomes, net positive outcomes for children's development. I can send you multiple studies that shows that it leads to net negative outcomes as it relates to children's development, very clear net negative outcomes. And even some of the net negative outcomes that we still see in the context of other forms, again, of child maltreatment that is currently illegal. You still didn't address that point that we referenced earlier.
I hear you, and you say I established no basis in those statistical outcomes, and you said you would send me studies, right? I would send
bibliography in my bio.
Right, I would send you my studies as well, but they're in my kitchen, going in my pantry right now, standing around me, right? So my statistics.
That didn't even make any sense.
Myself, my several brothers and sisters, my own children of my own. I don't necessarily need these statistical studies.
That's not a study. That's heavily biased anecdotal experience.
No, it's a very, very well observed, analyzed, and re-critiqued and readjusted experiment. Or so.
Re-critiqued? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Well, so what you're not understanding is that when we're in our own anecdotal experiences, I can give you the opposite anecdotal experience. I can say I have, or we can talk about another person that has 5, 10 children that didn't spank any of them, that saw that spanking children in their lives led to bad outcomes. Okay, they disagree with you based on their own anecdotal experience. Would you say that that would mean that they're that spanking is bad because of their anecdotal experience?
No, I wouldn't sit here and debate that somebody else having a different experience that they're necessarily wrong in how they feel. I'm just presenting the argument as to why spanking is not simply abuse. This is not simply a binary statement. And that's what I'm saying. And that's all my argument is. And at this point, I feel like you're using studies that are just so far beyond reality and truly applicable. And without you having children, you wouldn't understand that. So
how am I using studies that are so beyond applicable and are beyond reality? That makes no fucking sense. Right? Studies are supposed to indicate what reality is to the greatest extent.
I understand that, but once again, when I do studies, and I'm also a biochemist, so when I do studies, I don't just simply accept somebody else's research. I apply those studies and go ahead and verify the information. You have not done so because you're not a parent, so therefore you do not have the capacity.
Wait, that's not the only way in which you verify the information. Right. Also, and you're just going to dispute everything I say. Do you want me to bring up someone who's a parent? You're going to dispute what they say based upon their anecdotal experience.
If you read the studies, you also, I assume you did the due diligence to
modern day. Do you want me to bring up someone who's a parent?
I'm asking you what you've done because I'm having a debate with you, not somebody who's a parent.
Yeah, to verify, I can go and I can read through the studies to be able to identify what the conclusions are formed from the studies.
Again, have you verified the information you're saying and you're using?
Are you talking like, did I raise kids? You know, I didn't raise kids.
Okay,
a question that you already know the answer to.
Even verify the statistical information you've presented.
You can verify it without having kids. You're saying that the only way to verify it is by having kids.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking you which other format did you do that with? It seems like you now are having frivolous arguments. So I'm going to go ahead and go now.
That's not a frivolous argument. Reading the conclusions of it to identify that the descriptive
reading
statistics.
The conclusions, but applying.
Yes. Reading conclusions and looking at the descriptive statistics allow for you to form legitimate inferences about the data that exists very clearly. This is how the inductive process works.
Schemas are not producing and verifying statistics, and that's what I'm asking you about.
What do you mean by verifying?
Developed an opinion.
Okay, let's clarify. What do you mean? What do you mean by verify statistics then?
My God.
I don't know why you're laughing. I'm being very nice to you.
Your maturity level has peaked in this conversation some ago. Have a good
maturity level? How am I being immature?
Have a good one, bro.
I'm being immature? You just laughed at me and didn't engage with the argument. How was I being immature? What the hell? There's actually no way, chat. I was being immature there? That's actually crazy, dude. That's what we call running, chat. That's what we call running. Bro's actually running because he has no argument. Okay, we're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Only send a guest request if you think that spanking is not abuse. Let's go to the next individual real quick. We're moving to sub-only chat real quick, everyone. If you want to have access to the sub-only chat, subscribe if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. So again, if you like my content, follow me if you have not already, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
14.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules. TikTok rules, everyone. 18 plus. So I think someone said that what me being disrespectful is I cussed. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22. Welcome back. I'm back.
Did I already have a conversation with you?
Yes. Remember me? I had to go to work, so I had to end the live earlier.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Do you think that spanking is abuse?
It is not abuse.
Why not?
Because kids nowadays need to be disciplined. Now, there's a certain age where, honestly, if I had kids myself, which I don't, there would be a certain age where I think spanking honestly should be allowed. Let's say if you have a kid that has devices, a car, like for example, I'm gonna give an example for a 16-year-old. You wouldn't spank a 16-year-old. You would take away their keys, right? If you had kids with phones, you would take away their phones as a self-discipline. But if you have toddlers, spanking would be very effective because it would teach these kids not to do something that they shouldn't be doing. Because, you know, you're over there saying that we should sit down, we should talk to them, we should communicate with them. Well, not all kids work like that, right? They're kids, they're just going to go either way, and they're going to repeat the same stuff because my parents are just going to sit down and talk to me again, so it's no big deal. You have to lay down the rule